Chapter 3274, This Li Chia. The Bodhi King's eyes focused on the direction of Jade Bird. First came Gong Qianyue, now Li Chia. The former had an inborn true fate allowing her to be exceptional. All the seniors expected greatness out of her. However, Li Chia's case was different and bizarre. What happened around him could only be explained as coincidences, but were they? The Bodhi King thought that someone was secretly scheming in the background. Thunder Dragon Lu? No, he didn't have this ability and wheeliness. Only one person in Divine Black could do so, Ping Suoeng. But why? Is this his will? The king wondered after this disciple coming out of nowhere. However, patience won out and there was no need to pursue this issue. What should we do about Zhang Hu's complaint? The disciple nearby asked. Reject it. The king answered right away. The disciple didn't expect this response because Furious Tiger and Thousand Demons were allies in the sect. Zhang Hu clearly wanted the Bodhi King to support him. This was a way for him to gain both experience and future popularity. What if Zhang Hu wishes for an audience? The disciple asked. Refuse him. The king directly answered. His eyes became profound, seemingly in rumination. The disciple found this even weirder. Zhang Hu was the son of another peak lord, but the Bodhi King didn't seem to be too receptive of him. Zhang Hu himself couldn't believe it. Though he had the support of Zhang Yu, the chance of maneuvering against Li Chia became slim without the Bodhi King's approval. Sure enough, Zhang Hu's official complaint didn't even get the attention of Mountain Bearer. No need for a meeting regarding something so trivial. It's blown out of proportion. The Mountain King said without holding back. In reality, Furious Tiger and 8 Zhang never liked each other. Their competition was fiercer than the other peaks. It's getting more and more interesting. Just who the hell is this brat? The Mountain King wondered while rubbing his chin. He stared at the main peak, South Conch. He wanted to know what Ping Suoeng was thinking. Others felt the same way. Protecting a murderer? Such lawlessness, humans aren't the only race in Divine Black. Iron Whip Demon King scowled. He obviously chose his son's side. Moreover, Huang Jia and Fuyo's reaction made him cautious. It was no longer a matter of a death resulting from a fight between two disciples. Fuyo and Huang Jia seemed to be challenging their peak, so the Demon King wouldn't just sit idly by and watch. Want to take over? His eyes gleamed chillingly. He had no worries about his own position, but this wasn't the case for Zhang Yu. The latter was the youngest and didn't have that strong of a foundation. The Demon King would never let this happen because Zhang Yu used to be a member of Furious Tiger. Thus, these two were of one mind on all issues. He then stared at the main peak, also curious about the sect master's stance. In fact, he thought that only the sect master would be able to replace Zhang Yu. Moreover, this position should have belonged to Su Su if it wasn't for his untimely death. The humans also thought about pushing Fuyo for this spot, but because of the guy's cultivation problem, he failed to compete against Zhang Yu. Overruled, don't bring up this trivial matter again. Ping Suoeng didn't bother looking at the official complaint, his eyes remained on the floating sword. The messenger followed the order without any hesitation. This Li Chia, a follower of his, quietly murmured. If it's a problem, it'll come anyway. There's no avoiding it. Suoeng looked up and said. The follower didn't quite understand. Our sect is too weak. Something will happen eventually. Suoeng looked at him and said. Sect master, are you saying that this Li Chia is a spy from Three Truths? The follower speculated. Not necessarily, but our sect is under prying eyes. Suoeng shook his head. They won't break the armistice, will they? The follower became worried. Hard to say, we do need an ally. Suoeng gazed towards the horizon. Are you talking about Dragon Phoenix Valley? This was the only sect the follower could think of. The Valley and Divine Black were the two strongest demon lineages in northern West King. I heard the Valley has a new disciple. Suoeng remained silent for a bit before speaking. His follower became confused. Why would their sect master care about a random disciple? This disciple is rumored to be from that clan, an amazing bloodline. Suoeng said. The legendary one? The follower shuddered before asking. Suoeng nodded in response. It's so ancient. I thought that they stopped coming out. The follower had heard stories before. That clan has deep ties with our sect. Suoeng didn't answer the question. The follower didn't know about this. It is said that our patriarch and their primogenitor are good friends. Is that mythical primogenitor still alive? The follower took a deep breath. I don't know, but we need an ally not just because of 3 truths. Suoeng said. Sorry? The follower didn't understand. Their sect was definitely first-rate in their region. Very few would actually dare to oppose them. Why was the sect master worrying so much? I hope for a miracle. Suoeng eventually concluded. Well, that Wuxia is as strange as can be. Maybe he's a miracle. The follower said. Some at the sect have started calling him the Son of Miracles. Just think about it, how could someone of his talents be able to activate 13 sections? That was definitely a miracle. I hope so. Suoeng turned towards Jade Bird Peak. The examination is coming soon, we'll see some clues then, perhaps. He then focused back on the sword, not caring about the Peak Lords observing him or Jean Hu's complaint. The follower sighed. For some reason, his sect master has changed recently and rarely went outside. In the beginning, he thought it was because of Su Su's death. However, it has been more than a year. Chapter 3275. Jean Hu's official complaint was only approved by Furious Tiger and Jade Bird while being dismissed by the other 3. This nullified the complaint, so Jean Hu couldn't do anything to Wuxia. Jean Hu was simply trying to use Wuxia to deal with Thunder Dragon Lu and Huang Jia, therefore inflicting some damage on 8 Zhang's prestige. Nothing came from this weak finish. Nonetheless, some smart disciples could still sense that something was amiss. This pertained to the ongoing competition between the humans and demons at their sect. The demons had the upper hand for a long time now in the sect's recent history. This lessened when Ping Suoeng took the reign. The main character in this matter, Wuxia, didn't give a damn about Divine Black's internal struggle. He didn't come here to clean this crap up. He simply focused on reading books and cultivation in the last few days. The library of Jade Bird had plenty of historical scrolls, some dating back to the ancient era of the 9 worlds. He found much useful information from them. Next, he finally reached Grand Mortal Shell, so he started with the second mantra, Society. For ordinary cultivators, going from Mortal Shell to Iron Skin required opening a second palace. This palace would allow them to break through to the next realm. There were a total of 12 realms from Mortal Shell to Golden Avatar. This meant that a Dao Lord would have 12 palaces. At the same time, each realm would make the 4 symbols inside the palace 1 foot longer. For example, a mortal who has never cultivated would have 4 symbols at 9 feet long. At Mortal Shell, 10 feet. At Iron Skin, they would grow again to reach 11 feet. Therefore, a Dao Lord would have symbols spanning for 21 feet. Chaos true energy engulfed his Fate Palace. The worldly energy, grand Dao power, and self-vitality were being channeled and refined into this true energy by the 4 symbols. It served to gestate the true Fate. As the true Fate grew stronger, so would one's techniques and abilities. His true Fate had a halo around it, made from peerless runes. This halo was a grand Dao created by all things. This served as one part of his Dao foundation. Tinier runes floated around his true Fate, still scattered about like the stars in the sky. As more true energy was being added, they gradually came together in the shape of another halo. These runes were from his second mantra, Society. Normally, one would start on their second mantra after reaching Silver Carapace. This would allow them to cultivate a law at the black level, far stronger than the previous yellow law. Li Qie did something different. He started much earlier and didn't use a higher-level mantra versus all things. Both all things and society were part of the 7 laws. Others would laugh at him for doing something they consider extremely foolish. Some disciples actually caught wind of this and began mocking him. So impatient and dumb, starting with another mantra after reaching iron skin, one at the same level too. One said. They believed that this was due to his despair and willingness to try anything at this point in order to cultivate faster. Of course, Li Qie didn't hear any of this. He wouldn't have cared anyway. The world simply didn't know that they could cultivate all 7 laws. The limit of 4 wasn't a thing. Moreover, finishing all 7 would create a firm foundation that allows them to reach higher profundity. Perhaps they didn't understand or have forgotten about this in the present day. Remember, Li Qie created this epoch. He knew more about this system than anyone else. He didn't rush his way through and continued fortifying his Tao foundation and other aspects. At the same time, he reached a Zen state allowing him to spirit walk. He saw everything in divine black. Not a single secret was kept from him. His trip here wasn't prompted by a sudden impulse. He purposely came here due to certain connections from the past. Lu Fuyo and Huang Jia heard about his second mantra choice and became perplexed. They naturally knew more about him to not consider this idiotic. Nonetheless, they came for a visit and saw him sitting lazily on a big chair, gazing at the mountain range. Lu Fuyo prepared some tea for him and sat to the side. Meanwhile, Huang Jia didn't know what to think. Even their peak lord, the Mountain King, didn't act like a young master requiring Fuyo to wait on him. Alas, this scene came so naturally with Li Qie. It wouldn't look out of place for high gods and heavenly sovereigns serving Li Qie. Everything about Li Qie was a mystery, especially the things that happened around him. Huang Jia had tried to move the statue that crushed Yangtze. It wasn't that heavy and shouldn't have been able to kill a silver carapace cultivator. He speculated that when it crashed on Yangtze, it must have had a weight comparable to a mountain. He told Fuyo, who simply responded, "Don't be surprised at anything happening around the young master." Fuyo was Li Qie's biggest believer. Li Qie could cure a problem that even their sect master couldn't solve. No one in divine black could do this. Huang Jia stared at the ordinary looking at Li Qie and only saw an inscrutable question mark. "I heard you have started training with society, young master." Fuyo poured a full cup for him before asking. "Yes." Li Qie answered, still gazing at the scenery. "May I ask why, young master?" Fuyo knew that the guy had his reasons. Why are they the 7 laws of the Golden Age? Why not 4, 6, or 9? Li Qie finally glanced at Fuyo. The two couldn't answer because the 7 laws have always existed. They were conventional knowledge by this point. No one ever wondered why there were 7 and not any other number. A coincidence, perhaps, that the Creator came up with 7. Huang Jia pondered and said, "This is not a coincidence." Li Qie chuckled. Blessed Tao Lord chose to spread the 7 of them. Why didn't he lower this number? This indeed made sense because cultivators should only cultivate 4 mantras. Why didn't the great Tao Lord compile them into 4 mantras instead? 1. Not sure if these are cultivation realms. They can be used to describe powerful masters, pretty common terms. Going literal for now. Chapter 3276. Huang Jia and Lu Fuyo were still contemplating about this issue because it wasn't debated in the past at all. The 7 laws have been around since the ancient era. Everyone was used to their existence. It was so common across the land. Now, many sects have abandoned them. No one really ever took the time to wonder why there were 7 but not a different number. Was it just a coincidence? They came from blessed Tao Lord who spread it across 8 decilaces. If there were potential changes or necessary adjustments, someone as brilliant as Blessed would have changed them long ago. What is it? Li Qie asked the two lost in contemplation. They regained their wits and exchanged glances while rubbing their palms awkwardly. Young master, there is a big examination each year in our sect to pick excellent disciples. The brats have a good foundation but their merit laws are lacking, please teach them. Fuyo spoke up about the children from Lu village. Their foundation and mantra cultivation were excellent but they lacked merit laws compared to their peers. After all, the village didn't have many to offer them. On the other hand, their peers were already adept at this front. Some came from the 5 main branches of Divine Peak and had access to superior merit laws. That's why Fuyo came seeking Li Qia's help. Huang Jia had an earnest expression while listening. He heard about Li Qia's exceptional comprehension of the Tao from Fuyo before. That's why he also had questions regarding cultivation for him. Li Qia didn't answer Fuyo. He gazed forward and eventually stood up to say, "Let's take a walk." He was already out the door while the two were still surprised. They hurriedly caught up, not knowing his intention. Divine Black was massive with numerous mountainous paths. One could go from any mountain to another via these paths. Li Qia continued heading deeper into the sect. The two had no choice but to follow him. They met many disciples along the way who were also confused by this scene. Li Qia was as common as can be. The only thing rare yet not rare about him were his 3 mortal aptitudes. Rare because he was most likely the only one here with them, not rare because most mortals suffered this lack of innate talents. Strangely enough, 2 seniors in Fuyo and Huang Jia were walking behind him. That made people wonder why these two would be showing so much respect to this regular disciple. Of course, they didn't dare to gossip in the two's presence and waited until the group got farther away. Some believed that Li Qia might be an illegitimate child of a big shot. Another said that he was under the protection of the sect after obtaining the 9 primeval laws. After all, the sect should be afraid of potentially leaking their strongest merit laws. Having this plan in place made sense. Call it supervision instead of protection. He's dead if he dares to leak it. One disciple assumed that this was Fuyo and Huang Jia's job. In Divine Black, disciples were allowed to roam freely with the exception of certain important locations along with the 5 actual main peaks. The trio made it to the ancestral peak before they knew it. This was the main peak in Divine Black, looking like the head of the greatest tortoise. It seemed to be roaring at the heaven. A great river surged around the lake just like a spirit snake. One could hear the currents from a distance. Li Qia was by the river right now and went up a high platform to take a look at the peak engulfed in clouds and fog. To the back were the 5 other peaks with several hundred more. They made up the shell of the turtle, capable of shouldering anything. The ancestral peak, unlike the other 5, had no disciples or lineage. Just climbing up there was a challenge. For some unknown reason, this peak has been sealed all this time. The elders themselves couldn't go there. Only the official ceremonies were carried out beneath the ancestral peak. It was normally deserted. Li Qia stared at the peak with a smile on his face, seemingly able to see something wondrous there. The two found this strange. "What are you looking at, young master?" Fuyo eventually asked. "Do you know what is up there?" Li Qia was still looking at the pinnacle. "Well, I don't know since no one has gotten up there." Fuyo scratched his head. "No, one forefather has gotten up there before, South Conk Dao Lord." Huang Jia added. This Dao Lord was the one who revitalized their sect and the only person who obtained a golden avatar. "The second will be me," Li Qia said, leaving the two shocked. Huang Jia took a deep breath. He certainly thought that Li Qia was amazing and unfathomable. He still found this claim to be exaggerated. No one has been up there outside of their patriarch and South Conk Dao Lord. "Our sect master still can't get up there," he eventually said. "He's him, I'm me, can't compare the two of us." Li Qia didn't mind. Huang Jia needed to take another deep breath after this. Their sect master was the strongest cultivator in their sect. In fact, he was a big shot across the northern West King, yet Li Qia spoke as if he was no big deal. Huang Jia looked around and fortunately, there was no one else near. The comment could have been persecuted for being disrespectful. Young master, you truly want to climb up there? Fuyao himself found this hard to believe. Remember, the previous person to do this was a Dao Lord. Stop being so surprised, it's just climbing. Li Qie said. The two were at a loss for words. Fuyao's admiration for Li Qie couldn't be any higher, but he still hesitated regarding this matter. Didn't you ask me about teaching the kids some merit laws? Li Qie looked back at Fuyao and asked. Chapter 3277, Right. Please teach them, young master. Fuyao hastily said. Teach them tortoise fist, that's plenty. Li Qie gazed at the surging river. Tortoise fist? The two were astounded. Both thought that they have misheard. Yes, the sect has this move. The two of you certainly have heard of it before. Li Qie didn't avert his gaze. The two exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. The name of this technique wasn't that pleasant. I do know about it, it's Black Tortoise Fist, an entry martial art technique in the sect. Fuyao coughed and said. What is this Black Tortoise? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The name is Tortoise Fist, no need to embellish a title. Does calling it Black Tortoise make it stronger or unbeatable? The two had an awkward expression after hearing this. Their sect really had a technique named Tortoise Fist, the lowest and coarsest entry merit law at the low-ranked yellow level. Some even thought that this was giving it too much credit. Why? The fist only had 3 actions or moves, as simple as can be. Many in Divine Black wouldn't consider them techniques, akin to an old man in the mortal world attacking randomly. It was slow and weak. Even the new disciples wouldn't want to use it, let alone older ones. A mortal who had only trained in martial arts for a couple of days could beat the crap out of its user. Thus, what was the point of training in what essentially amounts to a training exercise for old men? Leaving aside its effectiveness, just its name was terrible. Some decided to change the name to Black Tortoise instead. This still didn't get more students to learn it. That's why the two were so confused. And here they thought that he would come up with a preeminent plan. Really, we're letting them train this technique? Fuyao was worried because he cared about the children's future. Why not? It's a great merit law. Just 3 actions encompass the essences and style of a tortoise. Well, it's still just a tortoise, Huang Jia mumbled under his breath. What do you think your patriarch is? Li Qie gave him the side eye. Our patriarch is a black tortoise with the bloodline of a divine beast, one of the strongest demons of that era. Huang Jia smiled wryly and responded. Black tortoise. Li Qie laughed in response. Future descendants always exaggerate. Sure, your patriarch definitely obtained a great fortune or transformed, one akin to a carp turning into a dragon. It had some divine bloodline, but this doesn't change the fact that it used to be a tortoise. That's his true root. Stop. Fuyao shushed him, nearly wanting to cover his mouth. Huang Jia became afraid and kept on looking around before heaving a sigh of relief at the lack of people. After all, their patriarch was the ultimate existence in the sect. Its status in the heart of the disciples could never be replaced. Everyone knew that it was a divine black tortoise. Thus, Li Qie's comment could be considered blasphemous, a serious offense. No need for this. Li Qie smiled. It's fine to be a tortoise. All living beings start as nothing, then they become something, in this case, a turtle becoming a demon through the Tao. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Please stop, my little ancestor. Fuyao started begging while Huang Jia was horrified. Enough tempering will turn anything into steel. This applies to the Grand Tao. Tortoise or black tortoise fist, whatever, one just needs to understand its essences to reach the right path. Li Qie said. The two felt much better when he was no longer talking about their patriarch. They carefully thought about his words. Tortoise fist is an important foundation block of your patriarch, make use of it more. Li Qie told them. Really? The two tried to remember the origin of this move, but there was no record of it. Absolutely. The patriarch had indeed created this merit law. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that it was a passing down of instincts. A turtle at birth would stretch its head, move its legs, and carry its shell, all instincts. As the patriarch gradually gained intelligence, it practiced these movements and began cultivating. Alas, it lacked a good teacher and didn't know how to do so until it met the great immortal. He taught it how to refine its movements. This culminated into a merit law named Tortoise Fist. This was long ago and many forefathers in the sect didn't wish to bring it up. It didn't sound cool to let others know about their patriarch's origin. Thus, they started spreading the black tortoise narrative. This merit law also became forgotten. The future descendants didn't wish to train it. The two remained skeptical about this claim. Putting the name aside, just 3 movements. What could this actually do? South fence is derived from all things. All things include a turtle, a tortoise, and everything else. With enough training, even a tortoise can become a black tortoise. So tell me, what's better than your patriarch's initial merit law that got it so far? Li Qie said. Fuyao became tempted, Huang Jie not so much. They thought about it and maybe this was worth a shot for the children. One little turtle might not be able to do anything, but a dozen? They will eventually grow up too. The shell of one turtle has its limit, but when you stack a dozen shells together, how tough would that be? Li Qie elaborated. The two quietly listened. Now, what if these turtles turn into black tortoises? Imagine the potential result. Li Qie finished. Is this possible? Reaching that level? Fuyao still wasn't sure. Your patriarch did it, going from a regular turtle to a so-called black tortoise. Li Qie laughed. Okay, we get it. The two became startled since this topic was brought up again. Well, I don't care, your choice whether to teach them or not. Li Qie said. The two exchanged glances. This was a serious choice because it pertained to the children's future. 1. This is a hard one to translate the meaning across. Unlike the other divine beasts, black tortoise's characters actually don't have the word turtle/tortoise in it. It consists of Xian, black, and Wu, martial. Everyone knows that Xian Wu equals black tortoise automatically. The other beasts are obvious: white tiger, azure dragon, and vermilion bird. They have the corresponding character, Hu for tiger, Long for dragon, and K for bird. So in Chinese, the character for turtle actually has a negative connotation, especially for this fist, Wang Ba. It can mean tortoise, cuckold, insult with the flavor of bastard, son of a bitch. That's why Wang Ba fist just sounds so silly. No one wants to learn a technique with this name, but when you translate it to English, you get tortoise fist, which isn't as bad. The problem will be with the next line too. Continuation of the previous note. So for this name, it is Xian Wu fist, or black tortoise fist. This one doesn't have the same negative connotation as Wang Ba fist. However, how do I actually translate this to make Wang Ba negative while making Xian Wu neutral? The first obvious one is tortoise versus black tortoise. There's virtually no changes there. I've spent 20 minutes on this so far and can't think of anything. It will just have to be tortoise versus black tortoise with the context in the note 3. Yeah, the impact just isn't there with tortoise and black tortoise. Chapter 3278. Huang Jie had his reasons for worrying. The children from Lu had an amazing foundation, meaning that there was great potential there. They were excellent seeds from the perspective of 8 Zhang. They could join it later on and become pillars with enough grooming and training. They still had choices when it came to merit laws. However, Lu Fuyao wanted more for them, that's why he came to ask Li Qie. In the beginning, the two assumed that Li Qie would come up with an incredible plan, one that certainly wouldn't include tortoise fist. Fine, we'll follow the young master's guidance and let them learn it. Fuyao gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Hesitation persisted, but he chose to believe in Wuxia, who managed to cure his affliction, unlike the others. Moreover, Wuxia had done such a good job with the children in a short period of time, turning them into exceptional seeds. Thus, there was no reason to doubt him. Huang Jia opened his mouth but refrained from speaking up. Though the children weren't officially Fuyo's disciples, they were pretty much that. He brought them to Divine Black and had the right to make decisions for them. Okay, bring them tomorrow and I will personally teach them. What they accomplish after is up to their own fortune. Wuxia calmly said. Great, I'll bring them here tomorrow. Fuyo happily agreed. Wuxia only taught them a little bit, yet they have gained so much. Now, he was going to teach them a merit law? Fuyo immediately realized that they have nearly missed a great opportunity. Quicksand River. Wuxia smiled and turned his focus back on the surviving river. He then glanced at the ancestral peak one more time before leaving. We're leaving, he said. The duo hurriedly followed behind him. Along the way, they suddenly heard a poof and saw a flame rushing out from the top of a peak. It had 3 colors filled with divinity and Tao power along with chaos true energy. The scorching temperature seemed to be rearranging heaven and earth, capable of incinerating a large hole in the sky. Fortunately, this raging fire was under perfect control thanks to the majestic Tao power. It didn't hurt anything nearby, not even a blade of grass. Samadhi flame. A really strong type. The duo became startled. They weren't the only ones. Many experts in Divine Black took note of this, including the elders and peak lords. That's the training place of that girl? Huang Jia carefully judged the direction of the flame. Yes, looks like she has reached the Samadhi materialization level now, no longer an enlightened being. Amazing, that's an inborn true fate for you. The purity of that flame is not inferior to first brothers back then. Fuyo became sentimental. We're old now. Huang Jia smiled wryly, feeling a bit frustrated. After all, being caught up to by a junior wasn't a good feeling. Huang Jia was an upper-tier cultivator during his generation. He worked hard but was still only an intermediate enlightened being. Fuyo was even more talented, yet he was stuck at Conqueror vessel right now. But ultimately, even without his Tao problem, he wouldn't have been as good as her if they were the same age. The Samadhi realm was quite powerful. No one else among the young generation had reached it in Divine Black. In fact, there were just very few cultivators at this level. They were strong enough to uphold some real responsibilities. We watched her join not long ago, now she has surpassed us. Fuyo added. As for Wuxia, he only took one look and smiled, not paying it any mind. The others in the sect became emotional at this sight after seeing the flame. Nothing can stop the young generation from excelling. She'll leave us behind in the dust in just a few years. Mountain Bearer King on top of 8 Zhang took note of this. She'll be the second in our sect to reach the sacred physique level, maybe a heavenly sovereign, the Bodhi King in 1,000 Demons commented. You might be faster, Peak Lord. A disciple nearby said. The king didn't respond. He stared at the flame and fell into rumination. Iron Whip Demon King in Furious Tiger also saw this. He had no choice but to praise Gong Qianyue even though she was a human. Simply incredible, this girl is definitely superior to Su Su. All the good disciples are taken. He then glared over at South Conk and scowled. Qianyue seemed unstoppable right now, her momentum was on an upward trajectory. She would definitely become the next successor of the sect if she could reach the sacred physique level. This would truly pressure the demons in Divine Black. Both Furious Tiger and 1,000 Demons Peak would have no way to compete against South Conk. Samadhi materialization. Zhang Yuan Jade Bird carefully observed the flame, the number 1 of the young generation. He had no choice but to admit this. His expression became serious. He knew that it was only a matter of time before she surpassed him at this rate. His position would be up for grab then. Maybe he would need to abdicate and become an elder instead. As the future successor, she wouldn't take over the sect master's role so quickly. She would need to gain more experience as a peak lord. Thus, among the 5 current peak lords, he was the most likely to lose his position. Damn this inborn true fate. He became very annoyed because this constitution has been a thorn in his side. In the past, he was the oldest of the 3 geniuses, but Su Su surpassed him because he also had an inborn true fate. Gong Qianyue was repeating the same thing. No, she seemed even stronger than Su Su at the same age. They're really the heavens' favorites, he eventually said. He was quite powerful already as a member of the 2nd generation, being a yin-yang celestial. He really earned his spot as a peak lord despite certain circumstances. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to compete with Qianyue. Someone like her had such an easy time with cultivation. Senior sister Qianyue is at the Samadhi materialization realm now. This news spread across the sect like wildfire. She's the best in our sect. Even the most talented disciples couldn't do naught but accept inferiority. For example, mighty youths such as Zhang Hu and Huang Ning became dejected while staring at the flame above. Chapter 3279. Gong Qianyue has proven her supremacy among the young generation of Divine Black by reaching the materialization realm. Junior sister Qianyue is the greatest genius of the Northern West King. One male fan of her said, clearly infatuated with her. Her talent wasn't the only brilliant thing about her. Her beauty was just as dazzling, the prettiest in Divine Black. She naturally had no lack of suitors as a result. This wasn't limited to their sect. Other young cultivators all around West King wanted to win her hand. She'll definitely become the next sect master, another disciple admiringly said. Her cultivation improvement shook Divine Black. It became a hot topic for many disciples and seniors. On the 2nd day was when she would come out of her training session. The young ones did everything they could to come there in order to greet and congratulate her. A few experts from the older generations also came. They wanted to see the true extent of her current cultivation. Some elders were also present. This treatment was unheard of for the younger cultivators. Both Zhan Hu and Huang Ning never got to this level of prestige. This made many think that she would really become the next sect master. Li Qie didn't pay attention to any of this. It was just another day for him. Fuyao has brought the children to Li Qie's place. The latter had already borrowed a tortoise fist manual from the library. Of course, the sect didn't give a damn about it. Anyone could borrow for as long as they want. He didn't pass down the original fundamentals of the technique to the children right away and chose to change it. It only consisted of 3 actions, but after his refinement, everything became different. It touched straight to the source of the Tao of the fist. All of its profundities were added to the 3 actions. The children were awfully excited to see Li Qie again. They naturally wanted him to teach them over the instructors in Jade Bird. Why? They realized the gap between Li Qie and their instructors after listening to a few lectures. Though Li Qie only occasionally gave them pointers, he managed to answer all of their questions in a concise yet profound manner. He also kept it simple and easy to understand. This made them want to listen even more. As for the instructors, the children felt that there was something off, but they couldn't put it into words. They didn't care whichever merit law it was because whatever he taught would be the best one for them. He personally taught them tortoise fist this time around in order to give them a great chance for the future. They were used to his instructing style and quickly understood this merit law. Tortoise fist is not about the punch itself, it is an extension of instincts to reach all things and their profundities. Each breath contains derivations, each action channels chaos energy, its power stems from the Tao. He began imparting the true mysteries into the group. Others had no idea that this merit law and its 3 actions could reach the source of the Tao. It encompassed a perfect defense on top of being very easy to start due to its simplicity. Moreover, it served as a perfect match with the All Things mantra. Though the children didn't cultivate this particular mantra, their South Conch was derived from it. They had the same origin, thus they could perform tortoise fist. The children learned the merit law quickly under his short tutelage and admired him even more. Who is more amazing, young master or senior sister Qianyue? They became curious after learning the fist technique. In recent days, Qianyue enjoyed the spotlight in the sect. She became the undisputed #1 genius, so that's why this comparison was brought up. The young master, obviously. The freckled girl immediately said, he knows and can do everything even if he's weak. True, he activated 13 sections while the senior sister only got 5, she can't compare to him. An honest child laughed and said. The kids knew many of his deeds, curing their instructor, teaching them how to cultivate and changing the fate of their village. He became their most respected idol. However, some experts from Jade Bird didn't like it, especially the main instructor responsible for the children. He was a human and had high hopes for the kid. Now, they left him to learn under Wuxia. The whole thing was ridiculous in his eyes. Ridiculous, nonsense. How can you let a mortal shell teach them? The expert loudly protested. An iron skin. Fuyo corrected him. So what? The expert became even louder. Senior brother Lu, what are you thinking? These children are amazing seeds, but you're ruining their future. I'm the one who brought them here, so I care more about their future than anyone else. I view them as my own disciples, so I won't do anything to jeopardize them. Fuyo said. But, Wuxia has terrible aptitudes. Fine, leaving that aside, you're letting him teach them tortoise fist. I was about to ask the Peak Lord for a few high-ranked merit laws to teach them. I appreciate your good intention, junior brother. I'm doing this for their sake. The Mountain King has agreed as well. Fuyo sincerely said. The experts couldn't pursue this matter. He became frustrated, not knowing why their Peak Lord would agree to this. Sure enough, the news of the children learning tortoise fist spread across the sect. Tortoise fist? Taught by that Wuxia? Is this a joke? You're letting someone with 3 mortal-level talents teach others? And tortoise fist on top of that. Many found this ridiculous. This must be a cruel joke. Only an idiot would want to learn tortoise fist. Another sneered. Numerous disciples heard about this and wanted to come to take a look. Foolishness. They confirmed that Wuxia was really teaching them this merit law. There are so many better merit laws, so many idiots here. A spectator shook his head. It's because there are only 3 actions to this, so easy to learn. They're from the mortal world, so they need to learn the easiest merit law. Maybe they can't understand anything harder. One more sneered. Chapter 3280. By this point, everyone in Divine Black knew about the tortoise fist phenomenon. The majority made fun of Wuxia, thinking that he was as stupid as can be for trying to teach children who were stronger than him. Some thought that it was ridiculous, unable to understand why the children would play along. The Peak Lords found it strange. They knew that Wuxia wasn't actually foolish, so this made even less sense. The sect had plenty of choices due to its age and power. There were numerous manuals available, especially at the yellow level, several hundred or more. He could have picked any intermediate or even the high-level ones instead of this lowest type, tortoise fist. For many generations now, no disciple had picked this merit law simply because its name was terrible and inelegant. Moreover, it was just too simple with 3 actions. It had no effective power to speak of. What is he trying to sell? The Bodhi King had no idea. Tortoise fist. Ping Suoeng murmured before falling into silence after hearing this news. Ridiculous. Zhang Yu shouted and said, any other merit law is better than that crap. He was knowledgeable and earned his position. Many disciples have heard of tortoise fist, but they haven't actually seen it before. Zhang Yu had read the actual manual. He thought that the 3 actions were useless. Perhaps they were effective for body training or to increase one's health in the mortal sense. But to use it to cultivate? It would have 0 effect. Go bring the disciples back, don't let Wuxia do this unauthorized. He ordered. Peak Lord, isn't this what we want? The humans are ruining their own future. These children are actually good cultivators, but they'll be chosen by 8 Zhang soon enough and will oppose us. Thus, this Li guy is doing this foolish thing on his own accord and will slow down their growth. 8 Zhang will have fewer capable cultivators as a result. That's good for us. The disciple nearby hesitated. He was right. The competition between humans and demons has always been going on in Divine Black. 8 Zhang represented the humans while Furious Tiger represented the demons. You fool. Zhang Yu glared at this disciple and scolded. Humans and demons are both members of Divine Black. They're part of the future and need to be excellent for the sect's well-being or decline will be inevitable. Humans don't all join 8 Zhang. They can flourish in the other 4 peaks too. This was indeed the case. Despite the fierce competition, many humans still joined the other peaks and 8 Zhang had demon disciples as well. He certainly stood on the side of the demons for many aspects such as resources and authority, but when it came down to it, he would throw away this racial conflict and focus on what's truly important, the future of Divine Black. Yes, I understand. The disciple got cold sweats and stopped talking. Tell Zhan Hu to bring the children back to their hall, the previous instructor will teach them again. Zhang Yu uttered coldly. The disciple immediately left to carry out the command. Fog rose early this morning. The children from Lu were up already, the same with Li Qia. The group started learning again. Li Qia slowly raised his hand and shifted his leg in the mist and fog, each action was slow and meticulous. The children imitated him. This scene was quite strange. It would make more sense if they were older men. In that case, it would look like a scene of skilled practitioners at work. However, they were just too young and this style didn't suit them. Their moves were so slow that they wouldn't be able to hit a mortal. One would just need to step to the side to dodge. Nonetheless, Li Qia took his time. Each move and breath were deliberate. The children had no idea that some people were making fun of them, completely immersed in their training. Look, they're doing tortoise fist again. A few disciples passed by and began talking about it. I can learn that crap in one go, why are they trying so hard? It's been a while too, right? One took a gander and shook his head in disbelief. To put it bluntly, even the most idiotic cultivator could master these 3 simple actions in a single day. So what if they finish learning this? They can be the best masters at it and it still won't become Black Tortoise Fist. One demon uttered coldly. True, there's a limit to this merit law regardless of the effort exerted. The others agreed. The disparaging comments occurred throughout the day, but Li Qia and the children were completely immersed in their session. The observers were just too weak to see the mysteries behind it all. Li Qia and the children's actions seemed simple and weak, but their breathing and power were in tune with the rhythm of heaven and earth. They became one with the great entity. As they raised their tiny hands, they could move the momentum of the land. At the same time, their true chaos energy performed a full cycle across the 4 symbols in their fate palaces for greater purity. These minute changes couldn't be seen by the observers. They needed to be better at the Grand Tao with a greater understanding of its mystics before grasping it. First brother is here. One disciple noticed and everyone turned around. Zhan Hu and the enforcers have arrived, so they quickly made way. They were aware that trouble was coming for Li Qia. He still ignored Zhan Hu's group and continued teaching the kids. They weren't affected either. Zhan Hu didn't tell Li Qia to stop right away. He posed with both hands in front of his chest while glaring at the scene. He waited till they're finished before speaking. The best teacher still can't make gold out of Tortoise Fist. You're hindering their education, this is a serious offense. Is that so? Li Qia didn't bother to look at the guy. Chapter 3281. Li Qia's insipid attitude infuriated Zhan Hu since he hated the guy acting cool the most, as if nothing in this world could move him. It exuded contempt and disdain as if all others were mere ants. In a sense, this would be acceptable if Li Qia was an amazing genius or a supreme character. Unfortunately, the guy had the worst talents possible for cultivation. He had nothing to back up his attitude. This made Jean Hu truly want to slap or stomp on the guy, forcing him to see reality and how insignificant he was. The guy was courting death for acting haughty in front of Jean Hu. I'm under the order of the Peak Lord to bring them back to the hall. They'll stay there and train from now on. Also, instructing without permission is now forbidden in Jade Bird. Anyone who tries to go against this will be punished. The children stopped and stared at Wuxia. They rather stayed here with him because they could feel something different while training Tortoise Fist. Ask them if they want to go back with you, Wuxia said. Jean Hu stared at the children and saw them shaking their head repeatedly. No, we want to study Tortoise Fist with the young master. One frightened child said. Yes, we rather stay here to learn Tortoise Fist, the others claimed. Jean Hu's expression soured. This was akin to slapping him on the face. Idiots. An outsider saw this and found it inconceivable. Humph, the Peak Lord's good intentions are viewed as malice. So blind. One demon uttered coldly, just forget about them, let them do whatever. It's not up to you, the Peak Lord has ordered for you all to return or face severe punishment in accordance with the sect's guideline. Jean Hu said coldly. The children became startled and stared at Wuxia. They will stay here. Don't make me repeat myself. Wuxia stated his intention, ready for some suicidal dissenters. So haughty. You're a nobody here in Jade Bird, it's not up to you to make orders. You're not the young master here, but even if you are, you'll need to follow my order in Jade Bird. Jean Hu's eyes turned cold. Wuxia got tired of wasting his breath on this guy and didn't respond. Take them away, punish anyone who stands in the way. Jean Hu glared at Wuxia. He was eager to teach Wuxia a lesson and show him the cruel reality of this world. Of course, his goal was different from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu simply wanted the children to not waste their time, but Jean Hu was fixated on dealing with Wuxia. The two had no real grievances, but as the first brother of Jade Bird, Jean Hu couldn't tolerate his authority being challenged repeatedly by a piece of trash like Wuxia. The disciples from the disciplinary group surrounded the children. One member uttered, "Don't make us force you now. Stop." A thunderous roar erupted as Fuyao entered the scene. Humph. Jean Hu didn't like this at all. He believed that Wuxia's backer was Lu Fuyao. If Fuyao wasn't a senior, he would definitely challenge the guy to a fight. Junior Uncle Lu, you're right on time. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can say to change this. Don't worry about the business of Jade Bird, he said. The listeners nearby exchanged glances. This has become another conflict between humans and demons. Jean Hu was the first brother of Jade Bird on top of being Iron Rod Demon King's son. On the other hand, Fuyao was a disciple of Mountain Bearer King. Ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to get involved in this mess, so some of them quietly retreated. Of course, senior brother Zhang can take care of Jade Bird's matters. However, from today on, the children from Lu are no longer disciples of Jade Bird. They have been chosen by 8 Zhang. Fuyao said flatly. The listeners didn't expect this. The 4 other peaks would always pick members of Jade Bird since the latter served as the starting place for newcomers. Jade Bird would have their own picks while the rest was up for grab. The ones not chosen would continue to stay in Jade Bird. However, the 4 peaks had a high standard when selecting disciples in this manner. Normally, it would only take place after the examination. That's why this sudden selection took everyone by surprise. Nonetheless, the older ones found it reasonable. The children from Lu should be together. Solidarity could help their future cultivation path. Plus, Fuyao would naturally take them there in due time, being from the same village and all. Words alone aren't enough evidence for this matter, Junior Uncle Lu. Jean Hu scowled, no longer showing respect to a senior, only pride. This is a decision from our Peak Lord, feel free to report it to senior brother Zhang. Fuyao calmly took out a scroll and handed it to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu opened the scroll and sure enough, this was an order from Mountain Bearer King. He couldn't stop this any longer, not even Zhang Yu. This was in accordance with the rules of Divine Black. The only exception would have been if Zhang Yu had already chosen the children as official disciples of Jade Bird. Humph. Zhang Hu gestured for the disciplinary members to leave. He glared at the children, then at Li Qia. So what if they're chosen by 8 Zhang? They still won't amount to anything while training this tortoise fist. Trash will be trash. He sneered. The children naturally didn't take this public humiliation in stride. Alas, he was the first brother on top of being far stronger. There was nothing they could do. Give them a few years and they'll be able to knock your teeth out with just tortoise fist. Li Qia finally looked at him for the first time. What did he just say? The listeners became astounded. We misheard him, right? Another murmured. Arrogant fool, who do you think you are to run your mouth like this? A demon disciple immediately shouted. Lu Fuyo himself smiled wryly, speechless. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hu's anger turned into laughter. This was the most hilarious thing he had ever heard. Them using the tortoise fist can knock out my teeth? How could he not be angry? He might not be the most talented in Divine Black, but was still among the top 3. Moreover, his bloodline was exceptional, certainly superior to these brats. This was before mentioning his cultivation at the Conqueror level. How could these brats use tortoise first and take him down? Thus, Li Qia's statement could only be construed as utter disrespect. Chapter 3282. Nearly everyone here thought that his comment was too arrogant and ludicrous. They knew that Zhang Hu was very close to becoming an enlightened being. Several more years after that and he would be at the materialization level. At that stage, how could these children and their tortoise fists defeat him? Simply impossible. First, Zhang Hu would have access to mightier and more profound merit laws in the future. Second, his demon tiger lineage was quite powerful as well and had its fair shares of amazing techniques not inferior to the sex merit laws. That's why his father had such an imposing title, Iron Whip Demon King. Ignorant fool. One demon snorted, senior brother Zhang Hu's inherited Iron Whip is peerless. Even a Black Dao Lord Merit Law can't stop it. Ha ha ha, I see, tortoise fist must be the best, ha ha ha. Zhang Hu's eyes became murderous while laughing. You must think that you have the greatest talents, enough to be an ultimate teacher? Coming here and recklessly teaching disciples. They can train for another 100 years with tortoise fist and I can still destroy them with a single finger. He added. The first part is true. Li Qia said, even the weakest student of mine will be countless times stronger than you. Are you listening to yourself? Zhang Hu finally erupted with fury. If you're really talented, then you wouldn't be a mortal shell right now. Oh wait, my mistake, our young master is at the Iron Skin realm now. So miraculous, the best in our sect with matchless Dao comprehension, the number 1 in all of Northern West King. His sarcasm was as clear as day. Some of the crowd bought it too and laughed while staring at Li Qia with disdain. He's nothing without his protectors. One disciple quietly said. Of course, they wouldn't dare to name Fuyo and Huang Jia. Nonetheless, they thought that this was the case. Li Qia wasn't worth a single coin, even the terrible disciples in their sect were superior to him. Li Qia ignored the sarcasm and leisurely said, seems like you finally know your place and recognize greatness. Yes, I am indeed number 1 in the world when it comes to talents and comprehension. He blew his own trumpet hard enough to stun the crowd. It was as if he took Zhang Hu's sarcastic comment seriously. Fuyo smiled wryly. He didn't know what Li Qia wanted to do by playing along with the guy. He's stupid enough to misinterpret it. One disciple stared at Li Qia. Maybe, there is no limit to stupidity and ego in this world. One demon added. In the world? You're not even the number 1 in Divine Black. Zhang Hu had a tough time. Others would be embarrassed by all the criticisms and mockery. They wouldn't be able to keep their head up high, but this Li Qia didn't give a damn at all. Just divine black? No, I'm definitely number one here, no big deal. Li Chia smiled. You're the number one from the bottom up. One disciple immediately became annoyed and shouted, Senior Sister Qianyue is our number one. Oh. Far inferior compared to me. Li Chia chuckled before sitting down in his chair, closing his eyes. Humph. How could a scowl sound so pleasant? A beauty appeared out of nowhere. She commanded everyone's attention. Senior Sister. A furor erupted because of her. She's visiting our jade bird. So many became overwhelmed with excitement. Look, she's definitely the prettiest in the sect. The older ones were enamored with her. Someone like Gong Qianyue would have this response wherever she went due to her talents and beauty. She wore a light green dress, looking like a forest fairy. It accentuated her perfect figure, stealing the soul of men and the confidence of women. A faint flame could be seen around her. It didn't exude any heat, but people couldn't help feeling respect. This was the sign of the Samadhi materialization realm. Zhan Hu's expression changed as well. They were both geniuses and he was older than her. Moreover, he was born in a prestigious clan, so he had access to more resources. Alas, she still surpassed him. Her flame could annihilate his weapons and turn him to ashes right now. Junior Sister. He revealed a wide smile and came up to greet her. Unfortunately, she only had eyes for Li Chia, ones filled with coldness. This animosity had nothing to do with Li Chia's comment earlier. It was due to their first meeting back in the pond when he saw her naked. She tried to find him after the pillar pushed him out but failed. From that point, she swore that if she were to meet this jerk again, she would teach him a lesson. She slowly walked towards Li Chia. A few spectators snorted and gloated, Humph, the boasting idiot is about to get it, let's see how Senior Sister will deal with him. Bah, she can take him down with one finger. Can't believe he bragged about having superior talents to her. He should take a look at himself in a puddle of piss to see what he really is. Another said with disdain. Senior Sister shouldn't waste her time on a piece of trash like him. I'm more than happy to make him stay in bed for a month or so. An admirer of Qianyue sneered. Meanwhile, Zhan Hu watched this scene with a smirk. He was more than happy to see Qianyue take care of Li Chia. In this case, even Huang Jia and Lu Fuyo wouldn't be able to protect him because her backer was the sect master himself. Li Chia was still laying in his chair with his eyes closed, completely ignoring her. Still acting haughty in front of Senior Sister? Many disciples didn't like this. She stood in front of him and didn't make a move just yet. And here I thought you would hide forever. Li Chia finally opened his eyes. Humph. Her cultivation was strong enough to intimidate others with just a single scowl. They no longer dared to look straight at her outside of Li Chia. You're very confident. She spoke coldly. Nonetheless, her voice was still pleasant enough. Though many in the sect admired her, they didn't dare to get close due to her cold and distant nature. Chapter 3283. She had no interest in competing with him in terms of talents or anything else. She simply felt annoyed after being seen by him the previous time. That's how I have always been, unreasonably confident. Li Chia casually responded. The spectators glared at him, not liking how he was speaking to their goddess. So? Here to teach me a lesson? He smirked at her. Qianyue got the urge to stomp on him after seeing his smirk. She didn't know why, but there was just something infuriating about it. However, she knew that he was neither stupid nor insane. Why was he so confident? The young generation in Divine Black always treated her with reverence. Some didn't even dare to look at her eye to eye or keep their head up straight. Now, this guy seemed completely unaffected. Her presence was no different than air. This perplexed her. Such calmness didn't belong to a weak disciple. Correct, I want to break your annoying face. She said without holding back despite being in public. The others became even more excited, thinking that Li Chia was really done for this time. Junior sister, no need to dirty your hand hitting this worm. An older disciple came forward and said, I'll make him a little bloody. He wanted to curry favor, but Qianyue showed no appreciation, only a cold glare. This made him very awkward, needing to swallow his words and turning red. He tried to be clever and ended up with eggs on his face. Strangely enough, he didn't get mad at her and directed his anger towards Li Chia instead. Feel free to try, but I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Li Chia lazily said. Are you asking for a fight? Qianyue coldly uttered while giving him a death stare. She was unbeatable among the young generation by this point. Not even Zhan Hu or Huang Ning could take her on. Those two used to be the strongest, but a big gap existed now. Thus, challenging her was asking for humiliation. Sure, if you want. I can entertain you a little bit, just don't cry when you lose. Li Chia spoke, seemingly disinterested. Asshole, take a look at yourself first and realize your insignificance before talking to junior sister Qianyue like this. The previous admirer lost his cool and started yelling. That's right, senior sister can beat you with just one move. Pa. Numerous disciples said foul words while glaring at Li Chia. How could they let him act in this manner before their goddess? Silence. Qianyue frowned and shouted due to the noises. The group became surprised and immediately shut their mouth. Once again, they diverted their anger towards Li Chia, who was still smiling and lazily lying in his chair. Qianyue had plenty of questions in her head. This man was certainly clear-headed. Why would he want to fight her? He was only an iron skin at best. This cultivation realm was nothing in divine black. She could randomly find plenty of them in the sect. Everyone knew the gap between iron skin and samadhi materialization, the difference between heaven and earth. Just comparing the two was silly. As you wish then. She eventually uttered without understanding where he was coming from. The spectators were stunned. They exchanged glances and had no idea how it got to this point. The power disparity was simply unfair. Nothing could change the fact that she would be able to annihilate him with one move. Good, but just a fight is a little boring. Let's make it interesting. He smiled. What do you suggest? Her eyes narrowed. If I lose, you can do whatever. He rubbed his chin and said, but what if you lose? He ended with a grin while looking at her up and down in a suggestive manner. Qianyue instinctively took one step back because she felt naked for some reason. This made her shudder. She had never felt something like this before because her peers didn't dare to look straight at her. Go on. She calmed her mind and took a deep breath while feeling something dangerous. Intuition told her so, but this didn't make any sense. How could an iron skin cultivator threaten her in any way? If you were to lose, he continued, rubbing his chin while smirking. Everyone viewed this smile as wretched and nauseating. If gazes could kill, he would have died 1,000 times over. Pa. A frog wanting to eat swan meat. One of them mocked. As if he can win, maybe in his dream. Another snorted. How dare he have these perverted thoughts? Senior sister Qianyue can show mercy, but I'll kill him later. One admirer had murderous thoughts. They would never forgive Li Chia for disrespecting their beloved goddess. This was an intolerable offense. Chapter 3284, Gong Qianyue, contrary to the furious crowd, remained calm. She simply stared at him, who was just sitting leisurely in his chair. She found him to be an impossible-to-solve riddle. Everything was hidden behind a fog. So what do you want in case I lose? She uttered. The ones laughing at Li Chia closed their mouth. They didn't forget to throw aggressive glares and gestures at him. If you lose, I do need a maid to wash my feet right now. That'll be your job. Li Chia looked at her with a smile. The crowd couldn't believe the words that have come out of his mouth. Once they regained their wits, their eyes became filled with anger. This was doubly true for her admirers who wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. Qianyue was surprised. She thought that because of her stare, he would force her to marry him or something of that sort. She wasn't being egoistic in this case. After all, so many men in all of northern West King would love to marry her. Thus, her first reaction to Li Qia's answer was astonishment. "Bastard, I'll make mincemeat out of you." The guy who stood up for Qianyue earlier had a twisted expression due to rage. "Senior brother Lu, he's really asking for it, break him." Others who were interested in her voiced their support. The male disciples didn't hold back on showing their distaste towards Li Qia. Asking their goddess to be a feet-washing maid? They nearly exploded from anger after hearing this. "Quiet down." Qianyue had to yell at them again. Her voice contained authority and power, successfully stopping the rowdiness. She kept on wondering about the source of his confidence. He seemed to be certain of victory, as if he could overcome the insurmountable cultivation gap. Yes, he believed that victory was within his grasp before the start of the battle. She thought that he wasn't putting up an act. This was his natural demeanor. She would have been able to see through him if he was only relying on his backers. The crowd watched with bated breath, thinking that no one would be able to stop Qianyue from killing him. Unfortunately, she didn't make a move and simply glared at him and uttered, "Fine, I will give you time. I'll be waiting at the examination." She started leaving and everyone made way for her. They lingered around for a bit, some still glared at Li Qia, seemingly wanting to eat him alive. Li Qia naturally didn't give a damn and continued to rest on his chair. An ant trying to take down a cultivator can't be more ignorant than this. One disciple snorted. "Huh, just wait, senior sister Qianyue will kill him then. She won't need more than a second to take down an iron skin." His friend added. The guy called senior brother Lu had the most animosity towards Li Qia. He got yelled at by Qianyue several times because of him. "Junior sister might be too merciful to kill you, but I, Lu Wenyong, will finish you off eventually," he threatened before leaving. Meanwhile, Zhanhu has been watching the entire time. He snorted at Li Qia and said, "Better enjoy your remaining days, because just one flame from junior sister is enough to turn you to ashes." He left, no longer wanting to cause trouble because the guy was already dead in his eyes. He knew just how terrible the Samadhi flame was. Those with lower cultivation wouldn't be able to stop her at all. Just one spark was more than enough to kill someone like Li Qia, no need for an actual flame technique. Others started leaving too. They hated Li Qia more than at the start. Prior to this, some only wanted to watch the show between him and Zhanhu. Now, since he opposed Gong Qianyue, even the humans no longer sympathized with him. He became the young generation's #1 enemy just like that. The young ones from Lu village quietly talked among themselves as Li Qia was sleeping, unable to contain the urge to gossip. Who will win between young master and senior sister? One kid asked. You serious? The young master will win, obviously. A girl who adored Li Qia beyond cure immediately answered. But people say that senior sister is the #1 genius in divine black. An older child who knew more became worried. So? The young master can do anything. He can answer all of our questions too, didn't you hear the instructor? Nothing is difficult for him. The girl repeated while trying to copy Fuyo's rugged tone and gesture. This embarrassed Fuyo standing not far away. He cleared his throat and left. Wait, senior sister will become our lady if the young master wins, right? A cute, naive boy asked. You still sleepy? The young master clearly said that he only wants her as a maid to wash his feet, not his wife, okay? The girl glared at him while emphasizing the word maid. The other children nodded in agreement. People in divine black might make fun and look down on Li Qia, but not these kids since he had done so much for their village. Alright, stop chatting. Go train. Li Qia opened his eyes and playfully scolded them. The group listened and immediately returned to their position. Chapter 3285. The children began training their fist technique again in spite of the taunts and sneers. They had their own opinion of this merit law as well as an unconditional trust in Wuxia. Whatever he taught them should be the best. Young master, we can really knock senior brother Zhanghu's teeth out? One older child stopped and said with hesitation. Due to his age, he knew more about Zhanghu's strength. This sapped his confidence. The you right now will lose, but keep on training. It won't be a problem later. Wuxia gave him a quick glance. The boy became ecstatic and focused again, paying full attention to the smallest movements. Wuxia couldn't help but smile after seeing the sincere expression on their faces. Pure ones like them had an easy time cultivating the Tao since they didn't have other distractions. This type of Tao heart bred greater comprehension. On the other hand, the ones from the powerful clans or those who have been in the sect longer, they had more on their mind with less focus on the grand Tao. For example, they wouldn't cultivate tortoise fist because others would laugh at them. Or, they couldn't resist the temptation of better merit laws. The Lu children didn't have this distraction. They immersed themselves at a high level during this training session to learn the three actions. One's innate talents didn't matter as much with the help of a wise teacher. They only needed patience and perseverance to succeed. That's why Wuxia was bullish about their future. Wuxia's challenge was known across the sect. Many certainly considered him to be ignorant and having an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. What would be the result of an iron skin versus a Sadmahi materialization cultivator? The former wouldn't last a single second. I can't wait to see that guy lament before death. Her fans were outraged after hearing his unreasonable demand. I'm sure junior sister will spare him, but he'll have no place to go in Divine Black. Someone else will take care of him. Another snorted. Normally, a fight between regular disciples wouldn't earn the attention of the peak lords. However, Gong Qianyue wasn't a regular disciple. All 5 peak lords heard about it right away. South Conk Peak. There's something wrong with this Wuxia's brain, daring to challenge Qianyue. The messenger said while reporting this to Ping Suowen. Don't be so hasty to jump to conclusions. Anything is possible in this world. Suowen said while stared at the horizon. The messenger couldn't imagine anything different. How could an iron skin defeat someone in the materialization realm? How ridiculous. What is he trying to do? Do you think he can beat the girl? Mountain Bearer King asked his disciple. He wasn't looking down on Wuxia, but the circumstances demanded doubts. Well, Fuyo didn't know how to respond and took a while before replying. The answer should be obvious, but in the case of the young master, I don't know. A miracle will happen? The king shook his head. One realm is possible by using treasures, techniques, or some external schemes. We're talking about 6 realms here, nothing can overcome this. Plus, the girl cultivates one of our strongest merit laws, Black Tortoise Imperial Art. Need I say more about her treasures? He smiled wryly and added. True, even our generation is feeling the pressure. Very few are stronger than her. Fuyo admitted. Fuyo before his Tao problem wasn't that much stronger than her. Zhang Yu was the oldest in their generation and joined the sect the earliest. He was also talented as well, not as great as Su Su but still superior to most of his peers. He was only at the Yin Yang realm right now. It wouldn't be long until she caught up and surpassed him. That's why it was inconceivable for Wuxia to defeat such an amazing genius. It went against all conventional wisdom. The path towards the Tao is extremely long, so some miracles will happen along the way. Mountain Bearer King said, but one can't always rely on miracles and luck, only true strength. Not adhering to this rule is why so many geniuses die young. Young master is different from the rest. This is what makes him special. Fuyo agreed with the king's point of view but still added. We'll see soon enough. The king chuckled. Such nonsense. Iron Whip Demon King snorted after hearing this news. I can't believe how dumb this Wuxia is. The messenger hurriedly added. It'll be clear then. Now, arrange to recruit talented disciples after the examination. Don't let 1,000 demons get ahead of us. The king narrowed his eyes. The Four Peaks would always pick disciples after each examination at Jade Bird. Junior brother Jean, who had prepared a list. He knows all the talented ones there. The messenger handed a list over. Furious Tiger had a great advantage because Jean, who was the current first brother in Jade Bird. He knew many disciples there, especially the demons. This made it easy for him to pick the right ones for Furious Tiger. As for the Bodhi King, his eyes became profound and said, "The son of miracles, maybe another one this time?" "I highly doubt it." The disciple nearby replied, "His power is insignificant compared to Qianyue's. Don't forget, Qianyue only activated 5 while he activated 13. The king glanced over. Well, I can't attribute this to anything other than sheer luck, just a coincidence." The disciple paused for a moment. "A coincidence?" The king said flatly, "If you were to go right now, how many can you activate?" "I'll let you try 1,000 times." "How many 13 activated blocks will you get?" The disciple remained silent since he had no confidence. "The show is only beginning. It'll be lively here soon." The king put on a wide smile. As for Li Chia, he was preoccupied with his own merit laws while training the children. These sessions happened every single day without fail. During this period, many disciples from Divine Black considered this a waste of time and talents. Those who passed by would express their disdain. However, one disciple became interested in Tortoise Fist and watched from a distance during the last several days. He didn't want to bother them. He became enthralled during this observation and didn't share the same contempt towards Tortoise Fist like his peers. Chapter 3286. This observer was none other than Lu Daowei, the one with the antlers. He attentively came early in the morning every day during this period to watch the group. Today, Li Chia gestured for him to come over. Daowei became awkward, turning slightly red while barely managing to respond. "Young master, I wasn't trying to spy on you guys and steal the merit law." He lowered his head, not feeling very confident because he really did observe them every day. What else could it be but trying to learn their merit law? Remember, in the cultivation world, secretly learning merit law without permission was a serious offense. A light punishment would be banishment. On the other side of the spectrum was death. Since he was here every day, no one would believe his claim of innocence. On one hand, Tortoise Fist was available to all in Divine Black. However, Li Chia was teaching the children, not him. Since he was watching their cultivation session, he was indeed stealing from them, strictly speaking. Of course, Li Chia had no intention of scolding him. He smiled and said, "Looks like you're interested in Tortoise Fist." Daowei heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Li Chia's friendliness. He smiled wryly and said, "Your Tortoise Fist is different from what I have learned and read." As an avid reader, he had read enough books for entertainment, including the manual for Tortoise Fist. He actually found it interesting and had theories about it. Albeit, nothing came from this endeavor. As people have said, Tortoise Fist only contained 3 movements. It looked like an old man doing light aerobics in the morning. Because of this, he lost interest in actually training it. He heard about this group and his curiosity was rekindled. Thus, he came to take a look. In the beginning, he didn't notice anything special. What drew him in was Li Chia's mysteriousness. That's why he didn't make fun of them like the rest. Since Li Chia took the instructions seriously, so did he with observing. He became the only one in Divine Black who saw the entire session outside of the group themselves, and multiple times at that. After several days, he eventually realized that this Tortoise Fist from Li Chia was somehow different. Elaborate. Li Chia chuckled and stared at the guy. "I'm not sure if I'm right or not, so please don't laugh at me." Daowei scratched his head, thinking that he was displaying his slight knowledge before an expert. Li Chia encouraged him with a smile and nodded. He mustered enough courage and contemplated for a bit before answering. "From what I've seen, I feel that your tortoise fist isn't about the forms but rather the intent. Each breath and movement have their own Dao rhythm, allowing for harmonization with heaven and earth. Dao Wei said everything that was on his mind. His eyes lit up during the exciting part. Other disciples would definitely laugh at him, thinking that he was spewing much fuss about nothing. It was all in his imagination. There was no way Turtle Fist could be so amazing. Li Qie nodded approvingly after listening to him. That's all I know. I don't think I've gotten the essence of your teaching. Dao Wei humbly said. You've done a decent job already. Li Qie said, your comprehension is good, the same with your concentration. What have you learned from training it? Dao Wei had an awkward expression since he had really started learning Tortoise Fist after seeing Li Qie's instruction. This revelation was hard on him because stealing someone else's merit laws was rather unsavory. Nonetheless, he could see that Li Qie wasn't mad and decided to tell the truth. After starting the merit law, I feel my true chaos energy becoming purer as if tempered 1,000 times. My own rhythm becomes similar to the world's. Then you're doing it correctly. Li Qie nodded. There might be some differences here and there, but this is more than adequate. Do you wish to learn? Dao Wei didn't expect this. He started reading about it out of mere curiosity. After seeing Li Qie's lessons, he found that this fist was completely different, so he started training it. He hesitated for a bit because actually learning it would mean suffering the jeers of others. Even his master would yell at him. I'll do it as long as you teach me, young master. He eventually made up his mind and took a deep breath. Sure, others would laugh at him and his master might scold him. He still felt that this was worth the risk due to the potential benefits. We'll start today, you need to fix the mistakes. Li Qie said and began teaching him. Dao Wei carefully listened and memorized each word. He contemplated and realized that he had messed up in several places. The fixes connected the entire merit law into one, causing it to be far better than before. He felt nothing but respect for Li Qie and thought that the others were utterly wrong. Young master, how powerful is this version? Dao Wei became increasingly curious. Power lies with the user, not the merit law. Li Qie elaborated, everything can reach the Dao as long as your grand Dao is firm. Just one wave of the hand can annihilate the land. Focus on the mind and heart, less so on the techniques. He casually explained the profundity of the Grand Dao to Dao Wei's benefit. The latter found Li Qie to be a hidden master. His admiration gradually increased. Thank you, young master. Dao Wei bowed deeply to show his gratitude. He started learning Tortoise Fist with the children from this point on. As he expected, the disciples from Jade Bird started making fun of him for doing so. Look, another idiot here to learn Tortoise Fist. One passerby laughed at him. He didn't respond since he was confident in his choice. Chapter 3287. A year flew by and it was almost time for the examination at Divine Black. The disciples in all the peaks were preparing for this day, so many trained instead of eating and sleeping. This was especially true for most in Jade Bird Peak. Diligence could be seen everywhere as the disciples tried to perfect their merit laws for greater strength. They needed to stand out during the examination in order to be chosen by the other peaks. Failure to do so would force them to stay in Jade Bird. This was not something many wanted to see. Joining the other peaks meant obtaining access to better merit laws and resources. This wasn't to say that Jade Bird offered nothing to them. Jade Bird would also keep excellent disciples behind. It's just that the prospects weren't as great. Many disciples have already made up their mind about the potential peak choice before the examination. Which main peak do you want to join? Someone asked his tree demon friend. 1,000 demons. The tree demon naturally picked this peak because of the Bodhi King. All tree demons wanted to go there. I'm picking Furious Tiger. A bull demon said. I'm thinking about staying in Jade Bird. It's not bad plus less competition. An average disciple joined in. I will definitely go to South Conk if chosen. A human was full of ambition. During these big examinations, both the seniors from the main peaks and the disciples could choose. At the examination, as long as they met the requirements, they could join their desired peak. In the case of being chosen by two peaks at the same time, the disciple would have the final say. Of course, humans wanted to go to South Conch the most. It was the strongest one due to their sect master being in charge there. Alas, it also had the strictest requirements. Meanwhile, the disciples outside of Jade Bird were hard at work as well. They wanted to do well in the examination in order to earn rewards later. Those in the top 3 would earn the best rewards. They would also receive more attention and training from the seniors. It's obvious that the top 3 will be Senior Sister Qianyue, Senior Brother Zhanhu, and Senior Brother Huang Ning. Others stand no chance against them. Some had dreams about placing among the top 3, but they knew that it wasn't very realistic. No one currently in the young generation could take on these 3. Right, it's clear that the senior sister will get first place. One disciple said, she has been number 1 in every examination since she got here with the exception of the first since she was still new then. The other talented prodigies had nothing to say. They weren't confident in the slightest against Qianyue despite being very powerful. She was certainly strong, but most importantly, her cultivation speed was faster than the wind. Her cultivation improved by 2 realms since the previous examination. Those who used to be stronger than her have finally given up. Yes, she'll be at the top. Everyone understood that the number 1 spot was taken. So the second and third spot will be between Senior Brother Huang Ning and Senior Brother Zhanhu. They began speculating about the result. These two had such results in the past. Their power level was similar as well. There were fluctuations here or there, but all in all, they remained an even match. Whenever one fell behind, they would catch up a little later. Zhan, who had access to the best merit laws since youth due to his fortunate background. Huang Ning was the most talented in Thousand Demons Peak, the youngest disciple of the Bodhi King. Half of his bloodline belonged to the luminous Vine Demon King. This made him special compared to others. I bet Senior Brother Huang Ning will get second place. Many felt the urge to bet on the result. My money's on Senior Brother Zhanhu. Another picked Zhanhu. Both of them had a fair amount of supporters. In fact, some seniors joined in too. The Son of Miracles? What the heck is this? Someone noticed a strange betting line from the organizer. If Li Qie is chosen by 8 zhang, win triple. Top 100, 50 times. Chosen by South Conch, 500 times. Top 10, 5,000 times. Top 3, 50,000 times. These payouts are something, the other bettors couldn't believe it. We're talking about Li Qie, that guy who trains Tortoise Fist, right? Is this a joke? Who would bet on this bottom feeder? One disciple sneered. It doesn't make any sense. I won't do it despite the high payout. A few laughed and shook their head. Everyone knew that Li Qie was at iron skin and wouldn't be able to carry out any of these feats. Betting on him was akin to throwing a meat bun at a dog. But that payout is 50,000 times, why don't we just bet a little bit, who knows? One became tempted. You're insane. Getting to the top 3? That's not possible. Plus, this Li Qie challenged Senior Sister Qianyue too. She'll probably take him down before his turn, so the high payout is meaningless. Those who wanted to gamble on Li Qie gave up after hearing this. They remembered the duel between Li Qie and Qianyue. She would certainly destroy him then, rendering some of those conditions impossible. Well, just 1 or 2 coins is fine. A couple of disciples were bored enough to make the bet anyway despite knowing the impossible odds. This was a case of what if. Winning would make them rich right away. Li Qie also heard about these gambling lines and smirked. What about first place? He asked Lu Daowei, who was standing nearby. I heard that it's 500,000. Daowei scratched his head, also wanting to bet on Li Qie. This payout was insanity because the gambling organizers thought that Li Qie had 0 chance of getting first place. They would profit from this anyway. Can they actually pay? Li Chia chuckled. I heard the organizers are big shots in divine black with ample resources. These bets happen every examination, they should be trustworthy. Dao Wei looked around before answering quietly. What did you bet? Li Chia asked. I bet for you to get top 100, not too much though. Dao Wei smiled wryly. No one in divine black had any hope for Li Chia. Thus, very few actually bet on these lines and only with tiny amounts. Lu Daowei showed a lot of confidence in Li Chia for even making this bet. After all, there were thousands of disciples here. Getting to the top 100 was incredible enough. Bet on first place, all of your money, do it. Li Chia nonchalantly said. First dash. Daowei became stunned. This would include Li Chia beating Gong Qianyue. He began thinking about the potential battle between the two. Chapter 3288, Buzz, radiant lights accompanied by impressive divinity shot towards the sky. A portal seemed to be opening on the ancestral peak. This descending force was akin to their patriarch returning. The radiance illuminated the entire region, signaling the start of the examination. Past the 5 gates for a chance at the treasures. The disciples became overwhelmed with excitement. I will definitely make it to the grave of weapons this year and get something. One confident fella declared. I'll be happy making it through just 3 gates, that should be enough to enter 1,000 demons. A different one hesitated and had a conservative approach. We need to go grab the best spots now before it starts. Some went on their way, hoping to garner any advantage possible for the best placement. The ancestral peak rarely had visitors, let alone those trying to climb it. The place itself was a test. Below was a training field capable of accommodating 10,000 people. Next to it were beautiful stone steps that eventually led to an ancient hall and courtyard. The gate to this hall was normally shut tight until today. As one looked up towards the ridge, they would only see clouds and fog, nothing above. These served as a veil to cover up a beauty. This mysteriousness made people want to take a peek even more. Today, disciples were already waiting below by the field. They looked up the steps in reparation for the trials. Some began talking about the variations of the trials and started grouping up. Poof! A flame appeared on a certain peak and started crossing through the sky like a long silk ribbon of a red hue. It eventually landed on the field. Its junior sister Qianyue. The ones present immediately knew who it was just from the flame. Qianyue's samadhi flame could burn the world and refine any weapons. She had enough mastery to use it as a flying tool, something similar to a red cloud. She looked just like a fairy of the fire affinity. She's worthy of her reputation, so pretty. Many disciples voiced their admiration. The number 1 spot is hers this year. A young one said. Some came up to greet her. She simply nodded in response without uttering a single word and took up a corner. No one else got close. Her admirers could only glance in a distance, not daring to come forward. Of course, just getting a nod or a glance from her was more than enough for most, definitely an honor. Today was the start of the examination, so the disciples from all 5 peaks came in droves. The desolate place became filled with words and laughter from the socializing disciples. Senior brother Bai Mu from South Conk is so much stronger now. An excellent disciple had great improvements in the last 2 years and earned many praises. Senior sister Feng from Thousand Demons has awakened her demonic spirit, moving up a full realm in just 1 year. That should be enough to get in the top 10. We have several amazing seniors too in Jade Bird, they have a chance of getting there too. Discussions sprung all over the place. Russell, turnip vines suddenly drilled out of the ground near the examination field. Each was covered in flame, seemingly gestated by this affinity. It wouldn't be out of place for these vines to grow inside a volcano and absorb the essences of lava. Poof! The vines twisted together and turned into a youth in a blue robe, looking handsome and gallant. Senior brother Huang Ning. He's really handsome. Many female disciples started shouting. Of course, he's the most handsome in our sect. One girl's eyes turned into two hearts. She touched her heart with both hands, looking infatuated. I love you. A bold one even screamed. And I love everyone too. Huang Ning revealed a charming smile as he answered. He looked at me. He looked at me just now. One of them nearly fainted. He was the disciple of the Bodhi King and had the title, Plain Dominator. Several years ago, Huang Ning battled against disciples from 3 truths on top of a flat mound. He defeated 10 exceptional disciples from that sect, so people gave him this title. Buzz. A radiant aura flashed and circled around him like a defensive moon. Enlightened being manifestation. A disciple took a deep breath. He actually made it to the next realm. Others became startled. So young too. Envy and jealousy surfaced among the crowd. After all, Huang Ning was very popular in Divine Black, handsome, talented, and powerful. He was a key disciple in Thousand Demons, enjoying numerous privileges. He was a mixed blood under the lineage of Luminous Vine Demon King. This was a noble line. These things contributed to why the girls loved him and the boys were jealous of him. Huang Ning walked over to Gong Qianyue's corner and bowed deeply. Your cultivation puts me to shame. Another 10 years and I still won't reach your level. He stared deeply at her, his eyes inadvertently showed his crush. Of course, his crush was no secret to anyone in Divine Black. On the other hand, no one knew if Qianyue had someone on her mind. Qianyue acted normally and nodded. You're too humble, senior brother. I will keep trying my best. Your talents are the best in Divine Black, everyone knows this. He smiled and made small talk. Very few dared to get this close to Qianyue and Huang Ning was one of them. The spectators became even more jealous as these two stood together. Alas, Huang Ning was powerful enough to deserve this privilege. Both the girls who liked Huang Ning and the boys who liked Qianyue were equally annoyed. Those two would make a great pair. They had no choice but to admit this. Unfortunately for Huang Ning, Qianyue didn't show any sign of reciprocation. Looks like I messed up, should have bet on senior brother Huang Ning. One disciple regretted his choice after seeing Huang Ning's current realm. Many thought that he was at the Conqueror level just like Zhan Hu. This was no longer the case, so Zhan Hu should lose their fight. Rah! Everyone's attention became stolen by a giant tiger from above. It landed on the field and exuded its beastly aura. It was the size of a small mountain and had an intimidating pair of eyes along with a white patch on its forehead. So powerful. Many retreated after sensing its aura. Zhan Hu was riding this white tiger. He jumped down and walked over towards Huang Ning and Qianyue in a confident fashion. I think this tiger is Iron Rod Demon King's mount. A few shuddered while staring at the tiger. This demon tiger was immensely powerful. If Zhan Hu could use it on stage, he wouldn't lose to anyone here. You're one step faster than me, looks like I'm losing this time. Zhan Hu laughed, not surprised. Senior brother Zhan Hu, I simply pulled a fast one so you'll catch up to me in no time. Huang Ning smiled and said. The two have fought multiple times in the past. Their record was relatively even. Chapter 3289. The sun rose high as more disciples entered the field. Groups began forming consisting of friends or teammates. Oh dash, an imposing horn sounded, akin to a call of the gathering of troops on the battlefield. The disciples stopped talking and looked over towards the direction of the horn. Rumble. They saw numerous carriages traversing through the sky and landed below the ancestral peak. Numerous old men got off the carriages. The elders are here. Many bowed towards them. These elders rarely showed up because they were either busy with cultivation or traveling the realms. They were here today to represent the 5 peaks of Divine Black. Boom! 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 A middle-aged man walked on the sky, each step detonated thunderously. He left behind footprints in the sky. He immediately climbed up the platform after reaching the area. He had a wolf head and a human body, wearing a fur cloak. He seemed to be the leader of the wolves. His blue eyes contained a soul-stealing power. Peak Lord. Many bowed their head to greet him. Sorry for the wait, junior and senior uncles. The man bowed before entering the center of the platform. We've only got here. You're busy with work, virtuous nephew. Being a little late is fine. One elder smiled. The middle-aged man was Zhang Yu, the peak lord of Jade Bird. His title was Flame Wolf King. He exuded a cosmic light as if numerous stars were hidden in his body. Though the majority of the elders on the platform were older than him, a few of them were only as strong as him. Some were even weaker. He was a yin-yang celestial, one of the strongest among the second generation of Divine Black, only second to the late Su Su. As a peak lord, his status was the same as these older elders. Moreover, Jade Bird was in charge of these examinations, so it was proper for him to take the middle seat. It's almost time, so those who aren't here need to hurry up. Zhang Yu sat down and glanced at the sun. His voice wasn't especially loud, but everyone in Divine Black could hear him. This was a warning for the tardy disciples. Many exchanged glances and found that the field was packed. This examination was extremely important for their future, so who would dare to be late? Even Gong Qianyue got here early, the same for Zhan Hu and Huang Ning. They all made it here before the seniors. Just in time. Perfect. A lazy voice sounded. Due to the presence of the elders and the peak lord, the disciples here have been keeping quiet. That's why everyone heard him. They looked over and saw the children from Lu village. Some kids were carrying a sedan chair with Li Qie just laying there. He looked like a young master that was still drowsy since noon was too early for him. He acted as if being on time was an abnormal feat for him. The disciples saw Li Qie and began whispering. The guy was treating Divine Black like his personal property. The elders and the peak lord didn't put up as much of an act while getting here. The latter even came without a carriage. Now, a regular disciple was being carried here with what seems to be an entourage. Utterly ridiculous. One disciple shook his head and murmured. Do you think you're a real young master? Another couldn't help speaking up. It was Lu Wenyong, the fan of Gong Qianyue, who embarrassed himself last time. He wanted to impress the seniors by being the first to yell at Li Qie. We're here to cultivate, not to act like young masters. Others chimed in, voicing their displeasure. Li Qie didn't bother responding. He still didn't get out of his carriage, causing the others to grit their teeth. The elders and Zhang Yu up higher in the platform only raised their brows. They didn't become angry because there was no rule stating that disciples couldn't come here on carriages. Plus, this group wasn't late either. Clang. A gong silenced the crowd. Okay, the examination begins now. Zhang Yu stared at the crowd and said, I don't need to repeat the rules since everyone should know already. 5 trials total, each trial is 20 points. Now, the first one begins, go. We're starting. The disciples exchanged glances while excitement built up. Come register. Pick an opponent or the sect will pick for you. There are only 2 chances, be sure to make the most of it. An elder announced. The crowd immediately came over for the registration. The first trial was very simple, a fight taking place in the 36 steps ahead. It wouldn't be a one-on-one situation either. The disciples were allowed to form groups to fight because the examination was more than just checking their cultivation. The sect also wanted to push solidarity and teamwork. Many came prepared already. Most groups consisted of friends. Even the lone wolves needed to team up right now. Go. Li Qie told the children and let them team up with each other. They went to sign up together. Since they grew up in the same village on top of having the same instructors, their camaraderie was impeccable, a perfect recipe for a good team. The registration didn't take too long. Very few people didn't have a team by this point, only the outsiders or those who were hated by this point were left alone. Gong Qianyue didn't have a team, still standing in the corner by herself. This was actually expected because no one else in this generation was qualified to be her teammate. She alone could defeat the others. Eventually, only she and Li Qie were left teamless. On one hand, Qianyue was alone because she was peerless. On the other hand, Li Qie was alone because no one liked him. Look, someone's forgotten. Lu Wenyong laughed at Li Qie. Well, who would want to team up with him? Doing that will probably result in failing the first trial. Another disciple sneered. You don't know that. Maybe his tortoise fist is actually unbeatable, he'll beat everyone here. One more sarcastically said. The majority of the crowd was making fun of him by this point. You're teaming up with me. Qianyue was also staring at him before suggesting. What? Everyone became astounded, thinking that they have misheard her. Their eyes shifted repeatedly between Li Qie and Qianyue. Chapter 3290, Gong Qianyue asking to team up with Li Qie left everyone in astonishment. Even Huang Ning and Zhan Hu couldn't believe it. She was strong enough to beat everyone here alone. There was no need for her to team up with anyone, so why Li Qie? Everyone knew that he was a lazy piece of trash still stuck at iron skin. His 3 aptitudes were also at the mortal level. Moreover, he didn't cultivate any powerful merit law and mantra, only all things and society. Wait, there was also the worthless tortoise fist. Thus, he was at the very bottom of Divine Black's power level. Furthermore, he wasn't the one asking Qianyue to team up either. It was the stunning opposite. If he had taken the initiative, then people could laugh at him for being a frog wanting to eat swan meat. But now, the strongest genius invited the weakest fool. No one could make heads or tails out of this while staring at Gong Qianyue. Some also stared at Li Qie with jealousy in their eyes, especially those who liked Qianyue. He would have been cut to pieces if jealous gazes could kill. They wanted nothing more than to join her group. That would be a great chance to make a good impression. Alas, no one dared to invite her to their group for a multitude of reasons. Moreover, having her in the group meant passing the first trial was a sure thing, certainly full marks. Alas, this could be misconstrued as taking an opportune shortcut. They didn't want to be looked down by Qianyue. Another reason was due to her strength. This made most feel insecure, losing the confidence and courage to ask her. A few started regretting their inaction after seeing her wanting to join Li Qie. Perhaps it would have worked for them too. It's probably not good for masters like us to team up because we'll look like big bullies then. Our fellow classmates won't stand a chance. Li Qie looked at her and chuckled. The others naturally didn't take this comment in stride, to say the least. Sure, Gong Qianyue could be considered a master. But Li Qie? They have never seen such a shameless person who has such a big ego before. Don't flatter yourself, junior sister Qianyue is just kind enough to help you out. Huang Ning nearby immediately retorted. Li Qie's comment would work if it was Huang Ning instead. The latter didn't wish to work together with Qianyue because others might make unsavory comments. Plus, he didn't need to do so. He was strong enough to surpass this trial himself. In fact, he could help out some fellow disciples in his team too. He came to not like Li Qie at all, thinking that the guy has no sense of propriety. Senior brother Huang is correct. The other disciples jumped in. Senior sister Qianyue is our role model, unlike a certain someone else who is shameless to the point of being nauseating. They decided to vent their jealousy with sarcastic and indirect comments. No need for this nonsense, yes or no? She glared at Li Qie in response. Of course we're teaming up. Why would I refuse to have a cute little senior sister opening the way for me? Li Qie lazily stretched and said, oh right, I didn't sleep well last night, little senior sister, come rub my feet for a bit. Qianyue's eyes turned sharper just like a blade, but Li Qie wasn't affected. The listeners couldn't believe his attitude. He was blatantly teasing her, something that no one else in the sect would dare to do unless they were tired of living. Asshole. Huang Ning became intimidating with a hint of bloodlust. Show some respect towards the seniors or be punished in accordance with the sect's rules. His interest in Qianyue was no secret. That's why he became furious at this sight. Unfortunately, he still cared about his status and reputation, so he refrained from teaching Li Qie a lesson. We should expel someone like him. Lu Wenyong, another quarter, demanded. Come, just for a bit. Li Qie ignored them and gestured at his feet with a smile. Annoyance actually turned into slight admiration for some members of the crowd. It wasn't that easy to be such a big jerk with no regard for the situation. I'll cut them off when I'm over there. She glared again. Don't be so serious, people say that smiling makes one 10 years younger. But don't worry, it'll happen soon because you will be my maid after today. Li Qie shrugged. Say this again once you actually win. She retorted. I will. He smiled, being as nonchalant and carefree as ever. Qianyue still felt the same way as she did during their previous meeting. It was impossible to see through this man. The strongest and most excellent disciples in Divine Black never dared to disrespect her, always talking to her while being nervous and reserved. On the other hand, this seemingly normal disciple did and said whatever he wanted. She simply couldn't understand why. Ignorant fool. Junior sister Qianyue can destroy you with one finger. Lu Wenyong snorted. No one bothered responding to him, much to his chagrin. He scowled again and quietly backed away. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu had a smile on his face the entire time. In his opinion, a fight between Li Qie and Qianyue would be good since it would be an internal conflict between the humans. Of course, Li Qie would have zero chance. His death was only a matter of time. He wanted the issue to escalate as much as possible so that there would be a rift between 8 Zhang and South Conk, something very favorable for Furious Tiger. As for Huang Ning, he only had a gaze of animosity towards Li Qie and didn't get involved any further. Clank. Another gong sounded. The first trial starts here. Groups, feel free to find your opponents or let the sect do it. The only rule is that the two sides must have the same realm. The captain of each group gets to pick and choose. A win, 20 points, 0 for a loss, a draw is 10. An elder announced. The disciples became serious again and looked around to check out their potential foes. They knew that the first trial was very important and had reaching consequences for the latter parts, especially with the points. Picking the right opponents mattered a lot right now. We'll start first. Gong Qianyue stood up and told Li Qie. Very well. He stretched and moved forward. The two of them were standing on the path now. If some challengers came forward, they could either choose to defeat the challengers or just keep on retreating. If the opponents were to fail to defeat them before they reached the highest point, it would be a draw. Chapter 3291. The disciples could only stare at these two, unable to do anything else. The strongest cultivator in the team had the right to choose during the first trial. Their cultivation also determined the realm of the team. For example, a team wanting to challenge the duo must also be on the same level, meaning that they must have someone at the Samadhi level at the very least. Unfortunately, Gong Qianyue was the only one in this realm among the young generation in Divine Black. It meant that the duo didn't need to fight. They could just keep on moving up and be the first to get through the first trial. This was definitely favorable for Li Qie, winning without needing to do a single thing. So shameless. Disdainful gazes shot straight at him. In their eyes, he was only relying on Gong Qianyue to get through this. The elders and Zhang Yu exchanged glances on the platform. Some smiled wryly since this was fine. There was no rule preventing a powerful cultivator from teaming up with a weak one. In reality, this was actually encouraged. The sect wanted to let the strong disciples lead their weaker peers. Of course, this was only when their cultivation was relatively close. The truly strong ones didn't want to team up with the weak. Who would want to have someone drag their feet in an important trial? It would affect the battle potential of the group. Don't like it? Come fight us. Li Qie leisurely said while standing shoulder to shoulder with Qianyue. He lazily leaned against Qianyue's shoulder, acting very intimately with her. She pushed him away, but he went right back at it as if this was how it should be. He definitely looked like a wretch currently enjoying a moment of success, looking very pleased with himself. The spectators found this annoying and nauseating. A real man relies on his own power to defeat his opponents. Huang Ning couldn't stand this and uttered coldly. Right, this isn't fair. He's not passing the trial himself. Lu Wenyong also protested, his eyes spewing out fury. This type of gaze could be seen in virtually all of her suitors. They thought that he was taking advantage of her. They wanted to do the same but couldn't. In fact, just talking to her or earning one glance from her were enough to make their heart flutter with happiness. As for standing this close to her, they wouldn't even dare to dream about such a thing. They would certainly enjoy it though. Now, Li Qie pressed against her shoulder as if he lacked energy from forgetting to eat breakfast, nearly leaning on her entirely. Bastard. Shameless asshole. These words were running through the mind of the male spectators. Huang Ning stared at their touching shoulders and had the urge to chop off Li Qie's. Some aren't convinced by our prowess, what should we do? Li Qie asked. They're not convinced by you. She has never seen such a bold and shameless man before. She wondered if she should just kick him off the steps. Didn't you say you want to beat them up? Go for it. She went on. I suppose. Li Qie touched his nose then stared at the disciples below. Okay, all come up together, I'll just use one hand. They glared at him but couldn't actually come up. The strongest among them right now was Huang Ning, who was in the manifestation realm. This meant that his team wasn't qualified to challenge the duo. Come down here if you dare. I'll knock your teeth out if our teams are eligible to fight. Lu Wenyong said. Oh, I see. I'll go down then and find another team. Li Qie nonchalantly smiled. The elders didn't know what to say. The guy just did whatever he wanted without a care for anything. If someone wants to make a temporary team with you, then it will be allowed. The elders talked among themselves for a bit before giving permission. They were curious about him because he had lit up 13 sections before. Good, who wants to be my teammate? Li Qie smiled. The disciples exchanged glances. No one wanted to team up with a guy they deemed useless. You're asking for humiliation without senior sister Qianyue's protection. One guy said. He'll lose to a single move, that's when he'll stop being so arrogant. Another added. Looks like you're not very popular. Qianyue joked. No need to be popular when I'm invincible, others just need to kneel before me. Li Qie chuckled. She didn't expect this response and stared at him. These words gave her the illusion that he was an invincible existence, not a lazy jerk. This illusion only lasted for a split second before he became normal again. The children from the village were willing to team up with him. Unfortunately, he didn't let them since they had their own path. He wanted them to be independent. How about me, young master? One disciple finally came forward and quietly asked. It was none other than Lu Daowei. He had teamed up with his friends earlier but was willing to change for Li Qie. The idiot who tried to learn tortoise fist? Someone laughed at him. Birds of a feather flock together, don't you know? An idiot and a piece of trash, a perfect pair. Another sneered. Good, looks like you have the most potential in divine black. Come here, we'll be a temporary team. Li Qie smiled. Daowei smiled awkwardly and walked over. He wanted to help Li Qie, but it seemed that he has become everyone's enemy now. It was too late for regrets. You first, get ready to lose your teeth. Li Qie pointed at Lu Wenyong. Wenyong's expression became unsightly. He joined the sect long ago, so he had higher seniority than Gong Qianyue. His cultivation wasn't bad either, so how could this Li Qie dare to publicly not give him any face? May I? He asked the elders. Yes. The elder discussed for a bit before granting permission. This was an impossible battle. Li Qie was courting death, challenging someone so much stronger. The addition of Lu Daowei didn't matter. I alone am enough, no need for a team. Blame no one but yourself for being suicidal. Wenyong went up the stairs and aggressively glared at Li Qie. Can we do this? Daowei became afraid since his cultivation was far weaker. Everyone thought that these two didn't stand a chance against Wenyong. Of course, your tortoise fist is enough to beat him. Li Qie smiled. Really? Tortoise fist can do this? Daowei stammered. He wanted to use other merit laws, but Li Qie brought up the fist technique. This made him even less confident. I wouldn't lie to you, go on. Li Qie smiled. He felt as if he was being used by Li Qie, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He had no choice but to assume the fist pose. Come now, prepare to lose your teeth. Li Qie told Wenyong. Wenyong's anger soared after seeing Daowei's pose. He was at the Violet Marquis Corpus realm. How dare this guy try to beat him with this crappy technique? They must be purposely trying to humiliate him. I'm not trying to belittle you. Daowei immediately said. This is insanity, trying to beat senior brother Lu with this? Many disciples started laughing. He's done. This is too insulting, Wenyong won't hold back. A friend of Wenyong snorted. Chapter 3292. Most of the crowd knew that Lu Wenyong was furious after listening to him. This brat is dead, what a shame, he's even dragging another life down with him. One spectator gloated. The guy asked for it, only a fool would get so close to this piece of trash. Another said with disdain. Few felt bad for Lu Daowei because they thought that he was seeking death for joining up with Li Qie. Begin. An elder shouted. Please give me pointers, senior brother. Daowei had no choice but to close his eyes and go for it after teaming up with Li Qie. He believed that he was about to get a bad beating. Fool. Wenyong roared and exuded violet energy. Boom. 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 This energy erupted threefold. Everyone could sense his power increasing 3 times. Violet Marquis Corpus, this level would let one go wild and increase their battle potential 3 times without any side effect later. Many felt the pressure after this eruption and staggered backward. This realm was quite mighty in the sect. Even Zhan Hu, who was born with a golden spoon, was only 1 realm higher at Conqueror vessel. Thus, anyone in this Corpus realm could be considered brilliant. He transformed. Some didn't expect this because it meant Wenyong wasn't going to show mercy. The guy is done. A few sneered. They could already see the sad fate of Li Qie and Daowei, being reduced to meat paste. Go, show him what you got. Li Qie smiled and pushed Daowei's shoulder. Daowei involuntarily punched forward, the first movement of tortoise fist. It looked like a slow push without any force. Wow, so strong. Many disciples started laughing. Such a slow and weak punch wouldn't do any damage to someone who was standing still. Yeah, this punch can really decide the outcome of a fight, guaranteeing defeat for its user. More jeered. The elders themselves were surprised to see this. It probably couldn't hit a 3-year-old, let alone someone at the Corpus realm. I'm going to crush you. Wenyong took this as a taunt and unleashed a palm strike towards the two. Meanwhile, Daowei was in a daze. He suddenly had an illusion that he was one with heaven and earth while his fist was moving forward. He completely forgot about his opponent. He became the sole existence in the world. The myriad Dao fused into him and let him borrow their power. His punch was still as slow as ever, but he had entered a Zen state. The movement of his fist began dragging the worldly rhythms. It skirted Wenyong's palm in a natural manner, easily moving through its flaws. The speed and trajectory remained the same. Dao Wei found the whole thing to be surreal, just like a dream. Suddenly, the elders and Zhang Yu also felt the momentum of the area missing half a beat. This phenomenon was as subtle as can be. They only noticed for the blink of an eye due to their powerful cultivation. Ordinary disciples didn't feel a single thing. They still didn't have time to understand before a loud bang. Boom! Dao Wei successfully punched Wenyong's cheek and sent him flying. Pluff! Blood gushed out along with broken teeth to everyone's astonishment. How could this be? The power gap between the two sides was insurmountable. Wenyong should have been able to smash Wuxia and Dao Wei to pieces. Alas, he had just lost to Tortoise Fist. Impossible. One elder stood up and yelled. Bam! Wenyong fell to the ground, unconscious. If the punch and the fall didn't make him unconscious, he would have pretended to be anyway. Losing to Tortoise Fist was just too humiliating. He wouldn't be able to walk around with his head high in the sect any longer. It took a while for the stunned crowd to calm down. They stared at Wenyong and had no idea what was going on. This makes no sense. Some of them blurted out. Not that many among the crowd were actually stronger than him. Defeating him wasn't an easy task, especially not with Tortoise Fist. This seemed like a dream, but they all witnessed it in person. What did he do? An elder glanced at Lu Daowei, then focused on Wuxia. The change in rhythm happened too quickly, so the elders and Zhang Yu didn't have a definite conclusion. One elder even glanced at Gong Qianyue, thinking that she must have gotten involved. Huang Ning and Zhan, who weren't doing any better. They had no idea like the rest. Both turned towards Gong Qianyue. There was only one logical possibility, her involvement. That's the only way for Wenyong to lose. However, why did a genius like her decide to help a useless person like Wuxia? In fact, Dao Wei himself experienced the same confusion since he knew his own power the best. He started staring at his hand and wasn't sure that he was the one who knocked out Wenyong's teeth. He glanced back at Wuxia, thinking that it must have something to do with Wuxia's push. That brought him to a unique domain. Everything was good, precise movements too. Just no more hesitation next time, because the enemy won't hesitate from taking your life. Wuxia chuckled. The only one here who had a clear idea was Gong Qianyue, since she was the closest to Wuxia. She knew that it had nothing to do with Dao Wei. Wuxia was the culprit. Chapter 3293. She clearly saw Wuxia touching Dao Wei before the punch. The movement and transformation of the fist technique seemed fine. It broke through Wenyong's palm strike's mistake and struck the latter's cheek. In one sense, this could be construed as changing something simple into magic. This was definitely possible for powerful cultivators. The real masters could use the simplest techniques and have incredible results. Qianyue knew this. But Dao Wei shouldn't have been able to inflict that much damage in spite of its accuracy. Wenyong was in the corpus realm. Dao Wei shouldn't have had enough force to break through the violet energy barrier. Thus, Qianyue knew that the crux of the issue was the punch's power, not the punch itself. It managed to break through Wenyong's innate barrier, something impossible for Dao Wei. Therefore, she stared at Wuxia and thought that he must be stronger than a violet marquis corpus. Her eyes narrowed, wanting to figure him out. Unfortunately, all she saw was an iron skin cultivator. She believed that she was right. Iron skin was indeed his current cultivation realm, which made everything even more confusing. How could an iron skin penetrate the Wenyong's defensive lines? She simply had no explanation for what had transpired. Meanwhile, many disciples and even the elders were suspecting her. Why does senior sister Qianyue favor this Wuxia so much? One guy murmured. Poor guy, he won't be able to find all of his teeth. Another said since Wenyong was being carried away. Good, you passed the trial. Wuxia laughed and tapped Dao Wei's shoulder. Dao Wei still couldn't accept this and looked up at the elders. Yes, 20 points. The elders had to accept this. It didn't matter how it happened, these two really defeated Wenyong. Thank you, young master. Dao Wei bowed towards Li Qia and returned to his original team despite having 20 points now. Qianyue glared at the crowd before moving up the steps due to their hushed accusations. Okay, take your time fighting, we'll be waiting up there. Li Qia smiled and waved at his fellow disciples, looking like a favored sycophant. He then followed her up the steps. The crowd could only watch the two of them leave. Qianyue found a shady and cool spot to sit down, wrapping her hands around her knees with her hair draping down, looking as attractive as can be. Li Qia sat down next to her without any hesitation and leaned on her to sleep. She became vexed. This was her first time meeting such a jerk, taking advantage of her in public with no regard for anyone. She tried to push him away, but he didn't move at all. You want to die? Her eyes were cold enough to kill. What are you talking about? You're my maid. Your responsibility is to take good care of me. Li Qia responded. Since when am I your maid? She wanted to stomp on his face. You forgot our bet already? You'll be my maid when you lose, but don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Li Qia replied. Wait until you win first. She thought that he couldn't be any more shameless. It's all the same, there's nothing you can do against me. Li Qia casually answered before shifting his body against her to find a comfortable position to sleep. You're really this confident against me? She had never experienced this before, being the top genius of Divine Black. How could an iron skin cultivator defeat her? Unfortunately, he was already asleep. Only his even breathing could be heard. She nearly vomited blood from anger. He was the first man who had slept while leaning on her. Moreover, he did it so blatantly too, as if she were really his maid. Plus, he was the first one to see her body. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She got the urge to strangle him right now. The disciples below also saw all of this, hoping that Qianyue would kick him down the stairs or just kill him outright. However, the two of them sat below the shade, looking like two lovers. This made the spectators grit their teeth in anger. How dare he take advantage of their goddess? He deserved more than death. Ah! One male disciple was completely distracted by this and got sent flying by his opponent. He didn't only lose the battle but also 20 points. Worst of all, the lover in his dreams was being courted by someone else. Many shared the same animosity towards Li Qia, but they couldn't do anything. Boom! Huang Ning and his team defeated their opponents in no time and went up the steps. He saw Li Qia sleeping while leaning on Qianyue and became furious. Junior sister, why are you tolerating this scoundrel? Huang Ning waited for her permission to throw Li Qia off. By this point, many have won and moved up the steps. They became envious of Li Qia's luck and jealous of his taking advantage of Qianyue. They would love to be in his situation. Losing 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange was just fine. They would jump into a boiling cauldron to earn her love. Thus, they nodded in agreement with Huang Ning while glaring at Li Qia. He's tired, Qianyue said while looking at Li Qia. Huang Ning saw that her eyes seemed to be different while looking at Li Qia. He wasn't too clear and hoped that he was only overthinking it. A guy like Li Qia wasn't worthy of Qianyue. She was only being kind. He didn't even do anything, how can he be tired? There's no chance of him getting through the second trial. The annoyed Huang Ning said. Yes, senior sister is the only reason why he made it to the second trial. The others chimed in. He was the thorn in their side and the source of irritation. They wanted to criticize him in order to make Qianyue dislike him. He can't even beat a child with his tortoise fist. He'll fall down right after the next gong. Another tried his best to put Li Qia down. Chapter 3294. The sleeping Li Qia didn't seem to hear a single thing from the taunters. Gong Qianhua also sat there with a cold expression, not minding the rest. This made them quite awkward since she herself didn't seem to have a problem with it. They were only embarrassing themselves by interfering. Huang Ning eventually scowled and wanted to kill Li Qie even more. The others also sent unfriendly stares at him, but none made a move in Qianhua's presence. Rumble. The sounds of battle raged below like the drums of war, enough to hurt the listeners' ears. Even the steps quaked a little bit. Everyone became attracted by a particular fight between two groups. Both sides had dozens of people but were still relatively weak, consisting of new recruits in Jade Bird. The children from Lu village were one group while the others were new recruits without any backing. They joined together for the first trial. The Lu children fought in an orderly manner with great teamwork and virtually zero chaos. They were young yet had the experienced bearing of generals. Having too many members might make it tough to arrange everything perfectly. However, they managed to do so with no apparent openings. This was thanks to the fact that they grew up together and were taught by Fuyao and Li Qie. The latter wanted to groom them into a powerful team of cultivators. Normally, they weren't that exceptional, only above average at best. Now, fighting as a team allowed them to display their true qualities. The elders and Zhang Yu nodded approvingly, impressed by the children's teamwork. Strictly speaking, the kids worked together better than any other group so far. They realized that with stronger cultivation, this group might become the sect's strongest team. Some elders wanted to recruit all of the children into their peak. Alas, they asked around and found out that 8 Zhang had taken the initiative. What a shame, they thought. Zhang Yu thought the same thing. If he had known that these children would be such amazing teammates with each other, he would have taken the initiative and make them stay in Jade Bird somehow. Unfortunately, the Mountain King was one step ahead of him. Rumble. The children looked like a tortoise as their chaos true energies stacked on each other, forming a defensive shell. They let the enemies attack them however while inside. The opponents were a stark contrast because they only teamed up for this trial. There was no teamwork to speak of. The only thing they had was the numbers advantage. 70 to 80 members attacked one after another with different weapons. They smashed and pierced at the shells, mustering all of their strength and turning red in the process. Alas, this defensive line couldn't be broken. This is still Tortoise Fist. The spectators couldn't believe it. This was their first time witnessing the true power of this technique. The elders and Zhang Yu shared the same astonishment. They haven't cultivated this technique before because, to be perfectly frank, they looked down on it as well. They thought that there were too many merit laws available in the sect. Just any random one was still better than Tortoise Fist. However, the ones attacking have trained in the different merit laws. A few even had access to the high-level ones. This didn't matter at all right now. The children hiding in the shell didn't need to expend a lot of energy to keep it up. They couldn't believe it. They have spurned this merit law only to be amazed at its effectiveness right now. Keep in mind that when the children were alone, they wouldn't be as effective. Numerous layers stacked together and amplified their power by more than 10 times. The dozens of attackers became tired after several waves of attack. Their chaos true energy gradually depleted, the same with their morale. As a result, their attacks became weaker and careless. Now! The children from Lu suddenly shouted as their opponents were struggling for breath. They punched at the same time. Each fist left behind numerous after images and began stacking on top of each other. This was similar to the creation of the defensive shell. Once enough stacks and chaos true energy were formed, a tornado emerged. Boom! The flurry of punches in this tornado form rushed forward. The startled opponents either tried to block or ran away. Alas, it was too late. All of them were sent flying. They fell on the ground and started seeing stars before losing consciousness. The seniors on top couldn't believe it and got up on their feet. That power just now far exceeded the children's current cultivation level. This was far beyond the constraint of one realm, so they easily defeated their opponents. Is this really Tortoise Fist? One elder murmured. Yes, there's no mistaking it. The oldest and most experienced elder nodded with a serious expression. This power is far above a high-level yellow merit law. Another elder found this inexplicable. So that's one way to use it. I was the blind one. Zhang Yu admitted. He vehemently opposed Li Qia teaching the children this fist technique in the past, thinking that he was ruining their future. However, these children managed to defeat so many enemies. Maybe other merit laws wouldn't have as good as a result. Meanwhile, the spectators became slack-jawed. They made fun of Li Qia and Tortoise Fist. Now, this development had just slapped them on the face. In fact, some of the defeated combatants have made fun of the Lu children as well. They were utterly defeated now and became awfully embarrassed. The merit laws they were so proud of didn't stand a chance against this fist technique. Chapter 3295. The children have successfully proved the power of Tortoise Fist and showed that they were right in picking it. That's the real Tortoise Fist. Lu Daowei became emotional and took pride in this. He had defeated Lu Wenyong a while ago, but that was due to Li Qia's abilities, not him. He knew that much, at least. The whole thing felt like a dream. However, the children really did it all by themselves. Though they didn't knock their fellow disciples' teeth out, this was still close enough. Daowei truly focused on learning the technique but never got the chance to use it in battle. Now, he finally saw its true potential. Zhan Hu, who was up the steps, had an ugly expression. He had gone to stop Li Qia and even made fun of the guy for doing so. Thus, the embarrassment was double for him. Too bad there was no way to take back words. As for Gong Qianyue, she was also surprised at the unpopular merit law's effectiveness. Young master, we did it. We successfully performed Tortoise Fist. The children went up the steps and shouted with red excitement. Their loudness woke Li Qia up. He opened his eyes, then yawned and stretched. It's over? Almost. Qianyue glared at him. We won, young master. The children happily reported. It's good to win, but you all need to train hard and devastate your foes more, break some teeth next time. Li Qia lazily nodded at them. He wasn't surprised at this result. How could those trained by him be inferior to others? Let's go. He told them. The kids responsible for the carriage happily carried him up the steps. Catch up now unless you want to stay here. Li Qia waved at Gong Qianyue. She glared at him before actually following the group. They moved up the steps towards the second trial. In fact, this trial was so close, yet Li Qia still wanted to be carried up just a few steps. Everyone became speechless at his laziness. But they did admit that he deserved this treatment from the children since he taught them something so magical. Simply incredible. An elder praised. There's something about this Li Qia. Another commented. Zhang Yu has been observing Li Qia since his arrival. However, he still didn't know anything about the guy. Humph. Huang Ning was annoyed to see Qianyue going with Li Qia up the steps. Looks like he has a chance. Senior sister Qianyue treats him differently. Zhan Hu smirked and told Huang Ning. If that's the case, it's not a good thing for your furious Tiger Peak either. Huang Ning uttered coldly. Then we're on the same side, right? I want to see what else he can do, don't you? Zhan Hu didn't become angry. They were evenly matched opponents who have fought both openly and in the shadows. This wasn't a mortal feud or anything, and they still maintained certain civilities between them. However, they have never worked together before due to the existing rivalry. Humph. Huang Ning glared at Li Qia's back. Senior brother Huang, don't underestimate the enemy since nothing good will come of it. As you can see, both the senior sister and 8 Zhang are his backers. Zhan Hu said. Huang Ning's eyes narrowed and didn't answer. He also suspected Qianyue for helping Li Qia earlier with Wenyong. This naturally annoyed him. He didn't know why she treated Li Qia differently from the others. He believed that he was far superior compared to Li Chia. No one was stronger than him with the exception of Qianyue. Plus, Li Chia was a nobody from a tiny village while he was a descendant of a demon king. Moreover, he was more handsome with better manners and grace. Li Chia didn't even come close to him in these aspects. The guy resembled a disgusting cockroach that he wanted to stomp to death. Senior brother, hesitate and you'll lose your chance forever. Zhan Hu added. What's your plan? Huang Ning asked. No need to rush. Remember, I have Jade Bird and Furious Tiger behind me, we'll get things done in the future. Zhan Hu smiled. Huang Ning eventually nodded, confirming their temporary alliance. Both Furious Tiger and Thousand Demons were the main peaks for the demon faction. However, the Bodhi King rarely expressed his stance, never explicitly picked the side of Furious Tiger or South Conk. He normally chose neutrality in many situations. Zhan Hu couldn't convince the Bodhi King to change his view, but Huang Ning, as his disciple, had a better chance. That's why it would be very helpful to have Huang Ning on his side in the future. He had the support of Jade Bird and Furious Tiger right now. Once Thousand Demons was on his side too, he would be able to do whatever he wanted to fulfill his ambition. Disciples gathered before the second trial, an old hall. Various emotions coursed through them. The first two trials were available for all. However, starting in the third trial, one needed to have 20 points. This meant that those who lost in the first must get 20 points from the second trial. That's the only way for them to participate in the third. Creak. The gate to the hall opened. The voice of an elder came from within. Come have a seat, the second trial will begin soon. They formed lines and entered the hall. This place was ancient with a majestic aura, large enough to accommodate all of them. They felt very tiny while inside. This added to the pressure before the start of the trial. Sets of bells were put up around the hall. They looked quite strange with different engravings, birds and beasts, demons and ghosts. A protector from Divine Black stood in front of each set. The sect seemingly went all out to prepare this trial. The nervous disciples felt even worse. Chapter 3296. The elders were present along with numerous protectors. This added immense pressure to the participants. The carvings of beasts and fiends looked quite animated on the bells, seemingly on the verge of flying out and devouring people. This frightened them as well, causing a few to sit far away. There was no guideline to the sitting arrangement, so some strategized, thinking that being far away might weaken the bell's effect. Let's keep our distance and the sound might be weaker. We just need to make it past one movement and we'll be good. One disciple said quietly to a junior brother. This wasn't his first time. Thus, most chose the four corners or the central area. Very few sat in the front. The reason was very simple. The front had a large golden bell, the largest thing in the hall. It had the carving of a great dragon raising its claws and showing its fangs. Its mouth seemed eager to swallow the ones in the hall. An elder was in charge of it. Even a fool could tell that this was the main bell. Whoever sat to the front would have to face its power. However, Gong Qianyue chose the front to face the bell. She knew of its power but still wanted to test herself in a direct confrontation. Li Chia naturally sat next to her, still leaning on her shoulder to sleep. She had tried to push him off several times but he feigned ignorance, still blatantly doing his thing to the chagrin of the spectators. Huang Ning's fury ignited again, so he uttered coldly, "This is an examination, how improper it is for him to sit like this. He's ruining the prestige of our sect." He wanted to kick Li Chia out or worse, stomp him into bits. Li Chia didn't respond to this criticism either. Qianyue didn't know what to do outside of glaring at him. She didn't know why she was showing so much patience either. She should have sent him flying given her temperament. Senior brother, he'll leave after the bells start, this piece of trash won't be able to listen. Other disciples consoled Huang Ning. Of course, they were telling themselves this to feel better. Everyone shared the same enemy right now in Li Chia. He'll go crazy in a little bit and you can throw him out to stop him from bothering other people. Another said. They eagerly waited for the start of the trial to see Li Qia's misfortune. On the other side, Zhan Hu slightly frowned. The strongest disciples in Divine Black were sitting to the front because they wanted to challenge the Golden Bell as well. Junior sister, I don't think he'll be able to handle the bell. It'll bother others from protecting their Dao heart. Zhan Hu told Gong Qianyue. He didn't hate Li Qia out of jealousy like his peers. Nonetheless, he still viewed the guy as a potential problem, a thorn in his side. That's right, junior sister. Let him scram to the corner so that he won't bother us. Huang Ning nodded. All in all, Huang Ning was more annoyed with Li Qia sleeping near her than the actual trial. This was only an excuse for him to not see Li Qia. One's Dao heart should be unaffected by external matters in the first place. If they're distracted by others, then what's the point? She flatly answered. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu had no response to this. The rest of the spectators couldn't say anything either. All of them decided to direct their anger at Li Qia instead of her. Huang Ning, in particular, was extremely annoyed at Qianyue's bias towards Li Qia. Don't blame me for not being polite when he bothers me from going crazy, Huang Ning said. He made up his mind about dealing with Li Qia once the guy failed to endure the music. He would send Li Qia flying first before the protectors and disciples. His murderous intent intensified. Gong Qianyue naturally noticed his bloodlust. She raised her finger and summoned her samadhi flame before declaring, Senior brother, there are rules in this hall so you don't need to worry. The examiners will deal with it. The temperature in the building rose. It seemed that just one spark of her flame could incinerate the entire place. Everyone took a deep breath while looking at her finger. Even a fool could tell that she was protecting Li Qia. Huang Ning had no idea why she was so hellbent on protecting this guy. He scowled and turned his head towards another direction. A sinister glint flashed then as he became determined to kill Li Qia in the future. Torture first, of course. The others thought that they would be okay with it if she treated Huang Ning in this manner. After all, Huang Ning was an exceptional cultivator, the most excellent male in the sect. This wasn't the case for Li Qia and it drove their jealousy into overdrive. Needless to say more about Li Qia's terrible talents, in terms of his background, he came from a tiny village. His looks? As mediocre as can be. In fact, one could grab a random person on the street and the guy would be better looking than Li Qia. Qianyue ignored them and maintained a cold expression. She looked at Li Qia sleeping next to her and found him different. His free temperament and unrestrained style were unique. He would probably stay calm even if the sky was falling down or if he was stuck in hell. These things contributed to his mysteriousness. This implicit quality could only be seen with time, eventually becoming an attraction. She eventually stopped thinking about him, finding her cheeks to be slightly red. She tried to put on a serious expression afterward. Bah. Bah. What am I thinking? This bastard even spied on me. I'm already doing him a favor by not teaching him a lesson in public. Let's wait till we're alone and I'll show him. She gritted her teeth after recalling the unsavory event. On the other hand, the root of her suffering was sleeping well. He seemed capable of sleeping regardless of the time and place. Ahem. The elder in charge of this trial saw that the students have found their seat and said, Since everyone is here, I'll begin by talking about the rules. There will be 3 musical movements. Chapter 3297, 0 points for failing during the first movement, 10 points for the second, and 20 points if you can make it to the last one. He continued. The listeners carefully pondered and wanted to make it to the second set at all costs. That would give them a chance to move on. The trial focuses on examining the Tao heart, which is the root of cultivation. Our patriarch once taught that talents decide your starting point, but your destination is predicated on your Tao heart, not your talents and merit laws. A firm Tao heart means endless possibilities. It means that you can persevere on the long and arduous journey towards the Tao. He put on a solemn expression. The disciples held their breath while listening. Nonetheless, some of them didn't care about the Tao heart too much. The whole thing seemed so far away and intangible. It was better to focus on finding a powerful merit law or obtaining a peerless weapon. However, they still took this trial very seriously. More points meant an easier path for the last 3 trials. Get ready, we'll begin soon. The elder concluded his speech about the Tao heart and reminded the disciples. Elder, what about the final movement? Qianyue asked. You want to challenge it, right? The elder laughed and said, it is not part of the examination, but since you made it past the 3rd movement last time, we have discussed and agreed to let you try the final movement if you still have strength. Keep in mind that it is long and complicated, far more demanding compared to the first 3. We'll see how well you'll be able to do. Yes. Qianyue remained blunt and didn't say anything else. Others would want to get more out of the seniors if they had her talents and power. She didn't care for anything else other than the challenge itself. Many became envious of her power. They were only thinking about making it through the first and the second movement. That would be the best result already. The 3rd movement seemed impossible. However, she wanted the final one. It has been a long time since the final chapter was played during this trial. Some said that when this happened, it was when their current sect master was still a regular disciple. Okay, we're starting. The elder thunderously declared and woke up the disciples. They focused up and changed their state of mind, separating themselves from the outside world. Boom! 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 The bells began making indistinct sounds, seemingly coming from the deepest crevices beneath the ground. Though the disciples tried their best to protect their mind and calm their Tao heart, they were still instantly taken to a strange domain. Mist and fog engulfed the area in a bizarre manner. The bells seemed capable of spiritual evocation, calling the soul from the body with whispers. Many disciples shuddered as a response. The weaker ones couldn't help opening their eyes. They were no longer in the Great Hall but rather, a dark cemetery. Graves and corpses scattered about. One could see green ghost flames among the engulfing mist and fog. The individual disciple found themselves to be alone. Their peers were no longer next to them. This was naturally frightening to a new cultivator. Shit, where am I? One stood up and shouted. Another turned and fled, wanting to escape from this cemetery. The moment they lost their cool, the scene before them immediately changed. The warm sunlight returned and the cemetery was no longer there. They were now standing in front of the gate to the second trial. They have lost control of their Tao heart, hence the disqualification. They came up to look into the hall again. The place was still the same, only that the elders and protectors had begun playing the bells. Some disciples were still there. The hall was sealed so anyone outside was unaffected. Even if they could hear the bells, it was nothing more than regular noises. Sigh. Quite a few have been teleported out before the end of the first movement. The majority consisted of new recruits. They had shallow cultivation and a weak Tao heart. I should have picked a spot farther away from those bells. One disciple still didn't realize the problem and said with regrets. Same, I wasn't ready. I should have just kept my eyes closed the entire time. As the first movement was approaching its end, several exceptional disciples who stood out in this generation were sent out. This was their first time participating in this trial, so despite their talents, they still couldn't make it through the first movement. What about that piece of trash? He ran away, right? Someone thought about Wuxia after calming down. The others started looking around. In terms of cultivation, he was definitely at the bottom, if not the weakest. If these stronger participants had been sent out, so would he. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. He probably left already out of shame. One disciple gloated. No, look, he's still inside. Someone saw Wuxia still leaning on Qianyue, comfortably sleeping. The eliminated disciples found this impossible. How is he still in there? After all, they were far stronger yet still couldn't resist the bells. Can't you see? He's deep asleep. That's why he's not affected by the bells. One demon snorted. Yes, that's why. The others nodded in agreement. The bell melodies are part of the Tao. Even a deaf person can hear it. The protector guarding the gate interrupted. This made the crowd exchange glances of confusion and doubts. Then why is he still there? Maybe he's unconscious? An older disciple didn't accept it. The protector glanced inside and shook his head, no. In fact, he was confused as well. Li Qia's cultivation was definitely among the weakest in this batch, but he still lasted longer than those stronger than him. Something is wrong, no way. Another disciple said but couldn't come up with a reason. The protector didn't say anything while agreeing with the sentiment. Half of the participants had been removed after the first movement. Some were considered young geniuses. On the other hand, some of the relatively weaker cultivators were still inside, successfully surviving the first movement. This made the ones outside skeptical about the result. I'm stronger than them, why aren't they eliminated? One young genius wasn't convinced. Chapter 3298. Why are they still in there despite their weak cultivation? A few talented disciples began protesting, thinking that something was off. They were pointing at the children from Lu who were average among the third generation. They were only considered good seeds and still had a way to go before catching up to their seniors. However, some of the latter have been eliminated after the first movement while the children were still inside. I think there's a problem. Why are we out if that Li Qia is still in? One of them said. Right, deception is afoot. They have to be employing some schemes for this to work. Another joined in. The protector glared at them and said, I see, got a lot of concerns here. Go tell the patriarch then, since he left the bells behind and personally compiled the musical movements. Do you think you're stronger than the patriarch? The unhappy crowd immediately shut their mouth. Saying anything else could be construed as being disrespectful to the patriarch, a serious offense. Plus, their patriarch was a divine beast with unreal power. The emperors of that ancient era used to visit him to show their respect. The second movement was no longer a scene of hell but rather the world of mortals. Accomplishments and success, love and feuds along with freedom, beauties and gentlemen. They experienced the various peaks of life. Ha ha ha. One disciple laughed from all the pleasures and got teleported outside. Many were sent out at the start of the second movement. The regular disciples who have joined the sect for a while couldn't withstand the temptation and became lost in the movement. At the halfway point, the senior brothers and sisters started losing as well. They sighed and lamented, but it was too late. Nonetheless, this was still far better than being sent out during the first movement. The children from Lu also lost during the second half of this movement and were sent out. Only 1/3 of the young generation of Divine Black still remained nearing the end of the second movement. Why? A few disciples confident in their abilities couldn't accept this result. Meanwhile, the Lu children were glad to see Li Qia still inside. Young master can definitely make it through all three. They idolized him. Humph, just a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. One disciple coldly uttered, it's because he's sitting near senior sister Chenhua. Her chaos true energy is protecting him so he's unaffected. You're right, that makes sense. The others found this to be the most logical explanation. That's the only way for that piece of trash to last so long. He's just taking advantage of senior sister Chenhua. Shameless scoundrel keeps on latching onto the senior sister. She's just too nice. Any other senior sisters would have crushed him long ago. A demon's eyes turned red from jealousy and spat on the ground. Humph, there's a reason why senior sister Chenhua sticks around our young master instead of you all. She clearly likes him. A child from Lu immediately retorted. They were still innocent and pure with blind confidence in Li Qia. They thought that the senior sister was lucky to be with their young master. The demon turned red and didn't really have a response to the kids. He eventually grumbled, "Just wait and see, the senior sister won't be able to protect him forever. The bell will cause chi deviation and he'll turn into an abomination." Many others shared the same sentiment as they watched Wuxia and Qianyue being so close. Jealousy burned their mind. The second movement finally ended. Not too many were left, just Wuxia, Gong Qianyue, Zhanhu, Huang Ning, and some older disciples near middle age. They have joined for the longest, only a little bit later than Lu Fuyo and Zhang Yu. If they had joined a few years earlier, they would be addressing Fuyo as senior brother. They were the pillars of divine black. Some were the first brother of their peak and began taking on important duties. A few were serving as protectors as well. Thus, Qianyue's group of 4 was the youngest here. The third movement began. A majestic and awe-inspiring Tao suppressed the disciples. It felt as if an ancient emperor was here in person. The seal outside the hall this time couldn't contain its power. The ones outside felt the pressure and needed to back off. Boom! The remaining disciples couldn't withstand it and finally yielded, resulting in them being teleporting out of the hall. So strong. Those waiting outside gasped after sensing this aura. The ones that were just sent out became sweaty from top to bottom. That Li guy is finished. He'll be reduced to blood without any protection. A few disciples glared at Wuxia. In their opinion, once Gong Qianyue stopped being able to withstand this power, Wuxia would lose his protection and die. Lucky bastard, he ain't shit without senior sister Qianyue's protection. Her suitor spoke up again, fanning the fire. Just wait, it won't be long now. He will either die or suffer chi deviation and turn into a madman. Someone like him can't resist the third movement. An older senior brother expressed his jealousy. Leaving the whole Qianyue thing aside, they didn't like that he could just sleep and get 20 points. They were so much stronger than him, but he ended with the better result? No one could accept this. The next development surprised many people. Huang Ning was the first to come out before Zhanhu not long after. The two of them both got 20 points, but this meant that Zhanhu's Dao heart was superior. "You're better than me, brother Zhanhu," Huang Ning reflected while staring at Qianyue. "No, it's because there's something else on your mind." Zhanhu shook his head and didn't become complacent. In reality, the two of them were evenly matched. Alas, Huang Ning was infuriated with Wuxia and this affected his Dao heart. At the end of the third movement, even the first brother of South Conk was sent out. The hall became empty with the exception of Qianyue and Wuxia. She sat there elegantly and fought against the pressure with plenty to spare. On the other hand, Wuxia was deep asleep with his head on her shoulder. The elder in charge of this trial couldn't believe it. He stared at Wuxia and wondered if there was a problem with the musical movement. However, this shouldn't be the case because all the other ones got eliminated just fine. This perplexed the examiners. Gong Qianyue was one thing, but how could an iron skin like Wuxia have such a firm Dao heart? Was he born with a heart made out of stone? Is this really happening? The spectators outside shared the same confusion. There has to be a mistake. Another answered. Chapter 3299. Most wouldn't accept that only 2 remained after the 3 movements. Gong Qianyue was a sure thing, but Wuxia? No way, he was only at iron skin. What's off about him? How did he cheat? Zhanhu's eyes flashed as he stared at the sleeping Wuxia. He knew that the bells had no problem because the elders and protectors themselves played the tunes. Plus, the fact that they got teleported out was definitive proof. There was no way Wuxia could actually withstand the pressure. It's just senior sister Qianyue protecting him, Huang Ning said, exasperated. Looking at the two alone in the hall made his jealousy ooze out. Qianyue's constant protectiveness of Wuxia drove Huang Ning crazy. He wanted nothing more than to crush Wuxia into a pulp. Boom! 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 The bells resonated again, especially the golden one. It knocked into space and echoed across the area, forcing many to prostrate as if it was an immortal bell. Everyone must show their respect and reverence. This is the final movement. She's really doing it. An older disciple took a deep breath. All eyes were fixated towards Qianyue in the hall. This final lesson wasn't a part of the regular examination. Ordinary disciples wouldn't get this chance. Plus, who would want to do so in the first place? Getting to the last movement already meant 20 points, that's already plenty. For someone like Qianyue, she already had a perfect score after getting through the third movement. She could have ended it here yet still chose to try the final one. That's the number one genius, the strongest disciple in Divine Black. Even the older ones that had official positions said with admiration. They joined the sect long ago. Their cultivation and age were higher than this crowd. Nonetheless, the strongest in this group still wouldn't dare to challenge the final movement, nor were they qualified to do so. After all, they didn't get through the third movement. Gong Qianyue was far younger and joined the sect late. Alas, she had more than caught up and earned everyone's respect. Junior sister Qianyue's Dao heart is the firmest too. She'll be able to inherit our legacy. The first brother of South Conk said, completely convinced by her abilities. His comment made people look at each other. The successor of their sect hasn't been announced, but who else could it be but Gong Qianyue? It makes perfect sense for senior sister Qianyue to become the next sect master. Both her Dao heart and talents are impeccable. The others agreed. No one among the third generation of disciples objected to this notion. Our young master's Dao heart is impeccable too. One unhappy child from Lu suddenly spoke up. This ignited a wave of laughter among the crowd. One guy snorted, his Dao heart is impeccable? Then he wouldn't be at the Iron Skin realm. It's only due to luck and the senior sister's protection. If his Dao heart is considered impeccable, then my Dao heart is unbeatable. Another jeered. You dare to make this claim? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around and saw Gong Qianyue standing there since who knows when. Senior sister, junior sister, they had no idea when she got out and became startled. They then looked into the hall and saw the elders and protectors still playing the final chapter. Only one participant was left, Wuxia. He was still deep asleep as if he was laying on the softest bed. How can this be? Jaws dropped to the ground. Everyone was at a loss for words. Qianyue couldn't finish the final movement yet Wuxia remained unaffected. There has to be something wrong, right? One disciple said while staring at Wuxia. Idiots. Qianyue glared at them before moving to a corner and stopped paying attention. She touched her chin, deep in rumination. The crowd turned red after being called an idiot by Qianyue. A while ago, they didn't spare any words when making fun of Wuxia. Her comment wasn't actually that harsh in comparison. However, being criticized by their crush definitely didn't feel good. All of this was because of Wuxia. Thus, they diverted their anger towards him instead of her. Huang Ning didn't know what to do either. He thought that Qianyue had been protecting Wuxia, but this no longer seemed to be the case. Though her idiots line wasn't directed at him, it was still pretty much a slap on his face. You're still knocking? Wuxia woke up at this moment and stretched before glancing at the elders and protectors. You call this an examination? These movements can't test the Dao heart, this is nothing more than a game. He shook his head next. Don't tell me you know music? The main elder became awkward and annoyed after hearing the disdainful word from a third-generation disciple. I played around for a few days back at my home. Okay, I'll do it and test you guys. Wuxia smiled and stood up. He overestimates himself. One spectator outside scowled. This Li guy is just too arrogant, thinking he's all that after listening to the final movement. How is he qualified to test the elders and protectors? The majority criticized. Wuxia naturally didn't pay any attention to them. He took the stick from the elder and started smacking the golden bell. Clang! 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 Loud sounds erupted. Damn you, villainous heaven! I'll beat your mother! Li Qie shouted while repeatedly swinging the stick like a madman. There was no musical composition in the slightest, only chaotic swinging. This is unbearable. Many immediately covered their ears. Boom! The golden bell itself seemingly exploded with a sound wave spreading across divine black. The 5 peak lords became alarmed. Rah! The roar of a golden dragon suddenly blasted afterward. Chapter 3300. The dragon roar resembled a terrible storm assaulting divine black. Shit! The elders elsewhere in the sect became startled. Clank! With another ring, a gigantic dragon emerged from the hall, flew out then landed on the roof. It roared again with more intensity than before, enough to frighten the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No-oh! Numerous disciples vomited blood. The ones near the hall took the full brunt. Their vision turned dark as they fainted and fell to the ground. The top masters of divine black became aghast after hearing the roars. As for the elders and protectors in charge of this trial, they were seeing stars at this point. After a while, the unconscious disciples gradually woke up and saw some of their peers still laying there. They got up and looked around, still suffering from dizziness. They had no idea what happened, only that Li Qie became crazy and drummed the golden bell. Eventually, a golden dragon came out and its roar rendered them unconscious. Thus, they began looking around for Li Qie. The hall was closed as well. The elders and protectors have come out. Finally, they spotted him beneath an old tree. Gong Qianhua was sitting there and the same with him. He used her thighs as a pillow and was sleeping soundly. Who knows if he was unconscious just like the rest of them due to the dragon or has been sleeping the entire time. Qianhua let him do so and even helped support his head. They looked awfully intimate like a couple in love. Her fans naturally didn't like this, feeling their anger rising inside. They averted their gaze and found Zhan Hu and Huang Ning sitting cross-legged on the ground. Huang Ning had a cold glare at Li Qie, the same with Zhan Hu. The two of them nearly got blown away by the roar. Fortunately, they reacted fast enough to prevent grievous injuries. This was all because of Li Qie for randomly knocking on the golden bell. Where am I? What happened? More woke up and looked around, feeling the same discomfort as the others. Is the examination over? Some didn't know how long they have been sleeping. Not yet. An elder answered. May I ask what's going on? One disciple asked the elder, what happened here? The golden dragon god, the elder had a strange expression. He glanced over at Li Qie and slightly opened his mouth, only to swallow his words in the end. He wasn't the only one with this expression. The other elders and even Zhang Yu found the whole thing bizarre. This was unprecedented. The golden dragon had never appeared before. It seemed furious after being woken up, hence its powerful roar. A dragon god? A furor broke out. Did he enrage the dragon god? One of them speculated. They were still afraid of that mighty divine beast earlier. Definitely. They were already mad at him for sleeping on Qianyue's thighs and immediately shouted, he messed with the divine artifact and enraged the dragon within. It took its anger out on us because of him. Another directed the blame at Li Qie. This further increased the already existing animosity. They all saw him knock on the golden bell while assuming that this was a blasphemous act. Some started fanning the fire to make the crowd angrier. Be suicidal all you want, but don't drag us down with you. You messed with the patriarch's artifact and offended the dragon god, this is a serious offense. The jealous Huang Ning eventually said, coming up with an excuse to eliminate his love rival. True, this is being disrespectful towards the patriarch on top of injuring one's peers. This person should be expelled from Divine Black, permanently. Some became rowdy. That's not enough, we should sacrifice him to the golden dragon to appease it. A demon had a crueler idea. A dragon is our race's divine beast. It's sacrilegious to disrespect one, he needs to be punished. Zhan Hu stood out and declared. He felt that Li Qia was a big threat and wanted to remove the guy, not to mention their little feud. Yes, capture and punish him. Others had their own agenda. Sacrifice him to the golden dragon. Many started chanting and calling for his death. Shut up. Useless fools. Gong Qianyue, who was looking at Li Qia, finally exploded. Her eyes became chilling as she roared thunderously. The frightened disciples staggered backward after seeing this. Her cultivation realm far exceeded anyone in the young generation, hence their fear. Junior sister, you saw him disrespecting the ancestral artifact. Don't side with him over this serious sin. Huang Ning's expression became unsightly since Qianyue picked Li Qia time and time again. We can't let him do as he pleases and must punish him for violating the sex rules. Zhan Hu nodded and took advantage of the opportunity. Poof! Qianyue raised one finger and let out some samadhi flame. The temperature nearby became scorching. Come, both of you, if you disagree with me. I just need one hand to beat you both. Qianyue uttered coldly. Domineering and overbearing, the style of the number one genius of divine black. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu naturally didn't like this, especially the former. Alas, there was nothing they could do against her since she was telling the truth. The two of them combined had no chance of winning even if she was only using one hand. Chapter 3301. Huang Ning took it worse than Zhan Hu because he actually liked her. Everyone in the sect knew this. Moreover, he was confident that no one else was more brilliant than him, so he had the best chance of winning her hand. Though their relationship has been strictly limited to being fellow disciples in Divine Black, he wasn't the one treated this way. Qianyue has always been distant to everyone, until now. She was extremely close with Li Qia, but worst of all, she didn't mind shouting and wanting to fight them to defend him. Junior sister, it's one thing that you are always on his side, but rules are rules. He deserves heavy punishment for breaking them. I hope you will reconsider. Huang Ning uttered, implying that she would be dragged down with Li Qia as well. None of your business. Just worry about yourself and stop being blinded by your own stupidity. She didn't accept his goodwill. You. Huang Ning trembled with rage since Qianyue didn't hold back in the slightest. No one else dared to interject and only stared around to see others' reactions. They naturally wanted to teach Li Qia a lesson too, but that would be reckless since Qianyue has made her stance clear. The Peak Lords will decide whether this is a violation of the sex rules or not. One elder joined in while staring at Li Qia. He wondered where the hell did Li Qia come from and how was he so devilish. It still hasn't started yet? Li Qia suddenly woke up and yawned before asking. It will be soon, the third trial. She answered. Okay, let's go. He lazily stood up, not making a big deal of sleeping on her thighs. The third trial is starting soon, only those with 20 points or more are eligible. An elder announced to the rest. Those who didn't make the requirement became dejected and exasperated right away. Come, let's go to the third gate, there will be merit laws available. On the contrary, the ones with 20 points immediately moved upward. Since the beginning of the second trial, many began feeling the pressure from the ancestral peak. This would only increase during the climb. Creak, the iron door of another hall opened. This one was heavily guarded by the elite disciples of Divine Black. One elder would always be here to keep watch. The Dao Bone Warehouse. The examinees became serious and put on their best act. As they entered the building in a line, they felt majestic beasts' aura coming from inside, some ferocious, others cold, and dark ones. It was as if they were surrounded by beasts from all sides after entering a primal forest. Of course, there were no beasts here, only Dao bones placed on many shelves. The place resembled a massive library with meticulous arrangements. Each Dao bone was unique in terms of shape and aura. Dao bones from the legends. The new recruits were in awe at both the auras and the sheer numbers of bones. So many. One shouted. That one is huge. Another became frightened by a large bone. The first-time visitors couldn't believe it and were completely immersed by the bones. One of them looked like a cliff with a convex surface in the middle, looking like a polished piece of jade. It was different in that it had tiny runes, seemingly having been combed over before. What is that bone? One disciple became curious. That's the Dao bone of a white tyrant dragon located around the forehead. It was killed by an ancestor of ours. An elder elaborated. A forehead bone? The listeners were amazed because just one bone was the size of a cliff. They could imagine how large the dragon was when it was alive. This is a Dao bone too. Another saw a palm-sized bone on a special shelf with a golden glow. Strangely enough, it was in liquid form. If it wasn't for the special seal, this liquid bone might have started flowing. Dao bones aren't just bones, they are the essences of the grand Dao from chaos primal beasts. They take all shapes, whether it be liquid or solid. The bone's physical appearance is a manifestation of their Dao. The elder went on. Each type of chaos primal beast had a unique Dao bone. This contained the original essences of their grand Dao as well as their innate abilities. Thus, these Dao bones were extremely precious to cultivators. The latter could derive merit laws or create weapons from these bones. This one is really beautiful. One more disciple was attracted by a different Dao bone. It looked like an eye made of glass with a blue shade, something akin to the eye of the sky. People couldn't turn away after seeing it. Sure enough, this disciple began staring at it, completely immersed. Pop! The elder smacked the disciple to wake him up. This is a high-level black Dao bone named Bewildering Phoenix Eye. Your cultivation isn't enough to stare at it since it can make you lose your mind. The disciple had cold sweat all over after hearing this, especially his palms. Alright, the third trial is about comprehension. The elder said, as you may know, each Dao bone contains a primal Dao essence. In other words, one might derive a merit law out of them. Today, you're here to research these Dao bones. You may pick one suitable Dao bone while adhering to the cultivation limit. For example, if you're a bronze tendon cultivator, you can only pick a yellow Dao bone, not black. Otherwise, the same thing will happen to you as it did to our friend right here, being completely mesmerized by the Phoenix Eye. The consequences will be dire. He warned them all. Some became afraid because, in the beginning, they wanted to pick the higher-level Dao bones. So we need to figure out a merit law? One of them asked. Congratulations. If you have this ability, that means you either have an inborn true fate or an inborn fate palace. The elder glanced at him. He didn't quite get it and stood there looking silly. Basically, only one needs to be at the sacred level before creating a grand Dao or a complete merit law. An older disciple told him, the exception is those with innate comprehension and talents. The guy understood right away after hearing this. Chapter 3302, Ultimately, this third trial is very simple. The one in charge of this trial was Zhang Yu. He said, just try to comprehend the Dao bones. If they show any reaction, that's 10 points. If you can activate them, 20 points. It's limited to 1. What if we can activate 2 bones or more? One relatively talented genius said with confidence. If you can activate 2, then outside of 1 merit law reward from the trial, you'll get the merit law derived from the bone 2 or an equivalent one. Zhang Yu said. Many were moved with excitement, especially the ones who were here for the first time. I must activate 2. One gifted disciple excitedly said. Any cultivator would want to have more merit laws, especially the higher level ones. However, Divine Black was strict with giving out merit laws. Ordinary disciples didn't have access to the high level ones. Thus, getting a potential reward here would be extremely beneficial for many of them. You can smile proudly by activating one Dao bone. An older disciple splashed water over these ambitious ones, thinking about two. Very few among the third generation can do it. The excited disciples instantly froze, their spirited flame extinguished. What's the reward for fully deriving a merit law out of them? A voice suddenly sounded. People looked back and saw that the speaker was none other than Wuxia. A complete derivation? Do you think you have an inborn fate palace or something? 3 mortal aptitudes wanting to derive a merit law, haha. Many began laughing at him. Only a cultivator at the sacred level can do so. An older disciple uttered coldly, so in our entire sect, the sect master is the only one who can derive them. As for you? Stop dreaming. The animosity towards Wuxia had only increased by this point. Thus, they all seized this opportunity to attack him. Just pick a suitable Dao bone for you, that's the wisest move instead of daydreaming. Huang Ning coldly uttered. Not necessarily, what if the Son of Miracles can create another one? Maybe he'll be able to derive merit laws from 10 bones or something. Another sarcastically added. Is there a time limit? After 1 or 10 million years, maybe. One more joined in. Wuxia ignored them. He smiled and rubbed his chin while staring at Zhang Yu. Why not? What's the reward for deriving 10 bones? Zhang Yu carefully stared at him and felt a little afraid after seeing the smile. The sect master and the others will decide, that is if you can do it. 10 Dao bones? Zhang Hu said, it would be amazing if you can activate one. As for derivation, that's an unlikely miracle. He won't even get one. If he does, I'll eat that entire bone. One more showed his skepticism and snorted. Me too, if such a miracle occurs, I'll even eat mud. A demon laughed. Unlike the skeptical crowd, Qianyue didn't say anything and tilted her head in contemplation while looking at Wuxia. Their rude comments were reasonable due to Wuxia's current power. In fact, the sect master was the only one capable of this right now. The elders and the kings would find this prohibitive as well. Only someone at the sacred level had this ability, creating a grand Dao and deriving perfect merit laws. Also, the mythical geniuses. Wuxia had nothing of the sorts, neither talents nor cultivation. Nothing difficult about this. He nonchalantly said. I see. Zhang Hu found his attitude an eyesore. The guy always seemed to have everything under control and this was exasperating. He snorted, no need for 10, if you can do one, I don't know how the sect will reward you but I will let you pick any of my treasures. Your treasures are rubbish but that's okay, I suppose I can be nice once. Wuxia smiled at him. And if you can't do it? I'll go easy on you, you just need to get on all 4 and bark like a dog. Zhang Hu had an aggressive glare. That's not a bad idea, I'll bet one of my treasures too. Many chimed in. Same with me, remember, if you can't do it, you have to bark. Do you dare to accept the bet? It became rowdy all of a sudden. Wuxia's enemies found a way to release their anger towards him. Just watching him humiliate himself was more than enough because they couldn't do anything to him otherwise. I'm betting my best treasure, are you doing it or not? They began taking out their treasures. They simply didn't believe that he could succeed in this task. No one in the sect could do so outside of the sect master, not even the peak lords and Gong Qianyue. That's why they were so confident in winning. If he were to bark like a dog in front of Qianyue, he would never be able to look at her again. Wow, so much trash. Wuxia couldn't help but smile. Fine, I'll be generous this time. It's on. We're waiting for you to bark. They snorted, ready to gloat on his misfortune. They could already imagine him barking like a dog at this point since his defeat was inevitable. No more wasting time, let's start. Pick a suitable Dao bone, everyone. Zhang Yu and the elders didn't interfere with the bet and even gave tacit approval. The disciples became busy and searched for the right Dao bone. I pick this one. One disciple picked a Dao bone that was on fire and said, low-level yellow, maybe I can activate it. Plus, fire affinity is perfect. This one for me, low-level yellow too. A different disciple picked another easy stone. For some of them, it was better to play it safe by picking an equivalent bone to their current abilities. It should be easier to comprehend. This, high-level black. On the other hand, the talented and powerful ones chose better Dao bones because they were ambitious and desired a high-level merit law. Start. Zhang Yu and the elders began making their rounds. The ones that have chosen a bone sat in front of it and opened their fate palace. Buzz. The 4 symbols appeared. The pillar of life stood vertically, its surface runes started to move. They came together to form tiny Dao tentacles that moved towards the bone. These runes touched the bones and coiled around it for observation. Chapter 3303. The runes from the Pillar of Life circled around the Dao bone. As one of the 4 symbols in the Fate Palace, it had a unique usage. Of course, the others had their own responsibilities. The pillar was responsible for controlling the mysteries of the Dao along with various merit laws. Thus, cultivators would start by using the pillar while searching the Dao. Most disciples have started this process. Only a few were still searching for a suitable Dao bone. After all, picking the right Dao bone was crucial for this trial. The wrong one meant failure regardless of their talents and power. Why aren't there any sky-level Dao bones? One disciple noticed that the best bones were at the earth level. Only a few were around. Of course our sect has sky-level Dao bones, they're just not here because they're too precious, especially the high-level ones. You can't leave them around in this place. An older peer explained. Divine Black really had the top-level Dao bones, but who knows exactly how many? The older disciple was right too. A sky-level Dao bone was priceless because it represented a peerless merit law. There was no way Divine Black would leave it unguarded. Moreover, no disciples during these trials could understand them in the first place. Just the earth-level ones were tough enough. The high-level ones were virtually impossible. Only a few here could pick an earth Dao bone. For example, Gong Qianyue and the older seniors, the top members of their peaks. Huang Ning looked around for a while before settling for a low-level earth Dao bone. Ultimately, he wouldn't have too much trouble finding a powerful merit law since he was a valued member of Thousand Demons. Comprehending these bones wasn't easy. Picking the wrong one could result in failing the trial, so he chose to play it safe. This was the right move. Those similar to him in terms of abilities also picked low-level earth Dao bones in order to get through the trial. Qianyue, on the other hand, picked a high-level earth bone. It looked like a piece of white metal that hasn't been polished. One could hear metallic ringing inside as if things were colliding. Listening to this sound for a while would result in dizziness. That's the Dao bone of a sword cry devil phoenix. It's the best one here. The oldest elder present said, it has been here for a long time now, still unactivated for a few generations. He paused for a bit then said, it's unfavorable to pick this one. Everyone could see that in order to guarantee success in this trial, picking a low-level one was wiser. No, this one will do. Alas, Qianyue was up for the challenge. Some felt respect because she chose the hardest one. She was probably the only one in the sect capable of this. The elders didn't stop her because they were also curious to see the limit of her talents. As for Wuxia, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked around and took a look at the bones. This didn't resemble a man searching for the right Dao bone but rather, a guy walking down a street full of street stalls. He wouldn't buy anything in the end. What's the point of looking around? There's nothing lower than a low-level yellow bone. One disciple sneered. If you can't even get that, how are you going to derive 10 bones? Another jumped in. What's the hurry? Wuxia kept on walking around. After one circle, he finally stopped and stared at an ashen Dao bone the size of a palm. It had a few cracks from unknown sources. It looked more like a worthless random bone that had been incinerated, not an important Dao bone. The only thing that proved it was a Dao bone was the fact that it was stored here. Where is this from? Li Qie asked. The elders finally took note of it. In the past, these examiners never gave a damn. We can't remember since there are too many Dao bones here. We would have to look at the records. An elder shook his head. I actually remember this one. The oldest elder smiled. A disciple found it in the Forsaken Land and offered it to the sect in exchange for a high-level yellow merit law. This child, a little greedy. We examined and determined that it was useless. However, since he traveled 10 million miles far to reach that place, we gave him a pill as the reward. Forsaken Land. Li Qie slightly raised his brow, aware of this location. He had a different evaluation of this Dao bone than the others. A useless bone? Then that's perfect for you. You should be able to understand it then. The Son of Miracles might be able to get something miraculous out of it. The ones nearby started laughing. Maybe it was solely created for you. Another jeered. Li Qie ignored them and got closer. He placed his palm on it and closed his eyes. Dao bone comprehension isn't done by touching it. Use your pillar of life. An elder shook his head. Alas, his advice fell on deaf ears. Li Qie continued doing his thing. He won't even use his pillar of life? Other disciples stared at the guy immersed in feeling the bone. Even a new recruit knew how to search for the Dao using the pillar of life. It's not his fault. Have you ever seen him at a lesson? No, and he's not smart enough to figure things out on his own. Shut up. Gong Qianyue suddenly shouted and released immense pressure. The jeering crowd immediately shut up. In their mind, they couldn't wait until Li Qie failed and had to bark like a dog. The place became quiet after her reprimand. The disciples focused on the trial instead. Some found success as the Dao bones reacted to their Dao runes stemming from the pillar. Buzz. One Dao bone shook and exuded power. Buzz. A more powerful disciple managed to make his bone release holy strands of light. I'm doing it. One disciple became excited since this was his first time. The ones who were still in the middle of the process became envious. They focused up and kept trying. Buzz. Huang Ning's Dao bone lit up. Runes appeared along with a power resembling an awakening beast. 10 millions aren't necessarily literal here. Chapter 3304, Success. A disciple finally activated a Dao bone and shouted. He was one of the few by this point. The others maintained their hard work. After a while, several other talented disciples also activated their bone. Some managed to light their bones up but couldn't fully activate it. This meant only getting 10 points. Some bones didn't react at all as the examinees tried their best to use their pillar of life. Alas, the runes couldn't force a reaction. A few wanted to cry as a result. If they couldn't get 10 points now, it meant that they would certainly be eliminated in the next trial. This was truly a time of crisis. Buzz. Huang Ning activated his Dao bone. A primal aura rushed out with immense force, causing the nearby disciples to shudder. Amazing, senior brother Huang Ning's talents are incredible. One disciple said with admiration. That's one. He became confident, looking like he was on top of the world. He glanced over at Gong Qianyue, wanting to show off and gain her attention. Unfortunately, she was in a state of total focus to comprehend her own Dao bone. Huang Ning was somewhat disappointed by it, but he regained his focus for a second Dao bone. If he could successfully do another one, he would get another reward from the sect, 20 points, and a powerful merit law. As time passed, the crowd had mixed emotions. The happy ones had a successful activation and won 20 points. The sad disciples couldn't muster any reaction from their bones. Activate. Zhang Hu roared and his Dao bone became resplendent. A beastly aura erupted like a storm and runes emerged on the surface of the bone. Senior brother Zhang Hu did it too. One disciple said. Zhang Hu chose a high-level black Dao bone. This was about as high as possible given his cultivation, truly a difficult task. He was slightly pale due to the effort required to activate this particular Dao bone. He earned 20 points and chose not to try again. In reality, he was already very satisfied in winning this personal challenge. His next cultivation realm would turn him into an enlightened being. Black merit laws were no longer that tempting. He wanted to train in some earth level ones next. He sat down and meditated to recover while glaring at Wuxia, who still had his hand on the Dao bone. The guy seemed to be sleeping like always. Of course, Zhang Hu wasn't in a hurry. It was only a matter of time before Wuxia's certain loss and utter humiliation. Clank. A sword interrupted everyone's session. Qinyue's Dao bone started emitting strands of sword light containing powerful flowing runes in a continuous rotation. It felt as if a divine sword had been unsheathed, ready to cut down its foes. Numerous disciples became frightened. Some couldn't help retreating because they couldn't handle the pressure. That's worthy of being the best Dao bone here. Many became envious. Qinyue has successfully activated the Dao bone for 10 points. This was impressive because it was the hardest one here. It has been several generations since the previous successful attempt. She didn't stop there. Clank. 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 Sword images began forming by the runes. The runes then intertwined together to form mantras and incantations. Rumble. Each connection resulted in a powerful blast wave. Some of the disciples were nearly blown flying. Fortunately, the elders reacted quickly enough by separating the area around her to save them. What is she doing? One disciple who has never seen these runic collisions asked. This is an attempt to derive a merit law out of that Dao bone, a high-level earth one. An older disciple explained with admiration. Wow, she is really the best in our sect. Remember, a derivation required being at the sacred level like Ping Suoang. Now, she was attempting to do a derivation on a high-level bone, quite an ambitious undertaking. Is it possible? A disciple was frightened by the powerful shockwaves. I don't know, I think there's a chance because she has an inborn true fate. A talented peer replied. In fact, even Zhang Yu and the elders were watching with bated breath. Seniors like them couldn't do this, but she might be able to. Clank. A sword hymn echoed across the 9 heavens along with rampaging slashes. A divine sword made from the runes emerged from the Dao bone, containing a mighty sword Dao. Is this it? The spectators were captivated by this scene. It's happening. Zhang Yu and the elders' breathing became heavier. Boom. Unfortunately, the divine sword shattered right on the cusp of success. The resulting explosion sent Gong Qianyue flying. The elders and Zhang Yu immediately took action to stop the explosion and were pushed several steps backward. It failed, one said with regrets. Albeit, this process was still amazing enough. Still not an inborn true palace, not enough to do so. Gong Qianyue shook her head and sighed. You're already amazing enough. The oldest elder in charge consoled. It has been a while since this Dao bone was comprehended by someone. You managed to activate it, that's matchless already. Though the runic combination failed, this is far beyond what most can do. He was telling the truth. She hasn't reached the sacred level yet, still managed to take this step, definitely worthy of being their brightest disciple. It didn't take long before everyone stared at her with both adoration and respect. Buzz. Suddenly, another Dao bone was activated. Haha. I did it, that's 2 Dao bones. Huang Ning laughed and looked around with pride. He was the first to activate 2 Dao bones, a testament to his talents. Senior brother, you're definitely among the top 3 in terms of talents. One guy immediately praised and said something obvious. Junior sister, I activated 2 Earth-level Dao bones. He happily told Xianyue, wanting to impress and win her favor. Chapter 3305. Xianyue only gave him a glance before turning towards Wuxia. There seemed to be something charismatic about him that stole her unblinking attention. Huang Ning's smile froze at this sight and slowly turned into a grimace. His achievements so far were top-notch, enough for him to be elated while the rest of the crowd cheered him on. That's why he also wanted to be praised by her and for her to know that he was a worthy suitor. Alas, she paid it no mind and only cared about Wuxia. This was truly humiliating. He noticed that Wuxia's hand was still on the ashen Dao bone. The guy had his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. In Huang Ning's opinion, Wuxia was only trying to be cool and mysterious, truly nauseating. Are you comprehending the Dao bone or not? Doing it with your hand? No, just ask around if you don't know how to start. Stop trying to act cool. Huang Ning aggressively glared at Wuxia and said. The main reason for his animosity was still jealousy. He's just trying to get everyone's attention by acting mysteriously. A demon helped Huang Ning. Unfortunately, everyone just thinks it's stupid. He can do whatever he wants, but when the time comes and he still can't do it, he'll have to bark. Another disciple said. It was interesting how much they hated him despite not having any prior feud and grievances. Wuxia ignored all of this and continued to touch the Dao bone. In reality, Zhang Yu and the elders have been paying attention to him since he had done some insane things during the trials. First was Tortoise Fist, then his chaotic banging resulting in a golden dragon. This was no coincidence, they knew this much. There were so many Dao bones, but he picked this particular one, inviting the curiosity of the upper echelon. It was randomly picked up by a disciple in the past and had been evaluated before. They found that it was useless since it didn't contain runes and the power of any chaos primal beast. Even if it wasn't a piece of crap, it would only be a low-level yellow bone at best. So why did this devilish youth pick it over the other bones? That's why they were watching to see if he could do something astonishing in this trial as well. After a while, he opened his eyes and pulled his hand back. Oh, the son of miracles, did you figure out any supreme merit law from that Dao bone? One disciple instantly jeered. The answer is clearly yes, he has the ultimate luck. Maybe he has figured out all the mysteries there and will be able to derive 10 merit laws out of the bones. Another snorted. I want this Dao bone. Wuxia simply told an elder nearby. It belongs to the sect, so disciples can't take it out. The elder smiled and shook his head. This isn't your house, you can't take whatever you want. Huang Ning scowled at Wuxia's attitude, always acting superior. Xianyue found this surprising. Why did he want this worthless Dao bone? Elder, aren't there rewards for contributions to the sect? Xianyue immediately asked the elders for Wuxia's sake. This prompted Huang Ning to scowl again since she always picked Wuxia's side. That depends on the contribution. This Dao bone has limited value, but on principles, the ones that are added to the treasury belong to the sect. Why do you want it? The oldest elder was interested in Wuxia's shenanigans. None of them could see how it was special. Fate brings us together. Wuxia smiled while looking at the Dao bone. Meanwhile, a different elder looked at the time and told the rest, there's not much time left, keep on trying if you haven't finished. The still testing disciples became anxious after hearing this. Time's almost up, that's when you carry out the bet. Zhang Hu smirked and reminded Wuxia. The other bettors finally remembered about this part. You're betting with a lot of people, I think you'll have to bark till sunrise. The same demon gloated on Wuxia's future misery. He brought it upon himself for bragging without being able to back it up. Let's see how he'll derive 10 Dao bones with so little time. The others stared at him, not letting him renege. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Wuxia smiled, still polite to the doubters. He then stared at the elders and touched his chin. Is there a reward for deriving 10 Dao bones? If you can get 10 merit laws that haven't been found before, then it's just not a regular contribution. It's a grand achievement deserving a grand reward. The elders didn't know what to say. Zhang Yu spoke up instead. Yes, a big reward. The elder in charge nodded. There were two main sources of merit laws in most sections. First, those created by their patriarch and ancestors. Second, the ones derived from complete Dao bones by powerful cultivators. For example, a high-level earth bone would contain a high-level earth merit law after a perfect derivation. Ping Suowen was the only one capable of this in Divine Black. An expert of his level was highly valued anywhere. Furthermore, the high-level bones were also rare and valuable. This sect certainly had limited heaven-level Dao bones. Currently, this storage had plenty of lower-level Dao bones, but not all of them have been derived. Ping Suowen didn't have the time nor the energy to derive every single bone here. That would be a waste of time because Divine Black had enough low-level merit laws. Nonetheless, no sects would complain about having too many merit laws. The more, the better. That's why they would reward whoever can derive complete merit laws. Okay, I'll do 10 right now, no need for a grand reward or whatever, I just need this Dao bone. Li Chia chuckled and pointed at the Dao bone. Chapter 3306, Li Chia's confidence astonished Zhang Yu and the elders, causing them to stare at each other in confusion. They weren't looking down on Li Chia. It's just that the feat seemed impossible. Deriving 10 merit laws wasn't a joke. Even their sect master would need a long time to do so for low-level Dao bones. After all, each contained numerous runes. Compiling them for a full derivation required both great power and amazing comprehension. Gong Qianyue had tried earlier and failed. It's impossible. Zhang Yu disagreed with Li Chia. Though he had certain prejudices against the guy, he still considered Li Chia a disciple of Jade Bird. Therefore, he wouldn't actively push the guy down. Cultivation aside, Li Chia didn't have the necessary talents to do so either. Moreover, just the time constraint alone made the seniors doubt him. 10 merit laws? Don't you know that Dao derivation is an attempt to understand the worldly mysteries, not some random scribblings? Huang Ning sneered, clearly a doubter. If you can derive 10 merit laws, then I can become an immortal. Don't boast without being able to back it up. Another disciple snorted. They wouldn't believe Gong Qianyue if she were the one making this claim. Yes, 10 is just too high. Even the elder in charge shook his head despite his interest in Li Chia. It seemed that Gong Qianyue was the only one who believed in Li Chia. We don't lose anything by letting him try. She told Zhang Yu and the elders. This was indeed correct. Nothing was at stake here, maybe just a little time wasted. Very well, if you can just derive a low-level yellow merit law, I'll give you this Dao bone. The oldest elder smiled at Li Chia. That's what I like to hear. I have a good impression of you now. Let's get started. Li Chia smiled back and picked a Dao bone. I don't mind the brat trying, I kinda like his audacity. A different elder quietly told his peers. It's true that great men often have some kind of flaws. Ordinary people are simply dull. Another responded while glancing at the other disciples. The crowd was annoyed after Li Chia received permission from some elders, especially Qianyue's admirers. Why would Qianyue and the elders care about Li Chia? They were 1,000 times better than him in all aspects. Jealousy naturally turned into hate. What a joke. Not one thought that he could do it. He'll humiliate himself in a little bit when he can't do it. Another couldn't wait to see Li Chia's downfall. Li Chia chose various Dao bones that haven't been derived before. It was a diverse mix, high-level earth bone, low-level yellow bone, one of the fire affinity, another with the water affinity. The spectators had no idea and looked like monks scratching their head. He seemed to be picking random bones. Logically, he would be picking the lowest level Dao bones if he wanted to derive 10 of them due to the easier difficulty. Even an existence at the sacred level might not be able to derive a high-level heaven bone. That's why the low-level yellow bones became the obvious choice. So, why did he pick a high-level earth bone? This just didn't make any sense, clearly the choice of a madman. Ping Suoang himself would need to spend a lot of time and effort in order to derive a bone at the earth level. Once Li Chia picked all 10, he placed them on a table and rubbed his chin with a smile. He didn't get started right away. There's not much time left. Zhan Hu reminded, not out of kindness. Trickery won't work here. One disciple sneered, you just need to think about how to bar dash. Shut up. One more word and I'll throw you out. Gong Qianyue coldly interrupted with a threat. This disciple immediately closed his mouth, not daring to retort. The rest of the crowd followed his example. Li Chia started by settling the Dao bones in different spots with varying poses. This looked like a placing of tiles with a domino effect. Everyone felt as if they were somehow connected. He kept on switching their position, resulting in a peculiar form. The elders and Gong Qianyue couldn't exactly pinpoint why it was peculiar. They felt something very unnatural, a twisting of sorts. Space? The oldest elder said with uncertainty and felt that this arrangement couldn't be duplicated. He tried to remember it to the best of his abilities but still wouldn't be able to arrange them in the same way. Their memories were distorted, the same with space and what they see ahead. They had no chance of duplicating this at their current level, yet Li Chia was able to do so. Okay, it's starting. Time to watch the miracle. Li Chia smirked and gently flicked one of the bones. Once again, even a fool knew that Dao law derivation required using the pillar of life, not one's finger. Pop. However, the grand Dao power in this first bone had a slight ripple. This was akin to a drop of water falling on the lake and causing ripples. This bone was of the water affinity. A pleasant and refreshing water wave permeated the room right after. Chapter 3307, The bone sent out waves of water vapor containing its mystical source. The power of this Dao rushed out like a tsunami and struck the closest Dao bone. This resulted in an interaction between the two Dao sources. Pop. The second one lit up and entered a defensive state. This astounded everyone here. Dao bones were not living entities since they originated from fallen chaos primal beasts. They simply contained a mystical source with Dao runes. However, the second bone was reacting to the first. The spectators have never seen or heard of anything like this before. Pop. The two Dao bones seemed to be mortal enemies. The activated source of the first Dao bone instantly attacked the second with great accuracy, prompting a battle. Poof. Flame engulfed the latter, wanting to retaliate. Boom. The first Dao bone finally fell, its sharpest edge aimed for the second bone's center, the location of its source. The impact stimulated the second bone, causing an eruption of power from its source. The second bone started falling towards the third bone. Its flame engulfed and incinerated the latter. The third one's mystical source burned right away with loud pops and sizzles, akin to firewood. It looked like a dead tree capable of blotting out the sky. Just one spark of fire could burn the whole thing. A miracle emerged during the burning process. Normally, burning meant death, but in this case, a majestic life force returned to the third Dao bone. This was no longer a dead tree on fire but rather, one brimming with life with green leaves and long branches. Boom! The thickest part of the second bone fell on the source of the third, releasing this majestic life force. Normally, the power of the mystical source was sealed inside the bones. Now, they were released, ready for a rampage. This life force manifested into a fiery tornado. Its target was the fourth bone. Boom! 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 The bones were activated in just a short time and seemed to be coming back to life. This magnificent and shocking scene captivated the spectators. They have never imagined this before, not even the most imaginative mind present. They were stuck on the mindset that one would need to use the pillar of life in order to comprehend a Dao bone. Li Qie didn't do so at all. What he did could only be described as magic. He touched the first one and started a chain reaction. The activation relied on the power of previous bones. This mysterious process only belonged in legendary tales. Zhang Yu and the elders were astounded. Everything about the way the bones fell was perfect, from the angle to its power. This was the result of a perfect calculation without a single mistake, an apogee taking into account even the slightest flickering of a single spark. This precision was far beyond their station. As for the method of activating these Dao bones? Completely unheard of. The regular disciples didn't know as much about the chain reaction but were still stunned. Boom! The final Dao bone activated. All 10 of them formed a wondrous momentum, a single block. This great momentum then shifted into a unique domain. What came next sounded like the eruption of 1,000 volcanoes. The bones released their Dao power and chaos true energy. This combined power could pierce through the earth. Fortunately, the connected bones and their domain kept this power under control. Boom! Thousands and thousands of runes oozed out like the source of a spring. They were still sealed by the unique domain or this entire treasury would have exploded. Buzz! The bones became resplendent. Their individual runes began to arrange with one another, forming various mantras. The spectators needed to shield their eyes from the blinding light. Thus, they couldn't witness the runic derivations. So bright. No one could see a thing. It took a while before the bright flashes dissipated. They felt the power inside the domain growing stronger and stronger. They would have been sent flying by the shockwaves if it wasn't for the domain. This Dao power finally filled the entire space inside the building. Merit laws, they saw complete scriptures floating on top of the Dao bones, a total of 10. This meant that there were 10 merit laws from these bones, ranging from low-level yellow to high-level earth. Jaws dropped to the ground. Even the elders and Zhang Yu forgot to maintain their image. Their mouth was open wide enough to fit a goose egg inside. No need for the pillar of life, no need for searching. Just one touch was enough to derive 10 merit laws in such a short time. No one in the world should have been able to do something like this, not even in the long trek of history. The most brilliant Dao lords weren't capable of this. The strongest one needed time for comprehending and deriving a merit law. Yet, Li Qie had performed this impossible and unprecedented feat. Chapter 3308, Pop. The great domain crumbled and the 10 bones trembled a bit before remaining standing. The difference was now, they had runes clearly carved on them that have come together to form complete texts. Each character was brimming with Dao power, seemingly capable of blowing up the sky. The mystical source and its power from each bone were in full view. Perhaps this was the bone's true appearance. The crowd, whether it be Gong Qianyue or Zhang Yu, the elders, or the disciples, all of them were left speechless. The oldest elder has seen and experienced many things in his life, just not something like this. Comprehending the Dao bones was a profound matter, a merit law derivation was even harder. Just deriving one successfully was an amazing contribution to cultivation. Now, Li Qie had done 10 of them in just a short time and without any effort. They needed to be here in person in order to accept this reality from watching with their own eyes. Nonetheless, some still felt as if they were dreaming. They pinched their thigh and the pain indicated otherwise. This made them gasp in astonishment. Shock wasn't a strong enough word to describe their current emotion. This was nothing less than a peerless miracle, a soon-to-be legend. This Dao bone should be mine now? Li Qie revealed a soft, natural smile as if he didn't do anything big. Yes, it's yours. The elder in charge answered, his wits haven't fully returned. He eventually calmed down and personally placed the bone into Li Qie's hand as if afraid the guy would change his mind. This was an extremely good deal for Divine Black. Anyone in charge would definitely agree. Only a fool wouldn't do so. First of all, 10 merit laws. Their level actually didn't matter. When a disciple offered to make this contribution, a great reward was in order. Moreover, there was a high-level earth merit law too. This would be considered amazing in any sect. In fact, it would be fine to reward such a disciple with treasures and imperial arts on top of more resources and privileges. Now, Li Qie only wanted a single Dao bone of the lowest quality. This didn't matter to the sect in the slightest. They had several thousand low-level yellow bones. Thus, Li Qie's request was actually too generous. Virtuous nephew, is there anything else you want? The elder thought that this was ridiculous and wanted to offer more. Even Zhang Yu, who didn't like Li Qie, felt that they needed to do more. Just let us know if you need any resource or treasure. We'll negotiate and will satisfy your request, yes. The elder went on. That's for sure. The other elders nodded in response. They naturally wanted to treat a disciple like Li Qie well. Any sect would treat him like royalty and do everything to groom him. There has been a shift in the crowd. More than a few disciples thought that Li Qie was making a mistake for asking so little versus his accomplishment. They would have asked for much more. No need for anything, just call me young master from now on. Li Qie looked at the nearby Dao bones before answering. This naturally took the elders and disciples off guard. This was a heaven-sent opportunity where Li Qie could ask for pretty much anything. This was his demand? Plus, it was unreasonable. Ordinary disciples could call him young master, but for the elders to do so as well? That's not giving any consideration to seniority, so improper. One disciple murmured. The elders exchanged glances and found this whole thing bizarre. Anyone else would be asking for resources and status, but this guy only wanted to be called young master? Was he obsessed with being a young master even in the cultivation world? Only a fool would do something like this, but Li Qie was far from it. If he were a fool, then everyone else here wasn't qualified to be a fool. There was another possibility, that something was off about him. More often than not, only a thin line separated genius from insanity. Virtuous nephew, you can reconsider this. The elder in charge seemed especially attentive towards him. It's young master. He repeated. The elders didn't know what to do. How could elders like them call a disciple of their sect this? Very well, young master. This elder actually gave up and smiled wryly. The other disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. Elders were the top dogs in their sect with plenty of power. Now, they have acquiesced to Li Qie's request. Could anything be more bizarre than this? These elders thought that they had met the most eccentric disciple possible as they smiled at each other. Of course, the wise thing to do was to keep him around at all costs. They must devote their resources into training him. I think I had a bet with some people here, right? Do I have to demand the payments from each of you? Li Qie then turned towards the crowd and said. Most remained silent. The active bettors turned red since they made fun of him earlier. Now, his derivation slapped them on the face without showing any mercy. Their disdain for him earlier worsened the blow and humiliation. I bet. No one dared to renege and placed their treasure in front of him. Same, I lost. The others joined in despite the pain. They could see how much the elders valued Li Qie by this point. Reneging meant that they would have no place to stay in Divine Black. The one feeling the worst was Zhan Hu. He scowled and begrudgingly took out a treasure that instantly exudes a majestic beast aura and immense life force. This treasure was stronger than anything shown so far. No elders here bothered to help Zhan Hu. After all, a bet's a bet. It didn't take long before a pile of treasures appeared in front of Li Qie. Their wondrous lights made the spectator salivate. No one alone was in possession of so many, so he became the envy of everyone. Alas, none of them could do what he did to justify winning so many treasures. Chapter 3309. Most disciples were captivated by the numerous treasures piled in front of Li Qie. Of course, the ones who lost to him had an ugly expression. They were humiliated in public and worst of all, in front of Gong Qianyue. The elders smiled wryly at this scene and thought that it was good that they didn't join. A while ago, they themselves didn't believe he could derive 10 merit laws. Li Qie only glanced at the pile since these treasures were nothing more than scrap metals to him or even inferior. Idiots. Li Qie smiled and told them. The losing bettors felt their face becoming hot. Gong Qianyue had said the same thing before, but Li Qie's comment struck far harder. They still didn't accept that he was better than them by this point. Thus, this humiliation felt much worse. Nonetheless, they didn't dare to voice it. Humph. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning scowled. Huang Ning wasn't a part of this bet, but he didn't feel good about Li Qie stealing the spotlight. And you two are the biggest idiots here. Li Qie lazily added while staring at the two. You. Zhan Hu's expression became unsightly as he glared back. Junior brother, don't be so haughty now. Success is good, but there is still a long way to go in the future. Huang Ning took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down, assuming the role of a senior. He spoke as if he had Li Qie's well-being in mind. Don't waste your breath lecturing me. If you're not convinced by my statement, come. I'll stomp you down. Li Qie interrupted Huang Ning. The spectators exchanged glances, thinking that Li Qie had changed. Just a while ago, he ignored their taunts and didn't bother to retort. Now, aggression took over. Little did they know that he simply didn't care prior. Now, his mood had changed. This was akin to worms shouting at a giant. The giant didn't care, but it wouldn't be troublesome to stomp down on them either. There was no need for a reason or justification. This was dependent on the giant's whim. The two naturally didn't take this sitting down. They were okay with Gong Qianyue's provocation since she was stronger and more prestigious. Now, an iron skin like Li Qie wanted to stomp on them? No way they could restrain themselves now. Zhan Hu was the son of Iron Whip Demon King, the first disciple of Jade Bird. Huang Ning was a genius in Divine Black and the youngest disciple of Thousand Arms Bodhi King. Let's fight then, I want to see you try. Huang Ning uttered coldly, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Humph, I want to see what you got too. Zhan Hu has been eager to teach Li Qie a lesson for a long time now but never had an opportunity. If he dared to challenge them, it was time to show him how vast this world was. Fellow disciples shouldn't talk with the sword. The elder in charge shook his head, clearly favoring Li Qie. An iron skin like him couldn't take on Zhan Hu and Huang Ning, especially the latter who was an enlightened being right now. During an actual fight, other means and schemes weren't enough to make up this disparity. Sure, the elders thought that Li Qie had some mysterious abilities, but he shouldn't have a sliver of a chance of winning in a real fight to the death. They wanted to cultivate a good seed like him. Out of respect for the elders, I won't pursue this, but if you dare to make the same mistake, Zhan Hu snorted and continued. No need for that. Li Qie waved his hand and said, come, I won't bully you and will just use one finger. Zhan Hu started laughing with rage, such arrogance. I want to see how you'll beat me with one finger. No need to shed blood. Huang Ning stopped him and stared coldly at Li Qie. There's another method if he wants to challenge us. Zhan Hu's eyes narrowed as he exchanged glances with Huang Ning. He eventually said, very well, we won't resort to fighting because others might call us bullies. There are still 2 more trials to go, yes? That's a good idea. Zhang Yu agreed and nodded. Whoever can pass the trials and earn more points will be the winner. So be it. Li Qie smiled and didn't mind the change. The other two seemed to have a plan going on already. Let's do it like this, I'll compete against you during the 4th trial and Brother Zhan Hu will compete against you for the 5th trial. Huang Ning suggested. Yes, that sounds fine. Zhan Hu nodded in agreement. Others thought that this was an interesting decision because Huang Ning was stronger than Zhan Hu. If anything, Huang Ning should have the 5th trial instead of the 4th. This will be fun to watch. Those who dislike Li Chia said, thinking that he was an arrogant parvenu. Okay, what is at stake? Li Chia smiled. The two mused for a bit. They naturally wanted to kill him but couldn't blatantly say so. Just a friendly contest is fine, no need for anything serious. The elder in charge immediately told those two, not wanting any injury to occur to Li Chia. If you lose, you'll need to leave Divine Black. Huang Ning eventually broke the silence. Not necessarily. The elder's tone became serious. He naturally wanted Li Chia to stay. Elder, I have made up my mind. Huang Ning then stared provocatively at Li Chia. Do you dare? He was completely confident in winning the 4th trial. If Li Chia were to leave, that would be an eyesore gone. If Li Chia were to refuse, then the guy would look bad in front of Qianyue. Maybe she would look down on him. Sure, and if you lose? Li Chia still had a smile on. Huang Ning hesitated for a moment before strongly replying, my ancestor has given me a treasure. It shall be yours if I lose. This bet is too serious. Another elder knew about this treasure and refused permission. Chapter 33:10, It's just a treasure, I can take it back later. Huang Ning glared at Li Chia and declared. It's on, why would I be afraid of rubbish? Li Chia nonchalantly said. Others viewed Li Chia with disdain and didn't try to hide in the slightest. Now, Li Chia returned the favor. Huang Ning naturally didn't like this, but he kept his cool despite not being able to hide a clandestine murderous flash in his eyes. If Li Chia were to lose and get kicked out, it wouldn't just end there. The guy would no longer be a disciple of Divine Black. The moment he left Divine Black, that would be his last day. What do you want to bet? I had no choice but to take in your crap earlier, so don't use the same thing again. Li Chia stared at Zhanhu and asked. You? Zhanhu became red and glared at him. He was still mourning about losing the precious treasure earlier. This guy now chose to make fun of it too. He would definitely make a chamber pot out of Li Chia's head if the elders weren't present. He took a deep breath to calm down and snorted, wait until you beat Brother Huang Ning before challenging me. I'll be waiting and ready at the 5th trial. Don't worry, he'll lose for sure, so go ahead, state the conditions. Li Chia chuckled. Just wait, I'll show you, brat. Huang Ning trembled with rage. Li Chia shrugged in response, not giving a care. If I lose, my life is yours. If you lose, I'll take your dog life. Zhanhu didn't hold back. The disciples nearby took a deep breath. Zhanhu was not playing around and wanted to kill Li Chia. No. Fellow brothers can compete and fight, no senseless killing. The elder in charge shouted and said seriously. The elders naturally didn't accept this bet. This was supposed to be a trial, not a fight to the death over some feud. They would need to come up with something else. Consider yourself lucky. If you lose, get on your knees and lick my foot. Zhanhu aggressively demanded. That's much better, no one will be injured in that case. One disciple shouted. There's no need for this. An elder shook his head but didn't stop it this time. Very well, make sure you get every spot on my foot in a little bit. Li Chia smiled. So many shows today. Some disciples saw another contest and became excited. That Li guy has some incredible stuff up his sleeve, but the difference in power level is impossible to overcome. There's no way he can beat both senior brother Huang Ning and senior brother Zhanhu. One disciple who didn't like Li Chia said. It's unlikely. Many shook their head, thinking that Li Chia wouldn't be able to win. These scrap metals take up too much space. Li Chia turned his attention towards the treasures and said, little ones, take it and distribute it however you want. He then gave them to the children from Lu. This is for us? The children became stunned, especially the freckled young lady. Does your young master ever take back his words? All yours. Li Chia waved his sleeve. The children jumped up and down to celebrate before bowing towards him. Thank you, young master. Li Chia's generosity certainly surprised the elders. Some of these treasures weren't bad at all, especially Zhan Hu's. How could he just give them away without leaving a single one for himself? Even the greatest genius at the Iron Skin realm would desire a good treasure for various reasons. No one would say no to having more items. Alas, he acted as if they were too low quality to enter his eyes. This certainly confused the elders. How eccentric. One elder murmured. They couldn't predict anything when it came to Li Chia. The strangest things kept on happening around him. The other disciples couldn't believe it either. Li Chia gave so many treasures away without batting an eye. They haven't seen such a generous soul before, not even the seniors or the elders. They stared at the young children with jealousy and envy. The ones who lost felt even more annoyed. Their treasures were given away to someone else. Li Chia should have at least kept them. Ahem, the fourth trial, let's go. Zhang Yu interrupted the strange atmosphere and ordered. Everyone regained their wits and started walking towards the next trial. During this walk, Qianyue had her eyes on Li Chia the entire time. This has been the case ever since he derived 10 Tao laws out of those bones. She didn't have an answer to this puzzle. Remember, she was the first from Divine Black to see him. He came out of the pond at that point. Now, he was a member of Divine Black while carrying out all these strange things. This made her question the possible scenarios. Was it really a coincidence or was there something else going on behind the scene? They climbed the stairs and made it to the gate of the fourth trial. After the gate was a platform situated between the ancestral peak and the school. One could see stairs leading all the way up to the clouds. Heaven climbs steps. An elder said while looking at the examinees. Many have heard of these steps before and began talking among themselves. I heard that the suppression up there is insanely powerful. No one has made it to the top. One said. Really, no one? A new disciple found this surprising. Yes, I heard that the first 100 steps are for the trial, the next 200 steps are for the seniors to train. No person during their youth has ever made it up there. Why? It's because only someone at the sacred level or stronger can withstand the pressure. One needed to rely on themselves. Treasures and other schemes were useless. Thus, these steps became a good measurement for one's strength. Making it 100 steps meant that the person was a supreme genius. The first speaker responded. One needs to be at the yin-yang level for the next 200 steps. Otherwise, they won't be able to take a single step. In fact, very few members of our sect can reach the 200th step. A different member joined. He has been in Divine Black long enough to know more. Only those with 30 points are eligible to embark on these steps. There are 300 steps in total. Our examination will take place within the first 100. Making it up 30 steps will earn you 10 points, 60 steps will be 20 points. The elder paused at this point. Chapter 33:11. What about 60 steps? A disciple asked. Very few among the first generation of disciples can do so. The elder flatly answered in a blunt yet truthful manner. 30 is the passing score, 60 is highly satisfactory, 90 means that you're a genius. 120 means that you're peerless. This is a gauge for the third generation. The elder in charge revealed. So we can be considered a genius at 90 steps. The new examinees looked up the steps with anticipation. Is it really that hard? One of them wondered. How many have climbed up to that point before? Another young one became curious. All eyes turned towards Gong Qianyue, who was sitting in a corner. She has always been distant from others. Normally, gazing at a beauty was a pleasant thing, just not today because Li Chia was resting on her thigh again. Her admirers, especially Huang Ning, didn't take this too well. Unfortunately, she turned a blind eye towards them. Her focus was on Li Qia's ordinary-looking face as if it was an unsolvable puzzle. This only served to further exasperate her fans. Of course, this had nothing to do with Li Qia's attractiveness. She was merely trying to extract more information regarding recent events. I will get to 90. Huang Ning proudly declared for all to hear. That would be the genius classification. All turned towards him. No one thought that he was boasting because he was only second to Gong Qianyue in their sect. You can definitely do it. A disciple from Thousand Demons immediately supported. Victory is yours once you get there. Others definitely can't compare. Another demon said while glancing at Li Qia, on purpose or otherwise. The demons didn't care that Li Qia was the son of miracles. They would always stand on Huang Ning's side against a human. Victory is yours. Many shouted to voice their support. Huang Ning clearly had a prestigious status in the sect. The sect will have a special reward for those who make it that far. Any merit law at the same level. Zhang Yu nodded. Any earth-level merit law? The crowd clamored as a result after hearing the potential reward, only second to heaven-level laws. In fact, Gong Qianyue might be the only member of the third generation to cultivate heaven-level laws. The protectors didn't have access to them either. The earth level was already the highest for them. The next question became obvious for most. They turned towards Qianyue and started wondering about her result. She was stronger than Huang Ning, so how many steps would she be able to climb? Qianyue, what is your challenge this time? The elder in charge asked. 110 for sure, then I will be challenging 120. Qianyue pondered for a bit before replying. That's a lofty goal, even the sect master didn't dare to be so bold during his youth. An elder laughed. Senior sister Qianyue is definitely our top genius. One disciple said. Yes, she can do it if she tries. Others joined in. Huang Ning was relatively annoyed at his spotlight being stolen by Qianyue. However, it wasn't too bad because she had an inborn true fate. No one could compete with this. Qianyue remained aloof to the praises and continued to stare at the sleeping Li Qia. Now, the crowd's next question became Li Qia's goal, but no one came up to ask. Young master, what is your target? Qianyue eventually inquired. Many didn't like her addressing him as young master. Huang Ning and the other fans scowled in response. How could their goddess call someone else young master? How is he qualified to be a young master? One disciple scowled. It's because the elders are calling him this. Senior sister Qianyue is trying to be considerate here. A fan consoled himself. What's the reward for 300? Li Qia lazily opened his eyes. 300 steps. Eyes widened as a result and shifted back and forth between Li Qia and the elders. No one can get to 200 steps without being at the sacred level. Ludicrous. One old disciple showed his skepticism. All the way to the top. The elders began talking. Zhang Yu's eyes became bright while glancing at Li Qia. Heaven climb relies on power alone, nothing else. Your own power and your merit law's profundity determine how far you can go. Zhang Yu elaborated, I'm stronger than Qianyue due to age and I can reach 120. 300 is simply unheard of, at least in my memories. Right, elders? Yes. We had some heavenly sovereigns before and South Conk forefather. They never attempted this again after making a name for themselves. In theory, they should be able to do it. There's just no record about someone being able to go all the way up. The elder in charge replied. How did South Conk forefather do during his youth? One disciple asked. They were referring to South Conk Dao Lord. Though the divine beast, Black Tortoise, was the patriarch of their sect, some actually said that the Dao Lord was stronger. The elders contemplated. South Conk forefather is the most talented disciple in the history of Divine Black. No one else comes close. The elder in charge finally answered. If I remember correctly, his best result during his youth was 156 steps, yes? Another elder recalled. That sounds right. The elder in charge nodded. Attention turned towards Qianyue again. If she could successfully finish her challenge, there was a chance of her becoming a Dao Lord in the future. After all, this wasn't her limit. She could still improve in the near future. See? South Conch Patriarch's record is 156 steps. I'm sure no one can beat this. Please be responsible when you brag. One disciple sarcastically told Lichia. Many others shared the same thought. What a waste of time, if there's no reward for this, I'd rather go to sleep on a beauty's thigh. Lichia lazily said. You can't get up there even if there's a big reward. Huang Ning couldn't help attacking. Unfortunately, Lichia didn't respond to him. Meanwhile, the elders quietly talked among themselves. There is no precedent set for 300 steps in our sect, but we have discussed this. If anyone can surpass South Conch forefathers' record, they'll get the highest reward possible. The elder in charge said seriously. The highest reward possible? The disciples took a deep breath and started fantasizing. No one can do it anyway, One said. I don't think it's possible. An elder told his peers. Chapter 33:12. Not to mention the disciples, the elders themselves thought that reaching the top was impossible. They were aware of Li Qia's devilish and mysterious abilities. However, this climb required one's own power. Treasures and other means were of no use here. No way. An elder directly denied. Not even Ping Wowing with his current cultivation could do this. A disciple like Li Qia had no chance regardless of how mysterious he was. I doubt he can get up 300 steps. Even the humans didn't buy it, let alone the demons. He'll embarrass himself soon enough. Another sneered. Huang Ning and Zhan Nu naturally liked this development. In actuality, Huang Ning was worried that Li Qia might come up with something to surpass him and go up farther. But now, the guy said that he wanted to climb all the steps. This puts them in an advantageous position. He could beat them, but there was no way he could carry out his claim. He would turn into a clown laughed at by all. So ambitious, can't wait to see you try. Huang Ning said sarcastically. The elders and Zhang Yu didn't mock Li Qia but still found the task impossible. 300 steps, that's a miracle for the ages. Just don't force it because given your current cultivation, 30 steps would be amazing enough. 60 steps would be a miracle. The elder in charge shook his head, trying to help Li Qia. He extended a ladder for the guy to step down without facing humiliating scrutiny. He discreetly suggested for Li Qia to stop boasting before it's too late. He's right, just pick a smaller goal. Focus on 30 then try to challenge 60. Your points are already enough to go to the 5th trial. A human elder said, wishing to protect Li Qia. A miracle for the ages? Fine, I'll create one for more points. Getting up there is no big deal anyway. Li Qia declared with a wide smile. The two elders didn't expect him to ignore their suggestion and kept on showing off. They glanced at each other and smiled wryly. The words have come out of the guy's mouth and they couldn't push them back in. 300 steps. He doesn't know his own limits, we'll see what he is gonna do then. A disciple snorted. Just think about it, the most talented Dao Lord of their sect only made it past 100 steps. How could an iron-skinned disciple go all the way? What a joke. Girl, do you think I can do it? Li Qia smiled and asked Gong Qianyue. She stared at him and found his smile to be confident and natural with no sign of arrogance. His eyes looked deep and firm. This was unshakable confidence stemming from the bones. I do. You will stay true to your words, young master. She eventually nodded, being won over by his confidence. She looked like a maid right now, to the astonishment and chagrin of the crowd. Normally, she wasn't an arrogant person but still maintained a distance from everyone else. Now, she seemed so docile and obedient when around Wuxia. This came unexpected and incited plenty of jealousy. Many disciples wanted to be in Wuxia's shoes. Ahem. Zhang Yu ordered, "We'll start now in order." The examinees shifted their focus and took a deep breath in order to assume their best mental state. Lu Xingyan. The first disciple was called and he stood before heaven climb steps. He felt great pressure despite being an excellent member of Divine Black. This wasn't his first time either. The previous experience of the difficulties here made him more nervous. He eventually took a deep breath. Buzz. He channeled his merit laws and started pulsing brightly as he took the first step up. Others didn't notice anything, but he could feel his shoulders being pushed down as if he was holding a carrying pole with 2 loads weighing 1,000 pounds. His chaos true energy started their rotation and stabilized his stance. He took the next step forward. On the second step, the invisible weight on his shoulder instantly doubled. He could still withstand this and aimed for the next. 5, 6, 7, he quietly counted, the same with the many spectators below. 30, some started cheering. "Senior brother Lu, you're making our 1,000 demons peak proud." A demon shouted. Unfortunately, his speed and recovery rate became slower at this point. 40, the spectators were still shouting, especially those coming from 1,000 demons. This disciple could hear his bones grinding together by the pressure at the 40th step. It wished to crush him down. Boom! He turned ablaze. A great bull appeared in the fire and boosted his power. Mad Fiery Bull. A mid-level black mantra. The crowd called out. Some were very envious due to the high level of this mantra. Boom! 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 His power surged after activating the mantra and he climbed up 10 steps in no time at all. 50. He seemed to be out of strength at this point, completely stopping and gasping for air. He tried to use his mantra again but it didn't have a strong effect. The pressure was too great at this point. He tried to step on the 55th step but his legs felt as heavy as a mountain. He still persevered. 58th. He gritted his teeth. The bones all over his body were issuing noises now. No need to force it if you can't. An elder below reminded. Nonetheless, he didn't want to give up and used his mantra again. The flame around him ignited only to be extinguished by the pressure. 660. The disciple made it to the 60th step and vomited a mouthful of blood. He fell down the stairs and was caught by an examiner. The spectators were moved. Those who haven't done this before thought that it would be very easy. However, this powerful disciple only barely made it that high. He was one of the best in 1,000 demons. By Hangkong. The elder named the next. He took the first step but unfortunately, this was his first time here. His cultivation was also shallow so he stopped after 9 steps. He couldn't help but cry after getting down because he had lost the opportunity to move on. Chapter 33:13. This trial was eliminating disciples at a rapid rate. The majority couldn't make it past the 10th step. Those capable of getting to 30 were all top disciples of the 5 peaks. Very few made it to the 60th step. These were definitely among the top 10 of this generation. More than half were done at this point. The first-timers were sad because they lacked both experience and power, unlike their senior brothers and sisters. This meant that they couldn't participate in the 5th trial. The older ones who only managed to reach the 30th step was fine with it due to the point system. They got 50 and this was enough to move on. The 5th trial was the most desired one anyway. Jean, who had an impeccable showing. He had no problem moving up the first 60 steps. The spectators from Jade Bird naturally clapped and cheered for him. Some from Furio's Tiger joined in as well. First brother should be able to do 80 steps. One member of Jade Bird praised after seeing his effortless ascend. No, I think 85. An older senior brother speculated. Jean, who started slowing down after 70 steps. Each subsequent step became difficult. A regal aura oozed from him just like a dominating king. He wanted to use his power at this point. Rah! A tiger roar chased away the clouds above. A tiger totem emerged, looking fierce and stately. Sky roar divine tiger. A high-level black merit law from Iron Rod Demon King's branch. Many shouted after seeing this. His lineage's merit law empowered him and quickened his pace. The spectators became envious once more. Jean, who came from a prestigious clan. The members of this clan could learn their clan's merit laws along with divine blacks. This put Jean, who at a great advantage compared to other excellent disciples. 80. Shouts came about from the demons. Jean, who had the best results so far in this trial in the most dazzling manner. Those from Furious Tiger and Jade Bird took pride in this. However, he started slowing down despite the totem empowerment. Sweat beads could be seen everywhere from the overwhelming pressure. 85. His body trembled while the crowd cheered. 86. He still took another step and finally gave up at this point. First brother, you're something else. 86 is the best result so far. One junior cheered. Still not 90. He replied with a tinge of regrets, it's up to you, senior brother Huang Ning. Don't worry, I will try my best to not let you down. Huang Ning smiled in response. They have let go of their competition and formed an alliance to deal with a common enemy, Wuxia. Huang Ning really didn't disappoint. He easily climbed up 70 steps as his robe fluttered in a cool manner. He had a transcending aura like a crane among a flock of chicken, truly a handsome and elegant man. He's so handsome. Many girls from the 5 Peaks were enamored with him since he looked so cool while climbing up the steps. He's definitely the best looking in 1,000 Demons. The ones from 1,000 Demons were the biggest fans. Yes, a man like him is the center of attention anywhere. He's so perfect and his charisma far surpasses others, yet a few still want to challenge him, so ignorant. One girl said while glancing over at Wuxia with disdain. Isn't this good? We need blind people like that to challenge senior brother Huang Ning. That's when he'll really shine. He might be nice, but if they ask for it, don't blame him for crushing them. Another said. These girls were fans of Huang Ning and naturally disliked Wuxia. Huang Ning started slowing down after making it through 80 steps. He also activated his totem, the great figure of a demon king with an imposing presence. Luminous Vine Demon King. Some said with respect. Everyone knew that he had the bloodline of this demon king. With his mantra activated, the power in his blood also rushed out. 90. Senior brother, you can do it. You're the strongest and most handsome in 1,000 Demons. You can do it. Infuriate that toad. His fans started chanting. Some male disciples enjoyed this as they glanced at Wuxia. Everyone knew who the chant was referring to. Alas, Wuxia was still sleeping on Qinyue's thighs. She didn't care either and continued looking at him as if nothing in this world was more attractive. 95. The girls below clenched their fists, feeling even more nervous than Huang Ning. He can definitely make it to 100. 100. Some started praying for him. 97. Huang Ning had a tough time by this point. Bean-sized beads formed on his forehead as he was drenched from top to bottom. 98. Others were counting. If he were to make it to 100, he would be the first to make it this far for this trial. 99. He was pale and shaking. This next step was extremely hard. Pluff. He eventually faltered and vomited blood. He fell down and was caught by an examiner. Many felt bad for him, even the human disciples. This is already an exceptional result. An elder praised. Huang Ning surpassed expectations and solidified his status as a genius. What a shame. Huang Ning looked up the steps with regrets after recovering. It's okay, you're the strongest in 1,000 demons and the second best in the sect. The girls came up and consoled him. Right, your score is more than enough to beat the random nobodies. Just wait for him to embarrass himself. Another said. Huang Ning glared over at Li Qia and couldn't wait to see the guy try. The elders wanted to leave Li Qia and Gong Qianyue for last. The reason for Qianyue was obvious. She was their best disciple, so they wanted her to be the last on stage. As for Li Qia, they were doing him a favor. They wanted him to watch the senior brothers and sisters try first so that he could mentally prepare for the trial. Alas, he has been sleeping the entire time. This made them shake their head while feeling helpless. Chapter 33:14. The disciples in front quickly finished their turn and only two were left, Li Qia and Gong Qianyue. The fourth trial eliminated numerous disciples. Only 100 or so managed to make it up to 60 steps, the majority of whom being older disciples. First-time attempters were nearly non-existent. Some were sad and became dispirited after losing. However, they told themselves that this wasn't their last examination. On the other hand, for those like Huang Ning, this might actually be their last chance. They have been in Divine Black long enough to begin taking up roles and positions. With only two remaining, Huang Ning currently had the best record at 99 steps. All eyes were on Li Qia and Qianyue now. It was a matter of course for her to surpass Huang Ning because she was at the yin-yang celestial realm. The difference of a full realm was insurmountable. Therefore, she should have no problem breaking the 100 mark. The question became, how many steps in total? As for Li Qia, they sneered at him, thinking that his tricks and methods wouldn't be able to help him here. He had no chance of beating Huang Ning. Zhang Yu and the elders stared at the two and didn't call for one to come. Ladies first. Li Qia got up and smiled. She walked towards the steps like a kingdom-toppling goddess. Her distant temperament made her even more desirable to the male disciples. She seemed like a floating beauty up in the clouds, unstained by the dust in the mortal world. Both her appearance, temperament, and actions captivated the spectators. Her ascend was a gorgeous dance in their eyes, a visual feast demanding all of their attention. So pretty. The ones who didn't have romantic thoughts about her were still impressed. Yes, not only is she the strongest, she's also the most beautiful. Her admirers naturally praised while being fully immersed. The powerful ones like Jean who had powerful mental fortitude. Nonetheless, they were still affected by her. We really can't compare to senior sister Qianyue. Many female disciples felt inferior. The ones who were jealous of her had to admit their inadequacies in comparison. There's no shame in admitting that she's the #1 beauty in our sect. A female disciple confident in her own appearance accepted defeat. 100 steps. An elder interrupted them with a shout. The ones in a daze calmed down and saw how far she had made it, still effortlessly. I'm really weaker than junior sister. Huang Ning himself said. Zhang Yu and the elders expected this since they were confident in her abilities. Looks like 120 is definitely possible. The elder in charge nodded approvingly, thinking that she had calculated this goal first. 110. Someone shouted. Senior sister, you can definitely make it to 120. More cheered. 120 is nothing for you, senior sister. Everyone started cheering for her due to their admiration for her abilities. No one would question her power and thought that she would stay true to her claim. When she got to 111, she seemed to finally be facing resistance. However, she could still handle it, unlike Zhan Hu or Huang Ning during the final stage. As expected, she finally made it past 120. She did it. Will she break the record that has been kept for several generations? The crowd erupted. 130, she's challenging it right now. However, Qianyue found herself in trouble after entering the 120th step. Boom! A holy aura permeated the area. Flames started jumping around her, heat waves oozed out. This was the Samadhi flame, but it wasn't the thing frightening people. A black tortoise emerged with a universe around it. It lifted its head and looked like the ruler above the myriad laws. Black Tortoise Imperial Art. Many disciples were moved at this sight and felt the urge to prostrate before the great entity. The technique of our patriarch. They became envious as well. This was one of the strongest merit laws in divine black passed down by its progenitor since the ancient era. It was considered a high-level heaven law by future generations. According to the legends, after their patriarch created this law, it also received guidance from the great immortal. The merit law changed from being complicated to simple, something far superior than before. The tortoise then passed it down to its disciples. When will I be able to learn it? Some wondered. Getting it is one thing, but can you actually learn it? There are others with top laws, but it's still useless. An older disciple stared at them and said. This group turned towards Wuxia after hearing this. Everyone knew that he got the 9 primeval laws, another top merit law of their sect. Alas, he couldn't learn it anyway. They had no chance of cultivating heaven laws before reaching the sacred level. One exception was to have an inborn true fate. Boom! 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 Each of her steps had the power of a black tortoise. The world trembled, unable to withstand the force. So powerful. The spectators felt as if she was capable of opening a path to heaven at this point. Boom! She made it to the 130th step. The place became quiet. Even the elders were moved. Incredible. Zhang Yu said. He might not do better than her despite his current cultivation. Remember, he was 1 generation older with a full cultivation realm advantage. Unfortunately, she was shaking and drenched with sweat. Everyone could see that this was her limit. No need to keep going, you've already broken the record. The elder in charge said. Chapter 33:15, 130 was one of the best records in Divine Black. She had surpassed many before her. This was virtually unbeatable for those present. They could become stronger later and might not be able to beat this number. Gong Qianyue was pale, clearly unable to go on. Nonetheless, both the juniors and seniors were convinced by her prowess. She still didn't give up and gritted her teeth, wanting to move forward. The elders exchanged glances and understood why. This was her last examination, so she wanted an even better record. It would be meaningless to try again after her cultivation became better in the future. Thus, this attempt had great significance for her. Buzz. Her true fate flew out of a fate palace. It looked like a miniature copy of hers, cold and distant. It was resplendent with rotating halos. An archaic aura existed along with the power of the Tao. It seemed to be one with heaven and earth. An inborn true fate, this archaic aura and bright radiance were different from everyone else's true fate. Being born with this true fate meant boundless potential. This was the case for Qianyue. Others needed to learn merit laws in the right order. On the other hand, she was completely free from this rule. She could still cultivate a high-level heaven law while being a mortal shell. This was the best thing about having this inborn true fate. Just imagine, being at the lowest realm and cultivating the best merit laws. This was a higher starting point than anyone else. Her true fate combined with the imperial law allowed her to enter her strongest state. She became spirited again and took several more steps. 136, 137, 138, the spectators counted every time she took a step. Zhang Yu and the elders became anxious while watching this. 139, she was staggering back and forth at this point. Everyone watched with bated breath, no one dared to rush her. 140, this step was extremely difficult, but she persevered and attempted to gather more strength. 141. The crowd shouted. She mustered more power at this point. Her foot was only a little bit off from the next step. Alas, the suppressive affinity at this point was too much for her. I give up. She had no choice. 141st step. The ancestral peak became filled with shouts and cheers. 141, the seniors exchanged glances and became emotional. Congratulations, senior sister. You're really the number one of our sect. Everyone rushed over and gathered around her. She simply nodded as an expression of gratitude, not showing arrogance and pride. Simply amazing. The elder in charge walked over and told her, only South Conch forefather has done better than you in the history of our sect. You are in second place. This will be recorded in the sect's annals. Everyone thought that this achievement was worthy of pride. You'll definitely surpass the sect master. An older elder stroked his beard, looking quite pleased. In my opinion, you'll be at the sacred level in less than a century. Another elder added. The entire sect had high hopes for her. It was only a matter of time before she surpassed Ping Suoang. The elders from the 5 peaks rarely agreed on one thing, but this time, it was unanimous. Having another cultivator at the sacred level was a big deal for Divine Black. She remained calm and came over to Li Chia, who didn't have a big reaction to her achievement. Your turn, young master. She wanted to see a miracle. Intuition told her that he would definitely beat her record despite being an iron skin. He would beat the Dao Lord's record as well. Sure. Li Chia smiled and walked over to the steps. The crowd wasn't as nice to him as they were to Gong Qianyue. Junior brother Li, I'm waiting for you to make it to the final step and become the number one of our sect. One senior brother sarcastically said with a sneer. Yes, the number one in history. Others started laughing. Zhang Yu and the elders didn't say anything. They stared intensely at Li Chia and held on to a sliver of hope for a miracle. Perhaps this inscrutable youth would surprise everyone again. I'm waiting for you to beat me. If you can't make it past 100, get the hell out of Divine Black. Huang Ning snorted. Senior brother, you're making it hard for him. A good friend of his added, I think he can make it past 10 steps, but 100? That's harder than reaching heaven itself. Right, I would bet on 10 being the max. One more looked down on Li Chia. Good dogs don't block the way. Li Chia smiled and didn't bat an eye from the offensive comments. Huang Ning's expression became ugly. He still walked away and watched with both hands in front of his chest from a distance. When the guy lost, he would need to leave Divine Black. That's when Huang Ning would make mincemeat out of him. Wonder how hard this will be. Li Chia stretched and decided to play with the crowd for a bit. He took his time taking each step and faked the difficulty. 1, 2, 3, 4, he seriously counted each step, struggling to get the word out. Once he got to the 5th step, he shook back and forth, nearly tumbling over. Watch out now, don't lose to the 6th step. Some below burst out in laughter. 6, Li Chia finally made it here. His limit is 10. I'll eat a rock if he can get 11. One disciple sneered. Young master, you can do it, get to 300. Only the children from Lu village actively cheered for him. Chapter 33:16, Young Master, you can do it. Become the best by reaching the top. The children cheered for him. Young Master, first place is yours for the taking. Lu Daowei couldn't help but join. He didn't know how many steps Li Chia could do, but since he benefited so much from Li Chia's help and the previous bets, he bought everything for the number 1 spot and earned so much. Thus, even if Li Chia couldn't get the top 3 spots right now, he already won enough and had nothing but gratitude towards Li Chia. Some peers stared at him as if he was an idiot, but he didn't stop shouting for Li Chia. Many demons viewed him not only as a fool but also as a traitor. They certainly hated Li Chia mainly because of Gong Qianyue. In addition, he was also Huang Ning and Zhan Hu's enemy. Those two represented the side of the demons, so Li Qie was naturally their enemy as well. Now, a demon like Lu Daowei was supporting Li Qie? Traitor seemed like the right word here. That's why they threw an aggressive glare at him, no longer considering him as one of their own. Sigh, can't move at all, gotta take a break to catch a breath first. Li Qie seemed powerless after reaching the 10th step, heaving for breath while sitting down. The ones below started laughing at him. Ha ha ha, finally. See, I told you that he can't go that far with his cultivation. 10 steps is his max. A demon guffawed. Humph, can't believe he challenged senior brother Huang Ning, what an ignorant fool. A friend of Huang Ning sneered. Get the hell out of the sect to save yourself from further embarrassment. Many demons and some humans showed their disdain. The latter joined in out of jealousy because of Gong Qianyue. Li Qie ignored them and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, gotta keep going, can't give up that quickly. 11, 12, 13, he counted. Each step required so much effort. He needed to breathe at least 3 times before barely moving on. The ones laughing suddenly stopped since they were caught off guard. Humph, the last struggle, so futile. Let's see how far you can go. One disciple snorted. He's at his limit, 20 is the very max. A demon added. 19, 20, Li Qie's hands were on his knees while being drenched in sweat. Another step seemed impossible. Dang, too tired, I gotta rest for a bit. He heaved for breath and sat back down. Huh, see, I'm right. The demon earlier laughed, he won't be able to make it past this. Congratulations on your victory, senior brother. A few started flattering Huang Ning before an actual conclusion. It's still too early. Huang Ning replied, but there was already a smile on his face. The guy looked finished at the 20th step. His best would most likely be 30 steps, and even that was pushing it. Victory seemed to be up for grab. The smile turned into a smirk, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Just accept defeat and roll down already, don't waste everyone's time. Another disciple scowled. Okay, got some air back, time to continue. Li Qie ignored them and said. With that, he aimed for the next step. 21, 22, 23, he counted each step just like before. Okay, let's see how long you can last for. One disciple uttered. Well, 30 will be as high as he can go, no more. That's still useless though. A demon said with scorn. 30. Li Qie made it up to this step and massaged his waist while lamenting, sigh, just 18 yet already feeling old with aches everywhere. This isn't good, I need to rest. He sat down again. This was his 3rd time resting. The spectators started talking about it. I doubt he can stand up or keep going anymore. One of them asserted. Li Qie immediately proved him wrong by standing up and patted his butt. Have to move on, there are still 270 steps left. 31, 32, 33, the same thing repeated. The one who spoke earlier turned red, speechless with embarrassment. So what, he's not gonna get to 100. He added. But by this point, those who made fun of him earlier stopped and became awkward. The majority of them couldn't make it to 30. In fact, some lost after 10 steps. How were they qualified to make fun of him? 40. Li Qie loudly lamented at this point, sigh, my back is about to break, this isn't good. I guess I have to rest again. What is happening? The spectators exchanged glances. Don't tell me he'll get up again. An older disciple remained skeptical about Li Qie's ability to move forward. Sure enough, Li Qie got up and started climbing once more, fully embarrassing the guy. 50. Li Qie said. Someone below immediately interrupted him and shouted, You're about to rest again? Yes, my bones can't handle this. Gotta take a break. Li Qie smiled and sat back down. Gong Qianhua let out a smile after seeing his appearance. Unfortunately, the crowd wasn't lucky enough to see how beautiful she was because they were busy with Li Qie. So this actually works. Someone wondered because none of them stopped to rest like him. Are you starting soon? One disciple asked. Enough rest for now. Li Qie smilingly responded and went on. There's a problem here, he's resting while climbing every 10 steps. No one else did it, it's unfair. A demon protested. Idiot. Qianhua wasn't the one speaking this time but rather, the elder in charge. He glared at the demon and added, try again if you're not convinced. Do 30 steps and I'll give you a treasure. This demon disciple only made it several steps. He naturally turned red after being chastised. You can't afford to rest up high because of the great suppression. Lingering around will only waste strength. Once you sit down, you won't be able to stand up at all. Thus, the climb requires taking advantage of continuous momentum. A first brother glared at the idiotic demon. Though they didn't like Li Qie, it would be stupid by this point to question him. 70. Li Qie made it to 70 in a fascinating manner. You're taking a break again, right? Do you actually need to? Some skeptical spectators shouted at him. Chapter 33:17. Of course I have to take a break. Young ones, remember to take good care of your back or it'll be bad in the future. Li Qie smiled and sat back down. People made fun of him at the start for resting. Some thought that he wouldn't be able to stand back up. Now, the repeated act made them grow numb. So what is actually going on? Someone quietly asked. Maybe he knows how to climb the steps correctly. A secret or something like that. Those who didn't like him came up with an excuse. They didn't want to accept that he was doing it using his own abilities. That's one possibility. There's no way he can get that high while being an iron skin. He found a hole in the steps, or is it that you get to rest every 10 steps? That's the best time to Rico dash. A demon snorted. Feel free to try. Zhang Yu coldly interrupted, since you're so certain about this, start climbing so everyone can see how capable you are. The demon panicked right away. In reality, he was only speaking nonsense while trying to come up with an excuse to deny Li Qie's achievement. Go. Zhang Yu's eyes turned colder, his pressure intensified. As the Lord of Jade Bird, this eruption of power from him made the disciple shudder with fear as if a wolf was glaring at him. He didn't dare to disobey and walked up the steps. He copied Li Qie and sat down after 10 steps. He barely made it above this during his own examination. Now, once he sat down, he couldn't get up again. AAA. He roared and used all of his energy to stop the suppression, but it was useless. Everyone saw this and realized that there was no such thing as a flaw in these steps. Momentum was crucial during the climb. Stopping would only increase the pressure. The disciple eventually went down the steps, his face as red as can be. He called out Li Qie earlier only to humiliate himself before his peers. This proved that Li Qie didn't need to rest at all. So why did he stop each time? One disciple eventually understood, he was merely playing with them. At the start of his attempt, so many disrespected him vocally. Alas, they didn't even realize that he was mocking them. Some continued to laugh during the first 30 steps or so. Who was the fool here? Zhang Yu and the elders saw through this long ago. They knew that he was just toying with the others. However, they didn't know how he was withstanding the pressure given his shallow cultivation. The steps were just fine. It had no hole and flaws to take advantage of. By this point, they thought that he was completely unaffected despite being up high already. Li Qie was definitely doing something special beyond their discernment. There's no word to describe how devilish this brat is. One elder eventually concluded. 91, 92, 93, 94, a group loudly counted beneath the steps. In the beginning, only the children from Lu supported him. As he moved up, the jeers stopped completely. Who would dare to laugh at him at this point? They themselves couldn't get that high. Doing so would be idiotic. Some became nervous, especially the demons on the side of Huang Ning. Li Qia's victory would be the same as him slapping them in the face. Huang Ning had an ugly expression. He realized that Li Qia could really beat him. He would lose a precious treasure on top of being humiliated in front of Qianyue. He was in second place with 99 steps finished. This made him stand out among the crowd and caused quite a stir. He hoped that this would be enough to win her attention and favor. Moreover, beating Li Qia meant banishing the guy out of Divine Black. His achievements during the trials might also impress her. Alas, he could see his dream crumbling as Li Qia drew closer to the 99th step. 99. Everyone shouted with astonishment. Li Qia was now even with Huang Ning. Just one more step and Huang Ning would become the loser. Sigh, so tired, one more time. Li Qia broke the rule this time and stopped. Everyone stared at him and patiently waited. However, he took a while this time around, swinging his legs back and forth while sitting on the step. Sigh, my legs are not listening to me. He massaged his legs and lamented. Junior brotherly, if you're having a tough time, no need to force it. It's already amazing that you have it this far. I have nothing but admiration for you. Huang Ning spoke, acting very familiar. The suppression of these steps is no joke. Forcing yourself might end up with lasting damages to your Dao foundation. He spoke as if he cared about Li Qia's well-being. In reality, he only wanted Li Qia to stop so that it would be a tie instead of a loss. Li Qia didn't answer him. He smiled at Qianyue and said, Girl, my weary legs are not listening to me anymore. Come massage your young master. This request naturally stunned all the listeners. Chapter 33:18. The disciples present couldn't believe it. Some thought that they had misheard him. Who was Gong Qianyue? She was none other than their strongest genius, a candidate to be their sex successor and their prettiest member. She was unmatched in terms of status and power. Now, Li Qia wanted her to massage his legs? This request was out of line and illogical. Who do you think you are? One of her fans erupted. Take a look at yourself first before spewing this crap. A demon added before Qianyue could answer. You're way out of line, purposely insulting our senior sister. No one will accept this. Many began criticizing and yelling at him. Why not? On the other hand, Qianyue stared at him and nodded. She began climbing the steps. Some thought they were hearing things again. Was there something wrong with their ears? Others would be elated to have a chance to serve her. Now, she wanted to serve Li Qia. This whole thing was inconceivable. Once they calmed down, they saw him sitting there with his legs relaxed. Gong Qianyue crouched down and began massaging him. Her movement was amateurish and borderline clumsy. This was made up by her sincerity. The spectators became frozen at this sight, their mouth wide open while their words were stuck. Those who criticized Li Qia earlier were speechless as if there was an invisible hand clutching their throat. They thought that he was being arrogant and nonsensical for demanding this. Alas, she was willing to do so on her own accord. No one was forcing her. Her fans became overwhelmed with various and negative emotions. In the past, they would be elated to have any interaction with her. Just earning a split second of her attention would make the rest of their day brighter, an honor of sorts. The goddess in their mind was currently massaging Li Qia's legs. No one dared to dream about such a thing. Li Qia sat there and enjoyed it without a care. He didn't show any happiness as if this was how it should be, truly no big deal. The truth was that she was just a regular disciple. He wouldn't find it special to have an emperor or a Dao lord serving him. Qianyue finished in no time and left. Li Qia stretched out his legs and said, "Ah, so much better, looks like 300 steps won't be a problem. He stood up afterward to Huang Ning's chagrin. The latter's heart skipped a beat. He clenched his fists, more nervous than anyone present. He wanted nothing more than for Wuxia to stop, but since the guy stood up so easily, he had a bad feeling about it. 100. Some shouted after seeing Wuxia's next step. They then instinctively turned towards Huang Ning. Though they didn't make fun of him, they still thought about the bet. Huang Ning lost. It was that simple. Reasons, explanations, and excuses didn't matter. He was full of confidence after getting 99 steps, believing that there was no way an iron skin cultivator could defeat him. But now, the reality was that Wuxia was standing on the 100th step. He could feel his face burning as if he had just been slapped. It wasn't just one treasure but all of his reputation. He also lost the chance to impress Gong Qianyue. No, even worse than that, he looked like a clown right now. His complexion kept on changing color, from white to green. Wuxia stood on top of the 100th step and looked down below, incurable idiots. His tone was casual and nonchalant, yet it mercilessly struck the crowd. They all became embarrassed with their face hot. Huang Ning felt the worst since the comment was aimed at him the most. Embarrassment turned to anger as he glared at Wuxia. His expression became twisted. The elders only smiled wryly. Wuxia won the right to pay back after reaching that checkpoint. The humiliated crowd was obviously livid but had to keep their mouths shut and swallow their anger. They couldn't retort without having a better record than him. Okay, 200 more are waiting for me. Not gonna play with you all anymore, time to finish this. Wuxia stretched again and moved forward. 103, 104, 105. He was so many times faster than before, almost like running up the steps. People had a hard time keeping up. A while back, he heaved and struggled after each step, then needed to rest after every 10. Now, he showed no signs of struggling, no rapid breathing nor back pain. The crowd became astounded again. They knew that the higher up, the more difficult and stronger the pressure. Wuxia seemed completely unaffected by the suppression, moving faster and faster. It became apparent that he was only playing around the first 100 steps, merely faking his fatigue. They viewed him as a clown or a piece of trash a while ago. Now, it appeared that they were the clowns. This sudden shift left them in an uncomfortable position. Chapter 33:19, 141, 142. A disciple had a hard time keeping up with Wuxia. This number made everyone shudder. Some turned towards Qianyue. She had a calm expression, unlike Huang Ning, who was currently furious. She didn't find this surprising in the slightest after being surpassed by Wuxia. He got the best record. Many became emotional after he got the number 1 spot for this trial. 156, 157. 157. The counter said the same thing twice out of shock. 157, 158, 159, 160. Wuxia didn't stop at the 157th step at all, as if this number was completely insignificant. However, the crowd didn't feel the same. The elders also treated it special because the highest historical record belonged to South Conk Dao Lord at 156 steps. No one has been able to beat this number established by the Dao Lord during his youth. He utilized his special gifts and eventually went on to accomplish many great things. Now, his record has been broken by Wuxia. A new record. The elder in charge murmured. The upper echelon couldn't believe it. It would make more sense if Wuxia was talented and powerful. For example, possessing an inborn true fate, inborn Dao physique, inborn fate palace. However, all 3 of his talents were at the mortal level. Furthermore, he wasn't an expert that had cultivated for centuries to reach the yin-yang or myriad form realm. There were plenty of iron skin cultivators like him in divine black. Yet, someone like him managed to break the sect's historical record. This brat is impossible to explain. The knowledgeable elder in charge felt helpless. Right, nothing is more bizarre than this. He has been conquering all obstacles with such ease. An old elder said. They have been completely won over by him. Common sense and reasons were of no use when it came to Wuxia. The strangest and most unbelievable thing seemed ordinary around Wuxia. 200, 201, 202, the count still continued. Those who were in a daze finally recovered only to be stunned again by this number. No one had gone this far again. He'll have no problem reaching 300. Zhang Yu sighed and said. Qianyue has been watching closely. In fact, she knew that he could reach the top without any difficulty once she saw him finish the first 99. If this trial had 500 or even 1,000 steps, it still wouldn't trouble him. This was nothing more than a number. Most made fun of him for his confident claim prior. Now, they found that he was simply telling the truth. 270, 271, 272, as he drew closer to the top, the scene became as silent as can be. The spectators watched with bated breath. Even a drop of a needle could be heard right now. Oh, also the counting voices. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning's expression couldn't be described with words, especially Huang Ning's. He already felt dejected when Wuxia made it to 100. But that was only one step more than his record. It only made him regret doing the bet. Now, 270. This far surpassed anyone in Divine Black, whether it be in the past, present, or the future. This disparity changed his feelings completely. The indignation and unwillingness to lose all disappeared. He could become as strong as can be in the future with great achievements, but surpassing Wuxia in this trial would still be impossible. He would always be below the guy. His 99th step record paled in comparison versus Wuxia's soon-to-be 300 step. This was his first time experiencing this level of despair. 300, sure enough, Wuxia made it to the top of this trial among the clouds and mist, looking like an immortal. 300. People didn't know how to express their current feeling. He really did it. Even the children from Lu village didn't applaud. Right now, being solemn and quiet were far more proper in order to show respect to this achievement. Oh, an extra reward? Wuxia smiled. What is it? The elder in charge shouted since Wuxia was up high. The ones below all stretched out their neck, wanting to see the scene above. Just a sword seal. Wuxia casually answered. The legend is true, the elder in charge said. What legend? His peers immediately asked. He took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, in this tale, after South Conqueror forefather became a Dao Lord, he climbed all the way up top again and left behind a sword seal. Whoever can reach that place will earn it. So it is true, it's just that no one has been able to do it before, hence the skepticism. So what does this seal do? One elder raised his eyebrow. It's that sword in our sect. The elder in charge looked toward South Conch Peak. That one? All the elders became startled. This seal can control the sword. The elder in charge added. The disciples nearby had no clue what they were talking about, but Zhang Yu did. He became startled as a result. This seal is a little ugly, but I guess I can still take it. Wuxia's voice came from above. Chapter 33:20, A Little Ugly. The elders didn't know how to respond. This peerless seal allowed one to control the divine sword without facing any restriction and encumbrance. So many seniors yearned for something like this. Even their sect master has been wanting to control the divine sword. Thus, this seal was a priceless treasure only obtainable through fortune. Now, Wuxia seemed hesitant in taking it in. The elders didn't know whether to be jealous of him or otherwise. Clank. After Wuxia grabbed the seal, a sword flash rushed to the sky and split open the firmament and the myriad realms. This flash could suppress the ages and all the gods and devils. The myriad Tao returned to the source, a testament to its invincibility. It shocked everyone in Divine Black, from the ordinary disciples to Ping Suoeng himself. Ping Suoeng's eyes became resplendent because the divine sword in front of him was the source of this power. It finally unleashed a slash upward to show its supremacy. Suoeng staggered backward and took a deep breath. Who is it? He gazed over at the ancestral peak, realizing the reason for the harmonization. He didn't expect that someone in this generation would be able to do it. He focused his gaze and saw everything there. It's him, he found the answer astounding. The sword has finally awakened after so many years, so hard to believe. Thousand Hands Bodhi King's Tao was in full bloom. His eyes focused on the ancestral peak and saw the event. Is this a blessing or a disaster? Impossible to know. He murmured after turning toward South Conch Peak. Impossible. Iron Whip Demon King jumped out of his tiger leather chair and gazed at South Conch in disbelief. The sect master is able to control the sword now? No, that's not it. He turned his attention towards the rampaging sword energy at the ancestral peak and gasped, this makes no sense. Where the hell did this monster come from? A move from the old man? He eventually figured it out and put on a serious expression, falling into deep rumination. Another miracle from the brat, this is insane. On 8 Zhang, Mountain Bearer King's expression changed. He also started contemplating. He thought very highly of Li Chia all this time, but for some reason, his heart became heavy. If it's a disaster, there's no avoiding it anyway. What will come shall come. He eventually concluded. Meanwhile, everyone below the steps stared at Li Chia in awe. The seal has fused with Li Chia, so he started shining. There seemed to be thousands of divine swords flashing within him. The strands pierced through his body, seemingly wanting to make it explode. This heaven-suppressing power robbed the breath away from the disciples. Some dropped to their knees. This commotion alarmed everyone in Divine Black. The experts here started staring at the scene and saw the radiant Li Chia, becoming envious in the process. South Conch Sword Art. A protector recognized the move and said, he got it. There is no justice in this world, he already got the 9 primeval laws after joining, now he got this sword art too. What about us? One jealous disciple blurted out. This sword art was naturally created by the titular Tao Lord. It was the strongest sword technique in Divine Black. The only current user was their sect master. Very few members were qualified to even take a look at the manual. Now, Li Chia has gotten it. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning had amazing backgrounds and talents. However, putting aside their abilities to learn it in the first place, they weren't qualified to read the manual, let alone being able to train with it. The elder role was the lowest starting point. Normally, one needed to be a peak lord first. Now, a third-generation disciple like Li Chia had gotten it. Zhan Hu and Huang Ning could only stare at Li Chia, thinking that the whole thing didn't make sense. Everyone here accepted how bizarre this was. As Li Chia slowly walked down the steps, eyes of various emotions were fixated on him. Fools, don't be so sure of yourself next time. Li Chia glanced at the vocal commentators earlier and shook his head. These words slapped them on their face, especially the ones who laughed at him earlier. They felt their face turning hot while they seethed with rage. They saw the miracle earlier but still didn't appreciate the direct insult. They glared at him with fury in their eyes, but no one could say a thing since he had actually climbed up all 300 steps. Li Chia could say whatever he wanted now after accomplishing this feat. You've lost. Li Chia glanced at Huang Ning for a brief moment and said. Huang Ning was stuck in a terrible position. He has always been proud and thought that he was the number 2 genius of Divine Black. Today, he utterly lost to an iron-skinned disciple. There was no chance of rising again, akin to being stomped down on the ground. You've won, I have nothing to say. Huang Ning scowled and took out his precious treasure, then tossed it towards Li Chia. His heart was aching because the thing mattered too much to him. The spectators knew just how valuable it was. Moreover, it was extremely suitable for demons. Obtaining it was the same as a tiger growing wings. Alas, Li Chia didn't bother to look at it and said, "It's cumbersome carrying this crap around, it's yours." He then casually tossed it to Lu Daowei. "You." This infuriated Huang Ning because of this extra humiliation. This is too much. A good friend of his became outraged. However, more stood there in a daze. They could work for a lifetime and might not be able to get an item of this level. Now, Li Chia simply gave it away without a second thought. Lu Daowei himself was frozen while holding the treasure. Chapter 33-21. No one expected him to give away this wondrous treasure just like that. They stared at Lu Daowei with nothing but jealousy and envy in their eyes. It would be so great if they were in his shoes right now, gaining something for nothing. "Thank you, young master, your kindness is forever remembered." Daowei got on his knees and bowed towards Li Chia. For Lu Daowei, it would require immense effort and resources to gain something like this in the future. That's why his gratitude was immense. No one laughed at him for bowing because they would be more than willing to do the same for it. It became awfully hard for Li Chia's haters to say a word right now. They had no choice but to keep their grievances to themselves. "You still want to continue?" Li Chia stared at Zhan Hu and asked. Though he probably didn't have any underlying intent, the demons on Zhan Hu's side thought that he was purposely provoking them. Many eyes were on Zhan Hu. Huang Ning had completely lost during the fourth trial. It wasn't even close. The fifth trial was between Li Chia and Zhan Hu. The crowd hesitated, both the humans and demons. A while ago, both races would naturally bet on Zhan Hu. He was one of the most gifted disciples in Divine Black, possessing a prestigious bloodline and ample resources. Thus, he had a great advantage going into the fifth trial. Huang Ning was stronger than him, but this didn't mean that he would lose to Huang Ning. He had a high probability of outdoing Huang Ning in the fifth trial. That's why Huang Ning picked the fourth while Zhan Hu stuck with the last one. This was no longer the case. Li Chia's miracle had shaken everyone to the core. Zhan Hu suddenly became a heavy underdog. Who will win in the last trial? One spectator quietly said. Zhan Hu was mightier in terms of cultivation, but this no longer seemed to matter when it came to Li Chia. Even the hall leaders, protectors, and elders were eagerly anticipating this competition since it was so entertaining. Zhan Hu's expression soured. This statement just a bit ago would have been construed as the babbling of an ignorant idiot. Now, given what they have seen about Li Chia, it became a disdainful statement coming from someone of a higher status. Li Chia was looking down on him. Zhan Hu and his supporters naturally didn't feel good about it. "You believe you have won already?" Zhan Hu scowled. He has never been treated in this manner before, being the son of Iron Whip Demon King and the first brother of Jade Bird. He maintained a prejudice towards Li Chia despite what the guy had done. This notion of superiority has been around ever since they first met. It was tough for Zhan Hu to see otherwise. Of course, it's too easy. It's not too late for you to give up to save yourself from further embarrassment. Li Chia ignored Zhan Hu's anger and answered casually. He was telling the truth, but it sounded so grating to his opponents, causing them to give him the dirty eye. So arrogant, the fifth trial hasn't even started. You're too conceited for declaring so early. One demon close to Zhan Hu shouted. You think too highly of yourself. Senior brother Zhan Hu is at the Conqueror realm with a prestigious bloodline and peerless clan arts, another demon chimed in. Yes, yes. Li Chia waved his hand and interrupted them. Such exaggerations over one descendant of a demon king, no big deal. His defeat is assured. Many took a deep breath, once again in shock at Li Chia's words. Just a demon king? This was insulting both Zhan Hu and his father, poking straight at the bee's hive. The elders smiled wryly. Iron Whip Demon King was famous for his hot temper and shielding his own people. Li Chia had offended him just now. Too arrogant and complacent. A human quietly said. Iron Whip Demon King was a peak lord here with plenty of authority. Offending him wouldn't end well for anyone. Though Li Chia won many humans over with his miraculous feat just now. His cultivation was still too low and they were afraid that he was courting death. Maybe they should keep a distance from him. Our Iron Whip clan won't let you off for this statement. Zhan Hu threatened, wanting to come up with an excuse to bring his clan into the mix. It's just a careless comment, no need to pursue it. The elder in charge shook his head, standing up for Li Chia. The Iron Whip clan was very influential here. Many experts from the demon faction came from this race. Li Chia could still stay around Divine Black after offending this clan, but it wouldn't be easy for him. Not quite, they can come if they want, Iron Whip or Iron Cack clan, whatever. I'll deal with them all. Li Chia shook his head. Ridiculous. Zhan Hu's rage intensified. At this point, even a few seniors and protectors became aggressive towards Li Chia since they were from Iron Whip. The elder in charge wanted to help Li Chia out, but he decided to pour oil onto the fire, fully offending this clan. The elders couldn't do anything but exchange glances. One of them decided to change the topic by looking up and said, "Off to the grave of weapons for the 5th trial." This conflict would escalate even more at this rate. Right, to the grave. The disciples became excited and put this fight to the sideline. Right now, the other 4 peak lords were paying attention to the 5th trial. In the past, only Jade Bird Peak Lord cared about the trial since they were in charge. Now, the entire sect was watching because Li Chia had made it up all the steps. The big shots couldn't sit still and needed to watch. Chapter 33-22. The Grave of Weapons was located by the halfway point of the ancestral peak. Well, given the actual height, it wasn't quite that close. However, since the peak was covered in clouds and mist, no one knew how tall it actually was. The grave was at the highest reachable location. Any place higher had too much pressure. The place was not actually a cemetery but rather, a large pit. At the halfway point, more steps were available leading to the top. Next to them was a large pit, also covered by fog with no bottom in sight. It wasn't steep enough and looked like a walkable hillside. The area beneath the pit became larger and larger as if it was its own separate domain, quite extraordinary. Entering the pit didn't give a better perspective of its depth either. This was the 5th trial of Divine Black known as the Grave of Weapons. Some addressed it as the Sword Pit or the Cave of Myriad Weapons. Grave of Weapons was the most common name. The reason why it had this name was due to the artifacts and weapons being buried down there. For many generations, the experts of the sect ranging from the elders to the sect masters would leave one weapon behind in this place before dying. As for the ancestors at the ancestral level, their weapons were smart enough to fly all the way back here after their death away from home. This didn't mean that they were abandoned with no chance to see the sun again. These artifacts were waiting for those capable enough to take them out so that they could see the battlefields again. Divine Black wasn't as strong as it used to be, but during its golden age, it had plenty of experts at the sacred level and no lack of ancestors who were heavenly sovereigns. After millions and millions of years, this grave had plenty of weapons ranging from the lowest to the highest level. The examinees looked down below and saw barely visible weapons. Some were half buried in the mud, others floated in the air or hid behind the mist. The place exuded a mighty presence since it was an ultimate weapon treasury. Others couldn't help but tremble after sensing the bloodthirst. Many disciples didn't dare to come close to the edge of the pit. So this is the Grave of Weapons? A first-timer was impressed by this pit while keeping a distance. In reality, they were already having a tough time standing up due to the pressure in this place. Some didn't have enough points to join the 5th trial but were still strong enough to get here. So many weapons, all black level and up too. The first-timer's eyes brightened at this sight. I must get an earth level one. One of them decided. Why are there so many? Won't they break down eventually? Another became curious. I heard there's a great vein down there capable of nourishing them. An older peer explained. The existence of the treasury remained a mystery. For what purpose did weapons come back here? According to the legend, a great vein with the essences of the world existed in this place. This allowed the weapons to survive the generations. I heard even Patriarch Black Tortoise and South Conch forefather left behind weapons here, more so the latter. An old disciple excitedly said. A Tao Lord weapon? Numerous were stirred after hearing this. Their forefather was immensely strong, capable of sweeping through the world. He created plenty of weapons in his lifetime. They varied in power, but this didn't really matter. Anything from a Tao Lord was definitely unstoppable, completely priceless. If I can get one guy started drooling. You can't control one even if you get it anyway. His friend gave him the side eye. Maybe not right now, but later on, who knows? Plus, I can trade it in. The first guy immediately retorted. This was indeed the case, so the second guy had no response. Alright, this is the grave of weapons. An elder began, anyone with 50 points can go down. There are no rules here, only the will of the weapons. If they accept you, they will be yours. Can we get 2 or more? One disciple asked. Not to mention 2, even 200 are okay as long as they want to go with you. Any amount is fine. The elder stared at him and answered. As for the examination itself, the higher grade, the more points. He added. Can we take them out with force? Another had an idea. Any method is fine as long as you can take them out. The elder answered. The lack of rules here excited the crowd. Here, fate matters a lot outside of cultivation. If it's meant to be, the weapon will follow you. He continued. Yes, I've heard of this before. Someone who had joined the sect for a while quietly said, in the last examination, a junior brother at the Marquis realm actually got a heaven-level weapon. Fate brought them together, or at least that's what people say. The excitement among the crowd intensified, especially those who were eligible to enter. So we can really get a heaven-level weapon? They became eager to try. I'll definitely get an earth one, at least. The majority was very ambitious. They tried so hard in the previous trials just to get to this one in order to obtain a good weapon. Brother Huang Ning, which one are you thinking about? Zhan Hu asked. This wasn't Huang Ning's first time here. He had gotten some weapons previously. The forefather's sword, lithe. Huang Ning's eyes flashed. The older disciples knew about the Tao Lord weapons here. Lithe was one of them. It's definitely possible. Many commented. Huang Ning was strong enough to control earth weapons now, even the highest grade ones. Plus, he had some earth weapons at this point. Only the heaven weapons interested him, especially this sword. Very decisive. Zhan Hu praised, I don't dare to think about Tao Lord weapons. I'm more than satisfied if I can get the heavenly demon horn. That's a horn left behind by a demon king at the heavenly sovereign realm. Its sound can deter demons and take away souls. A disciple said. Many stared at Zhan Hu. This particular horn was very devilish and dangerous. Junior brotherly, what are you aiming for? An older disciple asked Wuxia. Chapter 33-23. Everyone stared at Wuxia, whether it be the regular disciples or spectating experts. Even the peak lords and Ping Suoang took note of this. He was still lying on his chair with Gong Qianyue waiting nearby. The young ones were as jealous as can be, wanting nothing more than to kick the guy out of divine black. They didn't dare to voice their opinion towards him after what he had done. Nonetheless, aggressive glares remained. Only a few were eagerly waiting to see what he could do. After all, he performed wonderfully during the previous trials. Perhaps a repetition was in order? The upper echelons thought the same thing. They waited to see what amazing weapons Wuxia would get. A Tao Lord weapon, maybe? One disciple said while staring at him. That would be a miracle indeed given his talents and current cultivation. It'll break another record. Someone else replied. What if he gets 2 Tao Lord weapons? A human said with anticipation. This made people exchange glances. Getting 2 Tao Lord weapons would shatter all previous records. No one in all of 8 Desolaces can do something like this. Remember, iron skin and 3 mortal aptitudes. Another quietly said. Well, he just got up 300 steps. No one thought he could do that either. The human replied. Huang Ning and Zhan, who listened to the whole thing to their chagrin. In the past, they would be in the spotlight as the topic of conversations. Li Chia had replaced them now. 2 Tao Lord weapons would be milking us dry. The elder in charge smiled wryly. This would be quite a blow to the grave of weapons. South Conk Tao Lord only left a few behind for the sect. Nevertheless, these elders still wanted to see him do something shocking. In the case of success, he would further solidify himself as a devilish disciple. Other geniuses wouldn't be worth mentioning. Just a bunch of scrap metals, not interested. Li Chia lazily looked down at the weapons and said flatly. Many took a deep breath, even the ones with high hopes for him. Lu Daowei and the others became worried as a result. Remember, these weapons were left behind by the wise sages of Divine Black for future generations. Thus, everyone, more or less, had reverence towards this place. Li Chia's comment could be construed as sacrilegious. The audacity. One demon immediately scolded, daring to disrespect the ancestors and the sect like this, we must punish him. Those who hated him took advantage of this opportunity and wanted to assign this crime to him. Yes, heavy punishments are necessary. Other demons chimed in. Unfortunately, Li Chia and the seniors didn't bother responding to them. They had no choice but to stop eventually. It was a waste of time to do this without the backing of the seniors. The conversation eventually shifted into curiosity. The grave contains Tao Lord and Heavenly Sovereign's weapons. If you consider them to be scrap metals, what are treasures in his eyes? One disciple asked. He's pushing it too much, he'll offend everyone from the peak lords to the elders. A human disciple added. Only a few in Divine Black had access to these weapons. Now, Li Chia called them scrap metals. This was akin to making fun of the elders and peak lords. They naturally wouldn't appreciate the comment. Sure enough, they had a strange smile on their face. Some protectors didn't have anything of that level. Were they not qualified to have even scrap metals, then? Virtuous nephew, what is considered okay in your eyes? The elder in charge smiled wryly. He wasn't angry at all since he had grown used to Li Chia's ridiculously overbearing style. In Divine Black, only 1 or 2 are usable. For example, that legacy weapon. Li Chia smiled and glanced over at South Conk Peak. Regular disciples didn't know, only the older ones valued by their seniors understood what he was talking about. The elders became tense, also aware of this particular weapon. Legacy weapon? A new disciple became curious. Left behind by the Tao Lord. An older one answered with a serious tone. So just a Tao Lord weapon? How is it different from the ones found here? The new disciple asked again. Unfortunately, no one elaborated. This brat is finished, too ambitious and greedy. A first disciple couldn't help but say. Why? His peer didn't get it. It belongs to South Conk Peak. Not many in our sect have seen it since it belongs to the sect master. He is breaching the seniority ranking, wanting to usurp that sect master's position. The first disciple answered. The ones nearby shuddered and fell into silence. This topic was rather taboo. One mistake could result in being branded as a traitor, resulting in banishment. The elders didn't comment at all. They knew that Li Chia was qualified to get that weapon because he had refined the sword seal. Thus, that sword on South Conch Peak could be wielded by him too. However, Ping Suoang has always coveted it. How would the two settle this? Disrespectful brat. That weapon is the symbol of our sect, the representation of the sect master's authority. Are you trying to rebel? Zhan Hu uttered. He had a general knowledge of this sword thanks to his father. That's why he jumped on this opportunity to frame Li Chia. Still so idiotic. Li Chia didn't bother looking at him. You! Zhan Hu turned red and shouted, a disrespectful traitor like you should be thrown in prison. Drop this. The elder in charge interrupted Zhan Hu. They haven't discussed the matter of this sword yet. It wouldn't be good for the disciples to spread rumors. The fifth trial begins now. What you get depends on your own abilities. He told the examinees. Chapter 33-24. Wait for me, my little treasures. Those qualified to enter jumped into the pit, hoping for the best. As for the unfortunate ones, they could only stare enviously and wait for the next examination. It didn't take long before they crowded the area. A few experienced examinees started by channeling their energy and vitality through their merit laws before entering the pit. Sure enough, one could hear buzzing noises right away. The hasty ones who went in without preparing were hurt by the auras of the weapons below. They bellowed and bled before running back up. The latter group was protected by their arts, so they continued downward. They also had a target already, so they moved with purpose in order to save time and energy. After all, the offensive energies from these weapons grew stronger the farther down. At a certain level, their barriers built from chaos true energy would falter, resulting in injuries. Junior sister, my goal is feather and yours is probably a Dao Lord weapon too. We should work together in order to reach the depth of this place. Huang Ning invited Qianyue. He found this to be another potential chance to work with Gong Qianyue and earn her favor. She didn't answer him and stared at Li Chia instead. Young master, which weapon do you want? Huang Ning became uncomfortable and continued, Junior sister, the sword energies below are extremely powerful. Bringing baggage along will be disadvantageous. He had to stop speaking because he saw her unfriendly glare. Not interested, you can go. Li Chia smiled and told her. Very well, I'll be back in a little bit. She found it odd but didn't pry any further. Junior sister, we can definitely work together for 2 Dao Lord weapons. Huang Ning's eyes lit up after hearing this. No need. She answered flatly before walking forward. Poof. She roared and a samadhi flame surrounded her for protection. She descended with meteoric speed. Bam! A noise alerted everyone and let them know that she had reached the bottom. The elders smiled, thinking that the number 1 genius of their sect was fierce indeed. Huang Ning didn't know what to do because he couldn't do the same thing as her, lacking the same strength. He eventually activated his physique in order to enter the grave. His pace was solid and smooth, looking like a gallant warrior. The female disciples couldn't get enough of him. How are you going to beat me without entering the grave of weapons? Zhan Hu asked Li Chia. Beating you will be as easy as pie. Li Chia glanced dismissively at him. Okay, I'll be waiting to see how you'll get out of this then, humph. Zhan Hu uttered coldly before entering the grave. Those ineligible to enter stared curiously at Li Chia. Everyone knew about the ongoing bet between the two. How could Li Chia win without actually entering the grave? However, he looked so calm right now as if everything was within his calculation. Just wait and see. A demon snorted, so what if he actually goes in? Senior brother Zhan Hu will obtain the horn of the heavenly demon. The only way for him to win is to get a Dao Lord weapon or it'll be a waste of time. Li Chia closed his eyes and let these guys say whatever they wanted, seemingly asleep. The experts, elders, and even the peak lords high in the clouds were surprised to see this. They were ready for another miracle from him, but he chose not to take any action. A few became disappointed as a result. Are you really not trying? The elder in charge came over and quietly asked him. He actually felt that if Li Chia were to go inside, the guy would be able to get a Tao Lord weapon. He wanted to see the extent of Li Chia's devilishness. This was another opportunity for that. Thus, he came to urge the guy to give it a shot. What's the point, just a bunch of crap. Li Chia leisurely smiled. Some experts nearby didn't like this. One protector scowled and said, ridiculous, there are Tao Lord weapons in there. Li Chia smiled and didn't defend himself. This only made the experts more annoyed. Their own weapons were being looked down upon by a third-generation disciple. Can you win? How? I believe Jean who will be able to grab the heavenly demon's horn. An elder became skeptical. This elder wasn't trying to look down on Li Chia. He only found it strange because Li Chia wasn't participating in the bet. What was he trying to do? Unfortunately, Li Chia didn't answer. The elders felt itchy inside out of curiosity, but there was nothing they could do outside of waiting. Buzz. Some disciples have obtained weapons in the grave. I got a high-level black weapon. One disciple rushed out to show off what he considered a good result. I got one too. Many excitedly returned and reported back to their seniors. Buzz. A rainbow originated from the pit and soared above. Low-level heaven. An elder slightly raised his brow. That's the first heaven-level weapon. It's junior brother Jun Qi from Thousand Demons. He got a sword. This news traveled quickly. Jun Qi. What cultivation realm? Many seniors haven't heard of this disciple. Silver carapace. One guy in the know revealed. What? A silver carapace got a low-level heaven sword? Everyone found this astonishing. So lucky, envy and jealousy came next. Peak lords used weapons of this level. Now, a silver carapace cultivator got one too. In the grave, lower cultivation didn't doom one to a bad result. Fate played a big role here. Jun Qi was a good example. Master, I got an incredible weapon. A disciple with a huge frame and a pair of ox horns rushed out of the pit. He was wounded and bloodied, clearly hurt by the sharp energies in there. He didn't give a damn though. Good job. You need to work hard from now on to not let down this weapon. The master was happy for him. In fact, this weapon was better than anything the master had. He didn't highly value this disciple in the past. This must change from now on. Poof. Suddenly, samadhi flames and the aura of a Tao Lord rushed upward. A Tao Lord weapon. The crowd became stirred. It's senior sister Qianyue. Everyone knew who it was right away. They speculated on the weapon itself and thought that she had a high chance of success. 1. I rarely comment on the plot itself, but this Huang Ning guy is ridiculous and unbearable. Can't wait till he dies. Chapter 33-25. The grand aura of a Tao Lord made people feel as if one was here in person. Numerous weaker disciples sat down on their butt, shaken. This wasn't even the eruption of its aura, only its natural form. It was still more than dominating enough, a testament to its might. Many became frightened because this weapon could render them to ashes without a direct hit. Would be so nice if I have one. One disciple quietly said. You can't control or use it anyway. His friend immediately snorted. The first naturally shut up and stopped dreaming about the cruel reality. A Tao Lord weapon was classified as a high-level heaven weapon. Thus, only the top cultivators could control them. One exception was those with special innate constitution such as an inborn Tao physique. Otherwise, the starting point was myriad form sanctity. Only the peak lords and their peers in divine black were at this level, allowing them to wield Tao Lord weapons. However, Zhang Yu in his yin-yang realm still wasn't strong enough. Senior sister Qianyue can't control it, right? Another murmured. She'll reach the myriad form realm soon enough, then the higher realms too. A first brother glared at him in response. Both the young and old in this sect knew that it was only a matter of time. Qianyue had the potential to become a sovereign or even a Dao lord in the future. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case for the majority here. That's why they weren't surprised to see her obtaining a Dao lord weapon. Her reputation was well deserved. Oh, a horn suddenly blared and frightened everyone. Some thought that their soul was leaving the body. Mama. Someone with a weak Dao heart felt their legs giving in, their complexion turned pale. The horn of the heavenly demon. An elder knew what it was right away. Ra. One could see the image of a white tiger appearing. It looked imposing, capable of crushing mountains and rivers. That's senior brother Jean, whose bloodline power. The spectators' eyes were wide open. Jean, whose clan had produced many great demons. His bloodline was a noble one, so he had many advantages. This went on for a bit at the grave. Numerous bright lights and visual phenomena emerged, draconic serpents flying, blasting sword hymns and saber slashes. Many came out of the grave with great results. They got what they wanted, or even higher level weapons, far exceeding expectations. Unfortunately, some returned empty-handed as well, dejected and didn't want to see anyone. They were injured and got nothing to show for it. The energies in the grave were too strong, so they had to leave. The spectators kept an eye out, wanting to know who got the best weapon. Senior brother Huang Ning is coming out. They saw a top candidate. Huang Ning still looked cool despite visible injuries and cuts on his robe. He had a smile, albeit a forced one. A treasure disc. A keen-eyed disciple saw the weapon on his back. It looked like the combination of a sun and moon in a magical manner with lights radiating outward. The rest of the crowd saw this since it was quite conspicuous. Sun-Moon disc, left behind by Sun-Moon Heavenly Sovereign. An elder nodded. It's definitely not easy to get. Thank you, elder. Huang Ning tried his best to smile naturally. After all, he declared his intent on getting feather but ultimately failed. This put him in a difficult position. Wonderful, senior brother. This disc is one of our sect's strongest weapons. Obtaining it shows your future potential. A demon tried to help him. Yes, it's a high-level heaven artifact. One female disciple admiringly said. He's handsome and talented, strong too. She quietly told her friends next. This is a low-level heaven artifact. Someone nearby corrected her. It's not the sovereign's strongest weapon. Oh, only low-level heaven, right? Then what the hell did you get? A high-level heaven artifact? No. Then shut the hell up. The girl immediately retorted. Others nearby gave him the death stare since he had violated their biggest taboo, insulting Huang Ning. He was perfect in their eyes. No one was allowed to criticize him. The guy turned red and had no response while the girls came over and surrounded Huang Ning. The guys naturally didn't like this, but there was nothing they could do since Huang Ning was stronger. Being the star of the show made Huang Ning feel much better, no longer as awkward as before. Clank. A while later, someone landed on the ground and exuded Dao Lord energy strands. That weapon. Everyone could feel the pressure emanating from it and backed off. It was none other than Gong Qianyue. However, she didn't wear her weapon on her back to parade her win like Huang Ning. However, everyone could tell that she got a Dao Lord weapon judging by her current aura. Qianyue, which one did you get? The elder in charge wasn't overly surprised. All the elders stared at her, waiting for a response. Feather. Gong Qianyue took out a sword with an incredible aura. It instilled chills into the spectators while still sheathed. They felt as if the sword was aiming at their heart already. She put it away before some got a good look. This gave them a better idea of a Dao Lord weapon's strength. They thought that they couldn't even hold it, let alone controlling it. That's our number one genius for you. Many praised her unmatched result in this trial. Huang Ning didn't know what to do since the situation became awkward for him again. He tried to obtain this sword to no avail. Eventually, he couldn't handle its pressure and chose a low-level heaven disc instead. Congratulations, junior sister. It's a shame that I'm not at the Samadhi realm. Huang Ning came over, implying that if he was at the Samadhi realm, he would be able to get feather as well. She simply nodded in response. Senior brother Zhan Hu is out too. A spectator saved Huang Ning from further embarrassment. They looked over and saw Zhan Hu confidently walking out of the pit, almost like a tiger descending from the mountain. His beastly aura still remained. The horn. Someone saw the horn tied to his back and shouted. Chapter 33-26. The horn emitted a golden light along with the presence of a heavenly demon. This great being seemed to be on the verge of awakening. Zhan Hu had it tied to his back. No one was blowing on it yet, but one could still faintly hear the horn. It demanded attention and fear. The disciples here felt their soul trembling from the indistinct sound waves. Senior brother Zhan Hu actually did it, he got the horn. Some started cheering, especially the demons who were quite rowdy and ready to blow off steam. This horn was left behind by an ancestral demon of the sect. Many demons have thought about obtaining in the past because it was an incredible artifact. Unfortunately, they were met with failure. That's why Zhan Hu's success came as a surprise. Of course, the demons took pride in this since it was stronger than Huang Ning's sun-moon disc. This was the reason why Zhan Hu chose the fifth trial despite being weaker than Huang Ning. Zhan Hu had the ability to get this horn due to two reasons, his power and bloodline. The latter played a larger role. He looked around in an arrogant manner. Obtaining this horn emboldened his confidence in victory. Senior brother Zhan Hu got this for sure, nothing below Dao Lord weapon can compare to it. A demon became elated and said. The other demons started staring at Wuxia with a sneer on their face. Let's see what he's gonna do now. Senior brother Zhan Hu will make him kneel. One of them gloated. He deserves this for not knowing any better. Does he think he's an unbeatable general or something? One more added. The neutral group became nervous for Wuxia. One side had an amazing artifact while the other had nothing. This wasn't a contest at all. Huang Ning sneered, finally gaining full confidence this time. A miracle wasn't possible without an actual attempt. You've lost. Zhan Hu walked over towards Wuxia and declared. Who says? Wuxia lazily lay there and only opened his eyes slightly. Virtually all of his opponents so far were offended by Wuxia's nonchalant and lazy attitude. He wanted to stomp down on Wuxia's face to let the guy know his place in society. Nonetheless, he calmed down and saw that Wuxia was empty-handed. He snorted and said, You have no weapon, how are you going to beat me? Oh. Time's up? Wuxia smiled. Very well, I can wait until the end, you won't be able to prolong this. Zhan Hu was slightly surprised before adding. The elders and the protectors found it weird too. What was Wuxia up to? He needed a Dao Lord weapon right now, but it seemed too late at this point. There's not much time left, you should go now and try for one. The elder in charge reminded Wuxia again. He did it once at the start, but Wuxia didn't listen to him. Can't accept defeat and wants to buy time. Those on Zhan Hu's side started laughing at him. It's no use because there's a time limit to the fifth trial. Another sneered. Stop embarrassing yourself, just accept defeat already. The crowd became louder with whistles, boos, and jeers. Junior brother, where is your Dao Lord weapon? You can't beat brother Zhan Hu without one. Huang Ning mocked him. Dao Lord weapon? Maybe in his dream. A female disciple immediately helped Huang Ning. The girls disliked Wuxia because he defeated Huang Ning in the previous trial. Thus, they naturally picked Huang Ning's side right now. He can't even get a black weapon given his cultivation, let alone a Dao Lord weapon. Never in his lifetime. Another girl snorted with disdain. That's right, just concede instead of dawdling around like a woman. His enemies took advantage of this chance to kick him while he's down. It's not too late to give up because if we wait till time's up, I'll do more than just make you kneel and bow, I'll stomp on your face too. Zhang Hu revealed a cold smile. Ah, so confident, aren't you? Li Qie smiled. Zhang Hu didn't believe that Li Qie could do anything to win due to the time constraint. It was too late for him to try and get a Dao Lord weapon. That's right, I will be the winner today. Kneel and bow 9 times and I will spare you for now. Zhang Hu laughed heartily and demanded. Did you hear that? Kneel before first brother. His followers shouted. Junior brother, there's no shame in losing, just bow, no big deal. A man can handle losing. Huang Ning pretended to help Li Qie while acting kind. Still haven't learned anything, idiots. Li Qie shook his head. Okay, I will show you what absolute victory is. He got off his chair afterward. I doubt he can get a Dao Lord weapon. One spectator commented. Even Gong Qianyue needed ample time to get a Dao Lord weapon. She wouldn't be able to do it now. Li Qie ignored them and walked towards the pit. The entire upper echelon of the sect had their eyes on him right now. He seemed as confident as ever, so they were ready for a miracle. Last chance to give up before I embarrass you. Li Qie stared at Zhang Hu and leisurely said. Stop trying to bluff because that won't work. Do whatever you want, I'll let you have it in a little bit. Zhang Hu's eyes became aggressive. He doesn't know what's about to happen. Apologize now or face the consequence. Zhang Hu's follower shouted. I won't hold back then. Li Qie smirked and reached forward. There's not a damn thing you can. A disciple thought that Li Qie was trying to be mysterious and didn't buy it. He needed to swallow his words. Boom. 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 The entire peak trembled. Loud explosions seemingly split the place open. Sword and saber energies rampaged the area along with Dao Lord auras. These powerful forces rushed upward and dominated the sky. Chapter 33-27, Boom. The Dao Lord auras completely suppressed the spectating disciples. What's going on? They were pale and frightened, unable to get up from the ground. Clank. 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 All the weapons in the grave started flying out of the pit, a divine saber pulsing with a red glow, a heavenly sword with a majestic radiance, and a cauldron with torrential violet flames. Thousands of weapons floated above Li Qie. Rainbow sword, violet cauldron, decapitation saber, a stunned elder murmured the names. Everyone was shocked to see this, including the big shots hiding in the clouds. They couldn't believe their own eyes. These weapons all wanted to be picked by Li Qie, something truly astonishing and outrageous. They have seen plenty of things in their life but nothing of this level. How can this be? An elder stammered. Remember, some of these weapons were left behind by amazing demons and sovereigns. Some belonged to a Dao Lord. Who could control all of these weapons at once? None in divine black. However, Li Qie simply lifted his hand and they seemed to be heeding the summon. Which one do you want to compare with? Li Qie asked Zhang Hu. The frightened disciples were speechless, especially those who taunted Li Qie earlier. Plus, they couldn't get up either, so it was hard to retort. The looks in their eyes suddenly changed with added respect. This monster could summon thousands of weapons with one hand. No one else in the world could be as devilish. The elders didn't know how to describe their current emotions either. Zhang Hu seemed to be struck by lightning. He had no choice but to accept this unbelievable feat because he witnessed it in person. No way, he still staggered backward. He thought that victory was his after getting the horn. He was ready to enjoy Li Qie prostrating before him. Unfortunately, everything changed in a split second. Li Chia did something that should only be in the legends. He had to accept this reality since he was powerless to change it. This was the case for the rest of the spectators. Huang Ning was white as well. A while ago, he still had hopes of taking down Li Chia and stomping the guy. Now, true despair rocked him. He thought that he would never be able to defeat Li Chia for the rest of his life. How about this Dao Lord weapon? Li Chia made the weapons above rotate like a turntable before stopping at one. This weapon emitted strands of Dao Lord auras. Some spectators actually didn't have the courage to look straight at it. The protectors and the elders salivated at the sight of this Dao Lord weapon. The elders in Divine Black normally used heavenly sovereign weapons. Now, Li Chia had access to even Dao Lord weapons. These weapons were letting him choose them, the opposite of normal convention. It's so frustrating to watch this guy. The elder in charge smiled wryly. I risked my life for a heavenly sovereign weapon back then. Now, he gets to have whatever he wants. The other seniors and experts agreed with him. They felt like beggars compared to Li Chia. The worst part was, he was only a regular disciple in the sect. So who would be kneeling now? Li Chia chuckled while playing with the Dao Lord weapon. Zhan, who didn't know what to do and started panicking. He never thought that he would lose to an iron-skinned disciple in this trial. Remember, someone like him worried about their reputation and prestige more than anything else. How could he kneel and bow his head right now? Zhan, who became frozen. His followers didn't speak up for him either because they felt the same dread. Carry out the bet before it's too late. Don't force me to take action. Li Chia said flatly. Don't push it. Zhan, who had nothing else to say and started shouting. I'm the one pushing it. Didn't you try to convince me to accept defeat earlier? Li Chia chuckled. Let's talk this through, I'll meet your demands, Zhan, who turned red and eventually requested. Kowtowing to Li Chia in public was worse than dying. Thus, he wanted to trade treasures or anything else in exchange. My demand? You can't handle it. Li Chia moved his hand again and the weapons above rotated once more. This successfully ruined Zhan Hu's plan. Li Chia could grab any weapon from the treasury right now. He had nothing to offer the guy. Or something else, Zhan Hu would rather die than kneel. Enough, kneel now or I'll stomp you down. Li Chia interrupted him and threatened. Li, you think I am afraid of you? This is Divine Black. Zhan Hu's expression became ugly after being pushed to the edge. Fool. Li Chia ordered a seal floating above him to suppress Zhan Hu. Activate. Zhan Hu roared and a white tiger attacked the seal. Boom. The white tiger was crushed instantly. Stop here. Zhang Yu became startled and rushed over. Wu dash, a wolf howl could be heard as he unleashed a claw attack to stop the seal. Boom. This still wasn't enough. The seal pushed him backward. Zhan Hu became suppressed by the seal and got on his knees, unable to move. Accepting defeat would have been much easier. You asked for this. Li Chia stood before the guy. Li, touch a hair of mine and you'll have no place to stay in Divine Black. Zhan Hu furiously roared, having never experienced such humiliation before. Chapter 33-28, Zhan Hu looked like a mad dog at the end of its rope. Nonetheless, his threat still carried relative weight. He was the first brother of Jade Bird and had his own group. Moreover, his father was a peak lord and their tiger clan had a pivotal position here. Offending them would make it hard for one to stay around in the sect. Thus, all eyes were on Li Chia. They wanted to see what he would do. Anyone else would exercise restraint because he had already won in a perfect manner. Sparing Zhan Hu now would actually add to his reputation for being merciful. This would also solve the grievance. Unfortunately, the person in question here was Li Chia, not someone else. Is that so? I want to see how that'll happen. Li Chia answered with a smile and added more force to his foot. Boom! He stomped Zhang Hu's face down to the ground. You! Zhang Hu couldn't handle the intolerable humiliation. This was happening in front of his peers and seniors. The spectators took a deep breath, astounded. They exchanged glances and became afraid. This Li Chia was too ferocious and actually went so far. How could Zhang Hu ever keep his head up from now on when walking in public? Yes, me. Li Chia smiled, still not giving up. Then here you go. Li Chia stomped down harder. Don't injure him. A roar came from the far furious tiger peak. This tiger roar was torrential and could drown everything. Many became frozen before this bestial sound wave. A massive figure emerged on the horizon and soared through the sky. Li Chia seemed like an ant versus the shadow. Everyone looked up and found themselves to be insignificant as well. The thing above them turned out to be a massive palm. Iron Whip Demon King had performed a technique crossing through 1,000 miles. This power far exceeded any regular disciple. Zhang Yu himself wouldn't be able to block it. A grand avatar. Many pale spectators shouted and became horrified. This was a technique gained after reaching the myriad form sanctity realm. A user at this realm could grow to an immense size capable of stomping on the sun and moon. Thus, Iron Whip Demon King could traverse the distance for an attack. This palm was filled with billowing chaos true energy. Everything below would be reduced to dust. Li Chia slightly raised his eyebrow in response to this mighty move. Scram! He waved and the weapons floating above him focused their power together in a dazzling manner. Pluff! A heavenly sword materialized and pierced through the gigantic palm, spilling blood in the process. You dare? The Demon King pulled his hand back and furiously shouted while feeling a sharp pain. The spectators couldn't believe it. That sword actually managed to pierce through the Demon King's hand? This combination is too powerful. They stared in awe at the countless weapons. These weapons pulsed brightly and emitted mighty auras, especially the Tao Lord ones forcing people down on their knees. They started drooling at the combined might of this arsenal. It made sense for the sword to be able to pierce through the Demon King's palm. The question here was how an iron skin cultivator managed to control all of them. No one else in Divine Black could do so. Rumble. Gales and black clouds coiled around furious Tiger Peak, the sign of a storm. It was as if 1,000 tigers were roaring in there. The Demon King is furious. Many spectators trembled and glanced at Li Chia. It seemed that the great expert would attack again soon. It has been a long time since furious Tiger Peak Lord fought someone. It'll be an incredible move. One disciple said as his legs trembled. His wrath will be as strong as a heavenly tribulation. A few gloated again at Li Chia. The Demon King was famous for protecting his own. Now, his son was being stomped on the ground by Li Chia. He might want to kill the guy. Senior brother, let the young ones deal with their own matters. No need to exercise our old bones. A voice came from 8 Zhang. Strands of radiance brimming with power seemingly tore the azure apart. A middle-aged man appeared in this radiance, looking scholarly and refined. However, his ordinary frame seemed capable of shouldering the heaven and earth, tough and unyielding. Mountain Bearer King. Many young humans bowed towards him. He was one of the strongest humans in Divine Black, a pillar of this race. Its prosperity relied on him. Why? Another top expert of the human race was their sect master. However, because of his position, he rarely showed himself and maintained neutrality. That's why Mountain Bearer King was more popular with the human disciples. The Demon King snorted after seeing him. 2 suns seemingly emerged within the misty peak of Furious Tiger. They pulsed brightly, eager to devour people. That's the Demon King's eyes. An older disciple shuddered. The others found this horrifying. Just his eyes were that large? What about the rest of his body? A storm was coming due to his wrath. Black clouds blotted out the sky, resulting in a tense atmosphere. Everyone held their breath and got far away from Wuxia, not wanting to be dragged into this mess. Eventually, the black clouds dissipated. It seemed that the Demon King had restrained his anger and chose not to take action. The radiance back in 8 Zhang also dispersed. Both the peak lords disappeared from sight. The spectators exchanged glances. The older disciples understood that 8 Zhang Peak has chosen Wuxia's side and would always back him up. Chapter 33-29. Wuxia paid no mind to the Demon King's wrath. He glanced down at Zhanhu and smiled. I hate sore losers the most, so I will make an example out of you today. You dare? Zhanhu bellowed with fear. Crack. Wuxia's foot crushed his cheekbones. Ah! His miserable cries echoed across the sect, his blood stained the ground. His face was disfigured from the blow. Another thunderous scowl came from furious Tiger Peak. The Demon King naturally didn't like this development but still chose against taking action. Zhanhu fainted right away from the pain. A cultivator at the Conqueror realm could withstand this level of pain. However, his pride took quite a blow. He was one of the top geniuses of Divine Black, yet he lost utterly to a random disciple today. His injuries could be healed but not this humiliation. Thus, the indignation rendered him unconscious. Others immediately carried him back to furious Tiger Peak. Wuxia didn't bother to stop them. The ancestral peak fell into a hush. No one dared to breathe loudly. A while ago, the prejudice towards Wuxia still remained. Sure, they acknowledged that he was extraordinary and devilish, but ultimately, this was still inconsequential. The top geniuses certainly looked down on him despite his repeated miracles. The stronger disciples still made fun of him all the same. This was no longer the case. Their feeling of disdain shattered just like Zhanhu's cheekbones, replaced by apprehension and dread. Their eyes became filled with anxiety, their hands drenched with sweat. This was doubly true for those who mocked him earlier. The reason why they felt superior compared to him was due to his cultivation realm and mediocre talents. They could say whatever they wanted without being in danger. They believed that his miracles were due to some other methods, not his actual power. Alas, a violent realization had dawned upon them. Even the great Demon King couldn't stop his son from being brutalized. They found out that Wuxia was a merciless monster. Their backing wouldn't be enough to save them. This left some drenched in a cold sweat. Of course, a few were celebrating the fact that they didn't offend Wuxia earlier as well. Buzz. Wuxia raised his hand again and the rotation of the weapons began. They seemed to be circling around him in order to win his attention, wanting to be chosen. The Tao Lord weapons were no exceptions. This scene was beyond reasonable limits. Other disciples, even the geniuses, would be happy with just one. The heaven weapons were extremely hard to get. As for the Tao Lord weapons, they didn't even dare to think about it. The older experts of their sect have failed in this regard. Comparing themselves to Wuxia left them in despair. I tried so hard during my youth to get a Tao Lord weapon and got nothing from it. They look like toys in his hand now. The Bodhi King up in the air smiled wryly after seeing this. So many weapons. Wuxia only glanced at them, not really paying attention. Virtuous nephew, pick one if you're in the mood. No, actually, pick several, take whatever you fancy. The elder in charge smiled while rubbing his palms together, looking slightly like a sycophant. Many couldn't believe this. This chief elder wasn't weaker than the peak lords at all. Of course, the other hiding seniors were nervous for a different reason. They knew what this elder was doing. He was afraid of Wuxia taking everything away. Afraid that I'll take them all? Wuxia casually revealed his true intention. Well, the elder coughed after being revealed. Yes, the treasury would be useless if this were to happen. The grave of weapons would be weaponless. The worst part was, none of them would be able to prevent him from doing so. After all, he was playing by the rules. How to make a little money from this, maybe pawn all of them? Li Qie mused. Ping Suoeng himself became anxious just like the other elders. The disciples present were astounded. Who would actually do something like this? Well, that's certainly one option. The elder in charge had a weird expression as he tried to convince Li Qie. But, this grave is left behind by the sages and ancestors of the sect, it is our legacy. Removing all the weapons would be very disrespectful to both the ancestors and future generations. Virtuous nephew, maybe just take that into consideration, leave a little behind for the young ones. The sect needs a place like this, don't you think? He was basically begging at this point while putting up a miserable expression for an emotional appeal. As a chief elder, he never had to do something like this before. Alas, this was for the sake of the sect. He had no choice but to throw away his face and beg Li Qie. The other elders and Ping Suoeng didn't dare to say anything in order to not provoke Li Qie. That would be a big blow to Divine Black. Alright, don't act all pitiful now, you're about to cry and make this awkward. I'm just playing around. Li Qie shook his head. You're right, virtuous nephew. The elder in charge smiled right away. If I were to take them away, I'm sure none of you will be able to eat for days. Fine. Li Qie chuckled and waved his hand. Boom. The thousands of weapons flew back into the pit like birds returning to their nest. Their auras and powers created a massive rainbow, causing the ancestral peak to shake. This lasted for a while. The grave returned to its original state, still brimming with weapon energies. The disciples stared at the grave and found the whole thing surreal. It was as if they had just woken up from a dream. The guy they looked down upon stole the spotlight. He could summon all of these weapons in such an effortless manner, truly enviable. The elders heaved a sigh of relief. They could have become sinners of the sect and wouldn't be able to meet their ancestors down in the Yellow River. Li Qie's generosity was actually unexpected as well. He actually returned all the weapons to the pit. Chapter 33:30, You don't want to pick one or two? The elder in charge found it awkward when Li Qie returned everything. Right, just take a few. Another elder nearby jumped in, it's fine if you can't use them, just keep them as souvenirs. They felt bad because he managed to summon all the weapons yet didn't keep any for himself. Others would think that their sect was rather stingy. How about this, keep a Dao Lord weapon with you. Maybe it'll be useful later on. One more elder nodded. The upper echelon wouldn't have a problem with Li Qie taking several weapons. This was completely acceptable and how it should be. He was being too nice already for giving them all back. The audience was lost in envy. Not to mention a Dao Lord weapon, they would be more than happy with a low-level heaven weapon. That would be a real opportunity for celebration. Now, the elders had to beg him to keep a couple of them. Remember, being rewarded a Dao Lord weapon normally required some brilliant contributions. This was definitely an exception. The stark difference between him and themselves was impossible for the disciples to handle. Just scrap metals, not interested. Li Qie repeated what he had said in the beginning. The elders became speechless, the same with the ones hiding above and the disciples on the ground. They exchanged glances and didn't know what to do. Some of the weapons in there, especially those at the sovereign Dao Lord level, would be considered heirlooms for most sections. Alas, they were nothing more than scrap metals according to Li Qie. I don't even have one piece of scrap metal then. An elder mumbled. This was indeed the case. Only a few members of Divine Black had a Dao Lord weapon. That's why these top cultivators had a bitter smile on their face. A while ago, the majority thought that he was being arrogant and careless with his words by calling them scrap metals. This was no longer the case now since he refused to take a single one. He backed up his statement with action. I'm just telling the truth. Li Chia ignored the pit and turned his sight towards the peak. Virtuous nephew, you're trying to. The elder in charge caught this, his heart skipped a beat. Yes, up there. Do you know what your patriarch left up there? Li Chia glanced at the clouds and smiled. He was talking to both the elders and the ones hiding above. All of them glanced towards the pinnacle. Ping Suoang's eyes narrowed. I don't know much about this. The elder in charge smiled wryly and told the truth. In reality, no one in their sect had a clue. The upper echelon began scouting the top of the peak, curious about what lies beyond. The place has always been sealed and suppressed by a mighty power since the foundation of the sect. According to the rumors, no disciple has ever made it up there outside of their patriarch and South Conk Dao Lord. The Dao Lord didn't talk about this matter at all, not even to his closest disciples. Thus, the mystery remained unsolved to this point. Nonetheless, Ping Suoang had a worried gleam in his eyes since he knew more about Divine Black than anyone else in the contemporary. He didn't want certain things to happen but was powerless to stop them anyway. I'll be going up there for a look. Li Chia smiled. You wish to ascend? The elder in charge had expected this but still became surprised after Li Chia expressed his intent. No one else has been up there outside of South Conk Forefather, one elder blurted before stopping. Li Chia couldn't be judged with conventional wisdom. He climbed up 300 steps and summoned all the weapons in the pit. No one else could do this, but he did it with such ease. That's why it seemed quite possible for him to reach the top of the ancestral peak. As the disciples and the elders held their words, Li Chia stretched then started walking up the steps. Please be careful, just get down at the first sight of danger. The elder in charge warned because Li Chia was alone. In fact, no one else could help him anyway. The suppressive affinity above was insane. Their sect master couldn't handle it either. Is it possible? I heard that the power up there can instantly reduce someone to blood. One demon still questioned it. He deserves it in that case. Someone who hated him snorted, hoping for this to happen. Shut up. A shout came from above with total authority. It wasn't loud but still erupted like thunder in everyone's ears. Many disciples turned pale, especially the gossiping ones. They fell down to their knees and lowered their head, not daring to look up or utter a single word. The sect master, Ping Suoang, the strongest cultivator of Divine Black. He rarely showed himself normally but still had more than enough authority in the sect. His shout deterred the disciples from further rash comments. Chapter 33-31, Li Chia sauntered up the steps before bewildered eyes. So is there actually a seal and strong suppression power? One disciple had to ask. This prohibition has been well documented for millions of years now. Thus, only South Conk Dao Lord has been up there. However, Li Chia appeared so leisurely right now as if there was no power affecting him. The whole thing felt so bizarre and cast a shadow of doubts on their knowledge. They thought that the Grave of Weapons was the highest location. Everyone needed to stop here. Go take a look then. An elder glared at one doubter. The disciple immediately became afraid and didn't have the courage to give it a shot. However, one of his peers didn't buy it. The guy was relatively strong and said, I'll give it a shot, maybe the pressure is gone. He walked over to the steps. Boom! The moment he came out of the graves area, the suppression didn't show any mercy. The guy got repelled backward and went flying. He smashed into the ground and vomited blood, falling unconscious. It's still there. The ones nearby were horrified. One guy already lifted his foot up and was about to take another step. He immediately pulled back and thanked his luck. No one else said anything after the confirmation. Meanwhile, the elders were still staring at Li Chia. So goddamn devilish. One elder eventually concluded, saying what's on everyone's mind. Li Chia didn't exude any power nor was there anything protecting him. He looked like a mortal climbing up the mountain for fun. No one here knew why he was impervious to the suppressive power of their ancestral peak. Ping Suoang stared intensely at the guy's back for a long time. He came up with numerous speculations and thought that the answer was unfathomable. Maybe he's really the son of miracle, that's why he can do something like this. One disciple murmured. In the beginning, this sarcastic title was meant to mock him. Now, it turned out to be fascinatingly apartment. Finally, Li Qie disappeared from sight after he entered the clouds. Okay, this is the end of the examination. Take your leave. Zhang Yu stopped watching and told the crowd. We can finally take it easy now. Some regained their wits and cheered. Others left in dejection with their head hanging low. The examination ended with both happiness and disappointment. Those who didn't do so well needed to wait for the next one. Some protectors and elders also began leaving. A few chose to stay and stared at the peak. Will the brat be able to reach the top? No point in being surprised now. What miracle can't happen when he's around? A different elder smiled wryly. Some time passed and everyone left the ancestral peak. Of course, some still paid attention to this area, such as Ping Suoang and the Bodhi King. There was another definite loser after the examination. One elder moaned and groaned, I'm gonna have to sell my coffin to make up for this. Who the hell bet on Li Qie to be number one? He screamed in his own courtyard while bleeding inside. Bets had been placed before the examination. Li Qie had very favorable odds because no one thought that he would win. Thus, few bet on him. In fact, they were considered fools for doing so. Lu Daowei was one of these fools. He was afraid of the house reneging while coming to pick up his winnings. However, he didn't win as big as the children from Lu village. He chose to spread his money over various bets, a little bit of everything. On the other hand, the children placed everything they got on Li Qie being number one. The house was as sad as can be during their exchange, but it was already too late. May the heavens smite you, Li Qie. 3,000 years of saving, all gone in one night, damn you. Damn you. The elder shouted at the sky. He was in charge of the gambling house and lost everything after the examination. He nearly went mad. On the other hand, the children from Lu were ecstatic. Not to mention the treasures Li Qie gave them, just their winnings alone turned them into rich men overnight. Shit, I should have bet on Li Qie too. Other disciples saw this and regretted their inaction. They just needed to bet something and the winnings would have been monumental. People have been speculating the items sealed on top of the peak for generations now. A devil king who used to be the nemesis of their patriarch? A supreme item of a grand emperor waiting for the fateful one? An immortal medicinal tree that has yet to reach full maturity? It was impossible to verify these legends. Li Qie continued walking up the steps covered in clouds and mist. There was still a long way to go, but he was in no hurry. He eventually reached the top and was met with a refreshing breeze. The hike was rather enjoyable. He could see all of Divine Black from this vantage point. The scenes were truly gorgeous, but he only gave them a quick glance before focusing on the center of the peak. No Devil King, no supreme medicinal material and artifact, only a fair-sized lake. This was quite strange because there shouldn't be any source of water here. This place was the highest area of Divine Black. However, the lake didn't dry up in the slightest. It seemed to maintain this state across the years. It didn't look magical or special in any way. The only standout thing was something akin to an altar. The old geezer is lucky indeed, able to find the entrance to the grand vein. No wonder why it could start a sect. This vein definitely boosted its fortune. Li Qie chuckled while looking at the lake. He then walked towards the altar. Chapter 33-32. This altar was actually just the mouth of the seal. It was made from unknown rocks and stones, perfectly carved by a great master. Each cut demanded nothing but perfection. From the beast veins. Li Chia touched the materials and shook his head. This tortoise, quite crafty, I see. So it picked up a few things. In Divine Black, some records stated that their patriarch had entered immortal lands and paradises. In reality, it had quite a harvest after rummaging through the ruins of Heavenhoof Ravine. The disciples of Divine Black have been wondering what was sealed up here, perhaps a treasure? In reality, it contained the entrance to a grand vein, the reason why the tortoise chose this place to build its sect, resulting in boundless potential. Alas, during the Great Disaster, everything collapsed. The 9 worlds came to an end and no one remembered this old legend. Li Chia just happened to be one of those who still remembered. He had entered the ancestral source of this place before and knew all the secrets there. The fact that he appeared in Divine Black was a coincidence. Nonetheless, since he was already here, he still wanted to take a look. These secrets were heaven-defying and worthwhile for regular people, but they weren't much in his eyes. He focused on the runes carved on the rocks. They were added by more than just one person. First was the Black Tortoise, another for certain was South Conch Dao Lord. The Dao Lord certainly added more seals for the sake of Divine Black. However, one of the ones before him left behind even more impressive runes, better technique and mightier strokes, far more profound as well. Both the Black Tortoise and the Dao Lord paled in comparison. This rider was far stronger than the tortoise and still stronger than the Dao Lord. It's meant for me. Li Chia chuckled. He knew who it was and touched the runes. Not bad, quite a visionary. Other emperors can't compare to these achievements. These runes were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people due to the innate complicated Dao. However, this wasn't difficult for Li Chia at all. You do get me. Li Chia smiled and channeled the runes. Creak, the entire altar started moving as a result. The individual rock and stone shifted and spun like gears. Next came the flashing of the runes. Eventually, he placed the runes in all the right spots. Boom! A beam shot up and tore apart the sky, reaching the highest empyrean. Many in Divine Black became startled and followed the beam shooting through the clouds. What's that? The frightened disciple began shouting. From the ancestral peak. It took them a moment to realize where the beam was coming from. It has to be Li Chia, he made it to the peak. One disciple blurted out. I can't believe it, he's really the son of miracles. This became the only topic in the sect. Everyone found this astonishing, but he had actually done it. They became convinced of his abilities. First, the steps, then the grave of weapons. Now, the ancestral peak too. Is there anything he can't do? The protectors and elders felt the same way as the rest of the disciples. Huang Ning and Zhan, whose expression became as ugly as can be. They clenched their fists tightly, speechless. Just Gong Qianhua alone had stolen their spotlight. Now, Li Chia completely buried their ambition and reputation. He turned them into clowns and made it hard for them to walk around. As long as Li Chia was around, they would have no chance of rising up and taking the mantle of Divine Black. He reduced their future into ashes, so they wanted nothing more than to cut him to pieces. Boom! From the crevices of the sky came a boundless imperial aura. It swept through 8 desolaces with absolute domination. Reclusive sovereigns and peerless ancestors woke up from their slumber after sensing this force. Strangely enough, the weaker cultivators didn't feel a thing while their ancestors became suffocated. Yin Yang Gate, Buddha Holy Ground, Three Truths Sect, Dragon Phoenix Valley. The ancestors from these powers all stared at the sky in awe. A supreme figure appeared on West King's horizon. It was ethereal and faint, yet all sovereigns were ants in comparison. Immortal Assailant Emperor. An ancient sovereign's legs trembled at this sight. I'll be waiting at the ancestral source. The figure left behind this eternal mantra then disappeared. The mantra could only be heard by the top ancestors and took them like a storm. They didn't calm down even long after the figure was gone. The legendary emperor. One ancestor took a deep breath. The ancient era was no more, but the tales of this emperor remained. Some memorized every word. Waiting at the ancestral source? Another ancestor speculated, did the emperor leave behind a legacy? Maybe all of the emperor's treasures and scrolls are there. One more wondered. Go, tell the sect master to go to the source right away. Another commanded. Send down this message, a great treasury will appear in the near future. One ancestor came out of reclusion. News of an emerging treasury traveled through northern West King. Of course, only Li Qie really knew what the message was about. Why bother remembering such a little thing after so many years? Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. He knew who the emperor was and the location of the ancestral source. This emperor wanted to get even with him. Very well, let's see what you want. He stroked his chin, clearly amused. Chapter 33:33. The figure of an immortal emperor frightened the hidden ancestors. On the contrary, it didn't affect Divine Black. The sect had very few people capable of seeing past the firmament. Ordinary disciples didn't see the figure at all. Ping Suowen was one of them, the only member of Divine Black at the sacred level. The mantra of the emperor also echoed in his ears. The top masters in the different sects had no idea why the emperor chose to appear and left behind these words. They assumed that it was just a coincidence or a sign of a treasury. Ping Suowen was different. He knew that the figure appeared because of the beam emanating from the ancestral peak. The culprit was Li Qie. He became worried, evident by his furrowed brows, and fell into contemplation. He knew many secrets about his sect, especially those relating to the ancestral peak. He didn't have all the details, but he knew that the sect was connected to a grand vein, perhaps the best one in all of West King. The direct benefits weren't clear by this point, but if people were to know about this connection, Divine Black would be viewed as a fat piece of meat. The entrance was definitely on the peak. He just didn't know if it was open or not. The beam told him that this should be the case. Ancestral source from the mantra was a big clue. This should pertain to the portal and the grand vein. Others would go crazy after finding out that their sect had a portal leading to the ancestral source. This could lead to an expedition resulting in their sect's demise. He has been worrying about something like this all along. Now, it seemed like it would happen during his watch. This left him with a heavy heart. It's inevitable, he murmured. After a while, he looked at the peak and said, maybe one more miracle? Or the consequence would be unimaginable. He knew that he couldn't fight the incoming struggle alone. His sect couldn't either. The coalition would be far beyond his abilities. This would end with him being a sinner for failing to stop this development. Thus, he thought about one person, Li Qie. This guy might be the only person who could save Divine Black. Others might think that he was crazy for having this thought or that he was at his wit's end, desperate for anything. However, he was serious. Li Qie seemed to be an ordinary disciple in the Iron Skin realm. How could he save Divine Black? Suowen didn't agree. Li Qie had performed numerous miracles. The first time might be attributed to luck. The same with the second. However, 3 times? Why is he here? He asked himself this question. He didn't know who Li Qie was or his reason for being here. This guy turned down the weapons in the pit. Even Dao Lord weapons didn't matter to him. Therefore, nothing in Divine Black should matter. He's coming down, over there. Many disciples were paying attention to the ancestral peak and saw a descending figure. He really did it, some said with admiration. He has to be the number one in our sect now, no one else can climb up there. One said with disbelief. Not even their sect master could do this. The disdain from the past has turned into admiration. Thus, they all made way for him. He didn't possess an invincible aura during this leisure stroll. Nonetheless, even the protectors and elders got out of his way. Some disciples even lowered their head and kept quiet until he was gone. What did he get in there? A peerless imperial weapon from the legends? One disciple speculated. Maybe an immortal medicinal root. Eating it can turn someone into a heavenly sovereign overnight. Another murmured. That's a thing? A new disciple rolled his eyes. Yes, there are tales about it. The speaker earlier wasn't confident. Maybe something even more incredible. Numerous disciples talked about this matter and wondered what he got from the peak. He became the ultimate member of their sect, the number one of the young generation. Gong Qianhua herself was overshadowed. Huang Ning and Zhan Hu were all but forgotten. Very few talked about these two, much to their annoyance. Their animosity towards Li Qie grew. Meanwhile, the 5 peaks have started picking disciples from Jade Bird. With the exception of those chosen to stay, the other exceptional disciples were taken away. The ones who were picked were ecstatic. Those who didn't make the cut became dejected. They could only wait until the next examination. The children from Lu village went to 8 Peak. Many were envious since they were so new. Lu Daowei was chosen by 1,000 demons. He was ecstatic as well. After a while, people realized that one person hasn't been picked, Li Qie. No main peak wants him. This puzzled the crowd. After all, he was the hottest disciple in the sect right now. How could those peaks not want him? Maybe Jade Bird took him first. One said. No chance for Furious Tiger Peak, 1,000 demons, not likely either. It'll be either 8 or South Conk. I think it's 8. A human disciple said. This was reasonable because Li Qie had an ongoing feud with Furious Tiger. As for 1,000 demons, it was a place for demons. Plus, Huang Ning was from there too. 8 should be the obvious choice because Mountain Bearer King helped him during the conflict. Buzz. South Conk Peak suddenly became radiant. This interrupted their speculation. Chapter 33-34, Poof. A grand Tao force engulfed divine black. True energy chaos came like a tsunami. Everyone could sense a certain power surrounding their sect. It seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. They became tense because other grand Tao were being contained by this one, nearly melting into one. Thousands of runes came together and turned into a divine bridge starting at South Conk Peak and materializing towards Jade Bird. The sacred level. The crowd gasped in response. Many bowed towards the direction of the bridge while putting on their best act. The protectors, elders, and peak lords were alarmed as well. Sacred level was a short name for the Grand Tao Sacred Physique Realm. Those at this level were the strongest beneath Tao lords and heavenly sovereigns, only one step away from the peak. Ping Suowen was the only person in divine black. Thus, everyone knew that it was him on the move. All eyes turned towards South Conk Peak. The sect master is leaving. Many found this surprising, if not astonishing. In recent years, Ping Suowen rarely showed himself, always staying at South Conk. Only a few managed to see him. Some gossiped about his inactivity. One speculation stated that he was training to become a heavenly sovereign. Another said that he was trying to comprehend a supreme artifact. A few believed that he was old now and no longer cared about ordinary matters. Thus, another topic came up, the next successor of Divine Black. The sect master is actually coming here in person. An elder realized something after seeing the bridge. Looks like he's viewing this with great importance. The sect master normally didn't interfere with mundane matters in Divine Black. This had to be something he considered serious. This elder also knew that it was because of a disciple, Li Qie. I don't think the sect master has ever taken in a disciple in this manner. The older disciples of Divine Black became surprised. This was an unprecedented honor. Both Su Su and Gong Qianhua never got this pleasure. An old man appeared on top of the divine bridge, looking just like a mortal wearing a cheap robe. He had wrinkles all over his face, but his fingers were long and strangely vibrant, brimming with youthfulness. They looked like 10 swords. Those who knew about him were also aware of his South Conch sword art. This technique solidified his position as the strongest in Divine Black. That's why when people saw his fingers, they immediately connected it to this art. Ping Suoeng used the bridge to instantly arrive at Jade Bird. Sect Master Zhang Yu, many protectors, and the disciples came to greet him. However, Li Qie was nowhere to be found, let alone coming to greet his sect master. This seemed rather pompous. Nonetheless, no one dared to voice their annoyance before the sect master. It would only bring needless trouble. No need for formalities. Suoeng was rather amiable and approachable. He told Zhang Yu before going towards Li Qie's place. Zhang Yu heaved a sigh of relief after he was gone. Though Zhang Yu was also a peak lord, he was the newest and the weakest of the 5, only at the yin-yang realm. He felt great pressure and dread while standing in front of Suoeng even though the guy didn't release his aura. Back to your post. He ordered with a solemn expression. Everything in Jade Bird needed to be perfect with Suoeng around. The other disciples could read the atmosphere and acknowledged the command. They immediately went to carry out their duties. Meanwhile, Li Qie was as leisurely as ever inside his room, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere outside. Ping Suoeng's presence didn't change anything. He still lazily lay in his chair with Gong Qianyue serving him tea like a maid. She bowed after seeing Suoeng while Li Qie remained still, only staring at the guy. Anyone else would find this to be extremely disrespectful and chastise him for it. After all, Suoeng was the sect master. No one else had a higher status than him in Divine Black. Other peak lords needed to stand up to greet him. Now, Li Qie didn't bother saying anything. This inaction made him seem arrogant and thoughtless. Suoeng didn't mind and sat down nearby, staring straight at Li Qie. Gong Qianyue poured him a cup of tea, prompting him to nod approvingly. Suoeng's brows furrowed at Li Qie, not because of the perceived disrespect but rather, he couldn't see through the guy. A cultivator at the sacred level might not be unbeatable in the Northern West King but was still a great character. Anyone meeting him would have to tread carefully. This wasn't the case for Li Qie, as if he was nothing more than a random passerby on the street. He felt a little defeated, his confidence cracked a bit. This had nothing to do with pride but for better or worse, he was still a powerful cultivator and the sect master of Divine Black. It was rather frustrating to be treated in this manner. He focused up and continued on checking the guy out. He confirmed that the guy was really an iron skin cultivator, not someone hiding their power. Suoeng couldn't believe this. How could an iron skin cultivator manage to do so many insane feats? Miracle was the only word to describe them. He himself witnessed all of it and still found it perplexing. Maybe the elders were right. Only the word devilish could describe him. Virtuous nephew. Suoeng chose to be as friendly as possible. The other peak lords didn't have this privilege. Call me young master. Li Qie finally sat up straight and corrected. This was Suoeng's first time experiencing something like this. Young master. He smiled wryly and strugglingly said the words. The moment he uttered those words, he felt as if Li Qie was a supreme master while he was nothing more than a servant. This feeling couldn't be resisted and felt so natural when Li Qie was around. Good. Li Qie nodded and said, spill it, you're not here for no reason. The guy looked so lazy and carefree yet Suoeng thought that he was looking at the ultimate ruler of everything. This was an insane thought yet once again, it felt so natural. Chapter 33-35, Ping Suoeng took a sip of tea and adjusted his mindset. He pondered for a bit before starting. Young master, may I ask where you are from and what's your destination? He chose his words carefully, not directly asking who Li Qie was. He normally didn't need to exercise such caution when speaking to someone else, not even when in front of someone like Yin Yang Gate Master. However, he felt like prudence was the right choice. Intuition told him that Li Chia was far beyond his imagination. His curiosity was at an all-time high. Just who was this man? He didn't buy that this mysterious guy came from Lu village. A shallow pond like that couldn't produce a true dragon like Li Chia. His fingers on the cup tightened as he became nervous. It has been a while since he felt this emotion, ever since he became the sect master of Divine Black and reached the sacred level. He had experienced plenty of hardship and survived numerous perilous trials while keeping his cool. But now, he had a tough time waiting for Li Chia's answer. Li Chia narrowed his eyes and Suowang saw the eyes becoming extremely profound and all-devouring. From where I belong and going to where I should. Li Chia smilingly said. Where do you belong and where do you should go? Suowang didn't expect this and asked for elaboration. It is not something you should ask, nor can you. Li Chia smiled with his eyes. This response could be taken as blatant disrespect or even rebellious. However, Suowang felt great danger as a chill coursed through him. He found himself to be an ant while looking at Li Chia's eyes. The guy was a supreme who could easily crush him. How ridiculous. Suowang thought, but this feeling was as real as can be. His palms became sweaty. He took a deep breath, confident that Li Chia wasn't an ordinary cultivator, nor was he a member of Lu village. He no longer dared to ask for Li Chia's true background. Intuition told him that his curiosity might end with his death and the destruction of Divine Black. Young master, may I ask the reason for your visit to our sect? Suowang asked despite knowing the potential danger. He simply needed to know for the sake of the sect. An extraordinary being like Li Chia must have a reason for coming here. He has been wondering about Li Chia's goal for some time now. Treasure? Merit laws? Or something else? Treasure shouldn't be it due to the incident back in the pit. The guy refused to take Dao Lord weapons. There was something even stronger than Dao Lord weapons, the divine sword left behind by South Conk Dao Lord. However, he didn't think that this was the answer. Merit laws, low possibility for this too. He heard that Li Chia chose the worst merit laws to start. A twist of fate between Divine Black and I, that's all. Li Chia smiled. Fate was an intangible concept, but Li Chia made it sound so real. I believe you. Suowang eventually nodded and answered with sincerity. Most people cared about treasures and merit laws. As for something like fate, this wasn't on their mind. Nonetheless, Suowang thought that a master like Li Chia was above seeking the former. Fate dictated his action here. Don't worry, you wouldn't be sitting here if I had harbored any ill intent. Li Chia added. Suowang heaved a sigh of relief since this wasn't the worst-case scenario. This was the answer he wanted to hear. Young master, what was up in the ancestral peak? This was the second important matter to Suowang. You already know the answer without asking me. Li Chia glanced at the guy. Nothing could escape his eyes. Suowang became awkward after being read like a book. He smiled wryly and said, I only know very little, that there is a way to reach the Grand Vein up there. I lack the details. Sounds about right. Li Chia casually responded. So our sect can reach the ancestral source? Suowang frowned since this issue has been haunting him. They risked being surrounded by all sides due to the mantra left by a mortal assailant emperor. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on who it is. Li Chia replied, Your Dao Lord worried about this, so he climbed up the peak, trying to prevent potential destruction. As I have said, fate brought me here, so what should happen will and what shouldn't won't due to my presence. That's great to hear. Suowang felt much better. He didn't know what awaited later on, but he trusted Li Chia. So what is this ancestral source? He relaxed and became curious again. Did he really leave his legacy at that place? So many ancestors and powerful beings in West King were searching for the ancestral source. They all wanted the emperor's legacy. Li Chia fell into contemplation, remembering a few things. He eventually stared at Suowang and smiled. You're interested in that place? Saying no would definitely be a lie, but I worry more about Divine Black, not any potential gains. Suowen let out a hollow laugh. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.